Chapter 1306. On the wall, the fireball talisman burned an enormous hole in the azure brilliance. The surroundings of the hole were still faintly flickering with these wisps of flames, not immediately extinguishing. Tian Haoguang used his index finger to point in astonishment and muttered, Is this still a high-grade yellow talisman? As he spoke, Tian Haoguang suddenly came to his senses. He quickly ran to the front of the blasted wall and carefully examined it from left to right. Xiaohua also followed him forward. The closer he got to the wall, the hotter it became. It was as if the air around the wall had been ignited. Tian Haoguang's face was incomparably astonished. He extended his hand and stroked the restriction that couldn't immediately return to its original state. After a long while, he sighed and turned his head around. He asked with great reverence, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what kind of fire attribute cultivation method does your sex master cultivate?" Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and still said the same sentence, "No comment." "Sigh, this fireball talisman is clearly a high-grade yellow talisman. Yet I still insisted on testing its might. I presume that fellow Daoist Xiao certainly has some criticism towards I, right?" Tian Haoguang said with a smile. Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "I've never thought of it that way." However, the corners of his mouth held a smile and he kept his mouth shut, declining to comment. "I'll tell you the truth," Tian Haoguang seemed to intend to lay his cards on the table. He pointed at the hole in the wall that still hadn't recovered and said, "Although the fireball talisman that fellow Daoist Xiao brought over is a high-grade yellow talisman no matter how you look at it, I personally saw you buy low-grade talisman ink and talisman paper in my humble shop yesterday. Therefore, I am very skeptical. Using a high-grade talisman brush, no. Even if you used a legendary top-grade talisman brush, how could you possibly draw a high-grade yellow talisman? After all, the magic power and spiritual energy that this low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink can carry is limited. At most, it can only refine a middle-grade yellow talisman." Xiaohua slightly nodded, indicating for him to continue speaking. "I had no choice but to come here and take the test. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please observe. But, as I expected, the fireball talisman made by your sect's master contained very little spiritual energy. It barely reached the limit of what the talisman paper and talisman ink could bear. But what was beyond I's expectation was that the magic power used to draw the talisman, although it was very little, it was the same as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But the magic power was of the fire attribute. Moreover, it was very mysterious. Only a little magic power was used to draw the talisman, and it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the surroundings. If your sect's master hadn't practiced the supreme fire attribute cultivation method, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such power." Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Shang Huaming's cultivation method is water-based. This is what sect leader said himself. It's definitely true. Could it be that it's a problem with my attributes? Xiaohua very naturally thought of the matter of him holding the pearl in his hand to test his attributes in the Yellow Flower Ridge's Inheritance Palace. To be able to use qi condensation magic power to refine high-grade fireball talismans, no, looking at the power, it's even more powerful than ordinary high-grade fireball talismans. Your sect's master, TSK, he's really brilliant, Tian Haoguang exclaimed in admiration. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he slapped his forehead, looking as if he suddenly realized something. I was wondering why the three grandmasters only used qi condensation magic power. No wonder, it didn't take any effort to refine so many at once. 3 grandmasters? Tian Haoguang glanced at Xiaohua very strangely. He didn't know what he was thinking. Xiaohua immediately looked remorseful. He hurriedly changed the topic and said with a beaming smile, "Senior Tian, this high-grade yellow talisman has already been tested. It's genuine, right?" Indeed. Then, what does Senior Tian plan to offer? How many spirit stones?" Xiaohua's eyes started to shine. "Yes, according to the usual market price, a high-grade fireball talisman is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. However, since fellow Daoist Xiao came here for the first time, and this fireball talisman, is a bit better than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, so I feel that one mid-grade spirit stone is fellow Daoist Xiao appropriate? Xiao Hua's heart was already blooming with joy. How much did he spend? He originally thought that 30 or 40 low-grade spirit stones would be enough. He didn't expect that Tian Haoguang would actually offer one mid-grade spirit stone. This Tian Haoguang's reputation is really not ordinary. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, Tian Haoguang hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I's price is already very accommodating. I was still thinking that fellow Daoist could come to my humble shop more in the future. Senior Tian. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I'm too happy. However, Senior has to keep it a secret. If the sex master finds out, my skin will be peeled off." Tian Haoguang's face was also full of smiles, with an "I understand" expression. It seems that he quite appreciates Xiao Hua's straightforward manner. Since Senior Tian approves, Junior has 99 fireball talismans refined by my sex master. Senior Tian, please take a look. Let's see if they are the same high-grade fireball talismans. Xiao Hua also laughed happily. He patted his storage bag and took out a large pile of identical fireball talismans. Look at what fellow Daoist Xiao is saying. Since it's what? 100? Tian Haoguang didn't pay attention to the number Xiao Hua mentioned at first. After all, these fireball talismans were only refined last night when he was guiding Xiao Hua in refining talismans. How could there be more? Although Tian Haoguang had a limit on the number just now, seeing these fireball talismans that were even more powerful than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, how could he not want them? Not to mention the 3 grandmasters proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods that Xiao Hua mentioned. When he realized that there were no less than 100 high-grade fireball talismans, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Xiao Hua saw that he had said too much and immediately laughed. My sex master was itching to test his skills. That, a few of us exchanged pointers and unknowingly refined so many. My sex master wasn't very interested in these yellow talismans, so it was convenient for us, fellow apprentices. So that's how it is. In Tian Haoguang's mind, the appearance of the 3 young sex master fuming and glaring at each other emerged. They were unwilling to accept each other's loss and were immersed in painstakingly refining high-grade fireball talismans. He nodded his head in understanding. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you have good luck." "Sigh, Senior Tian. I've made a fool of myself. How could it be my luck alone?" Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and laughed. Tian Haoguang took those high-grade fireball talismans and very carefully inspected them one by one. When he finished inspecting the 99 talismans, Xiao Hua's face had long since revealed impatience. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you've been waiting impatiently." Tian Haoguang put all the yellow talismans into his storage pouch and laughed. "These 100 high-grade fireball talismans are all genuine goods. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xiao is taking a high-grade spirit stone? Or 100 medium-grade spirit stones?" "Of course it's 100 medium-grade spirit stones," Xiao Hua said without the slightest hesitation. "A high-grade spirit stone, how do you want us to divide?" Afterwards, he shut his mouth with some regret. "And since it's like this, fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me." Tian Haoguang laughed as he led Xiao Hua out of the secret room. Only after they stepped out of the room did Xiao Hua's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally relax and let out a small breath. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment," Tian Haoguang said and walked to the side. Xiao Hua nodded his head and raised his eyes to look inside the shop. At this time, there were already several groups of cultivators around the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement picking out yellow talismans or talisman crafting materials in this small shop. The Qing Miao child who didn't see eye to eye with Xiao Hua was extremely busy. "These are fellow Daoist spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, please count them and keep them well." Not long after, Tian Haoguang came back with a small storage pouch in his hand and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't look carefully and nodded. How can this junior not be at ease with Senior Tian handling things? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and put the spirit stones into his own storage pouch without leaving a trace. He handed the empty storage pouch back to Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang took it, he slapped it with his hand and took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage pouch at his waist and handed them to Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, these are the spirit stones returned by fellow Daoist for the talisman brush. Hee, of course, there are also some of my humble store's appreciation. If you have any more good things like this in the future, don't forget my humble store. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed from smiling. He rubbed his hands and said, This is too embarrassing. I've troubled Senior. As he spoke, his 2 hands had already received the 2 mid-grade spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, he placed them into his storage pouch. Tian Haoguang's expression didn't change. He slapped his hands again and took out a stack of talisman papers. He handed it over with a smile and said, These are 100 high-grade talisman papers. Fellow Daoist Xiao, if you have the chance, please give them to fellow Daoist's master. Just say, it's a small token of appreciation from my talisman refining school. Oh, fellow Daoist Xiao, don't misunderstand. These are 2 good things. I can't make the decision and I don't dare to give them too much. These are just for Senior to play with when he has free time. I really don't respect you enough. So it's like this? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He took it and said, But, Seniorton, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities like last night. However, if there is any opportunity, this junior will definitely explain Senior's intentions. I hope Senior can understand this junior's difficulties. It's fine. Tian Haoguang waved his hand and said in a low voice, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. I really want to know, if your school's master used high-grade talisman ink and high-grade talisman paper to refine a fireball talisman, what kind of power would it have? This still depends on the opportunity. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He looked at the high-grade talisman ink at the side and secretly said, You should also give a few pieces of high-grade talisman ink. Otherwise, how can I craft talismans for you? Unfortunately, high-grade talisman ink is worth a high-grade spirit stone. How could Tian Haoguang dare to make a decision on his own? Even if Xiao Hua looked at it 100 times, he would only act as if he didn't see it. Seeing that Tian Haoguang didn't have any reaction, Xiao Hua secretly felt that it was a pity. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Tian, this junior doesn't dare to stay for long. I'm sure senior brothers are already waiting anxiously. If there's an opportunity in the future, this junior will come to consult senior again. Tian Haoguang also returned the greeting. Well said, my humble store welcomes fellow Daoist Xiao at any time. Xiao Hua nodded, turned around, and steadily walked out of the yellow talisman store. With every step he took, he relaxed a bit. At the same time, he was also afraid of making another mistake. Fortunately, Tian Haoguang seemed to be really busy in the store. After sending Xiao Hua to the door, he immediately turned around to greet the customers and didn't give Xiao Hua an extra glance. Chapter 1307. Xiao Hua didn't turn his head back. With a calm and composed appearance, he exited the yellow talisman shop and hurriedly left in a certain direction. It was as if there really were many fellow disciples waiting for him in front of him. After turning a corner on the street, Xiao Hua slightly turned his body. Seeing that there wasn't anyone behind him, he immediately turned around and headed in another direction. A moment later, he quickly flashed into a seemingly remote alley. Haha! Xiao Hua immediately jumped up, releasing the joy and worry that he had been suppressing for a long time. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance just now, his heart was really nervous. In the weapon refining school's shop, his hand almost never left his storage pouch. There was a flight talisman inside. Xiao Hua was always worried that Tian Haoguang would do something unexpected. He was confident that he could use the flight talisman to escape the shop before Tian Haoguang had any strange thoughts. However, when he was testing the fireball talisman in the secret room, his life was really in Tian Haoguang's hands. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Tian Haoguang was really like what Fan Riguan said. He was extremely principled and his reputation wasn't for nothing. He didn't covet Xiao Hua's high-grade fireball talisman. Instead, he gave him a lot of things. Pinching the storage pouch at his waist, there were 120 mid-grade spirit stones inside. It was really a large sum of wealth. How could Xiao Hua not be happy? However, when he looked up, he was dumbfounded again. Because he was in a hurry to leave, he got lost. Without any other choice, he could only find someone to ask for directions. Pitiful Xiao Hua, he really didn't see the world. It was merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In his heart, it was an enormous wealth. However, in the eyes of the refining talisman school's Tian Haoguang, it really wasn't much. It was impossible for him to offend the non-existent, powerful school that Xiao Hua spoke of just for such a small thing. Xiao Hua was just not confident in his heart and was afraid that others would see through his secret. A guilty conscience. Presumably this was also the reason. However, the matter wasn't so simple. When Xiao Hua walked out of the refining talisman school's shop, the cultivator who was selecting yellow talismans inadvertently raised his head and glanced at Xiao Hua's back. He then inadvertently asked, "Who is this person? He doesn't look young. How come his cultivation is only at the second level of qi refining?" I don't know about that. All I know is that this guy has a high-grade yellow talisman on him and wants to extort a used talisman brush from my refining talisman school. He wants my refining talisman school to return him 30 low-grade spirit stones. Qing Miao was definitely still angry about the small amount of spiritual stones. She said indignantly, "What's so great about having a powerful sect? You look older than me, but your cultivation is not as good as mine. Even in their sect, you're just an errand boy. What's there to be proud of? This brat has a sect? You have a high-grade yellow talisman?" The cultivator was clearly surprised. "What? Senior Zhang knows this, fellow Daoist?" Qing Miao was shocked and her expression changed slightly. "Of course not, of course not." The fourth layer qi refining cultivator hurriedly waved his hand and bitterly smiled. "I'm just a rogue cultivator. How could I have the qualifications to know a second layer qi refining disciple who carries a high-grade yellow talisman with him? I only saw a loose cultivator in my cloud garden who had a similar back as this guy." "Oh, so it's like that." Qing Miao's expression returned to normal and she said with a smile, "If it's a rogue cultivator, I might really have to teach this guy a lesson." "Qing Miao, what are you talking about?" Not far away, Tian Haoguang heard and scolded, "Fellow Daoist Zhang is also a rogue cultivator. Aren't you talking to fellow Daoist Zhang?" "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please don't take it to heart." Tian Haoguang smiled apologetically towards the cultivator. I wouldn't dare. The cultivator surnamed Zhang smiled and cupped his hands. "Zhang Zhihao, quickly come and take a look." A cultivator beside Tian Haoguang seemed to have discovered something and called out, "Fellow Daoist son, what did you discover? You're actually directly calling I by my name like this?" Zhang Zhihao was somewhat displeased. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Hua's almost invisible back. A pensive expression appeared in his eyes and he quickly walked towards that cultivator. Far away, Xiao Hua, who was looking for people to scout the way, simply didn't know that he was deliberately mystifying himself and wanted to remove the matter of making high-grade yellow talismans from himself. Trying to cover it up only made it more conspicuous. He had provoked trouble for himself. Xiao Hua found a middle-stage foundation establishment senior and respectfully asked for directions. Just as he arrived at a somewhat familiar street, he suddenly heard a pleasantly surprised voice behind him. That voice was so pleasantly surprised that even the tone of the voice had changed. It was shouting, "Daoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua stared blankly and looked left and right. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the surroundings, but he wasn't some Daoist master. Without any reason, Xiao Hua had no choice but to stop and turn his head to look. This look didn't matter, but Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap out a flight talisman from his storage pouch and fly away. Everyone, the person behind Xiao Hua needn't be said. It was none other than the waiter, Fan Riguan. At this moment, in Xiao Hua's heart, the victim's mother had come knocking. The voice was pleasantly surprised? Was there even a need to say it? He had finally found the well-intentioned culprit. Xiao Hua directly ignored the pleasant surprise on Fan Riguan's face. He clearly understood in his heart that the parasol pill couldn't cure his mother's chronic illness. Thus, he braced himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "This? Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. My cultivation is shallow, and I didn't know the severity of the matter." Not waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Fan Riguan also didn't care what Xiao Hua said. He quickly stepped forward and kowtowed, saying, "Daoist Master Xiao, I kowtow and thank Daoist Master Xiao for your great kindness. I am only immortal. I have no way of repaying Daoist Master Xiao's great kindness. I can only, thank you, ask Daoist Master Xiao for your understanding." What? Xiao Hua's face was first extremely pleasantly surprised, but soon after, it became abnormally awkward. He reached out to scratch his still somewhat bald head and helped Fan Riguan up, saying, "This? Brother Fan." Hearing this, Fan Riguan's complexion greatly changed. He hurriedly said, "Daoist Master Xiao, please don't call me that. I'm just immortal. I can't wait for Senior Immortal to call me that. Just call me Jen." "Jen?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He secretly said, "This has nothing to do with the 3 words Fan Riguan. This is my childhood name. Only mother and father can call me that. If Senior Immortal doesn't mind, you can call me that." Fan Riguan said with gratitude in his eyes. "This?" Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded. With the appearance of an enlightened expert, he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Looking at your appearance, your mother should be fine, right?" Fan Riguan was stunned. Soon after, he said with a smile, "Senior Immortal has misunderstood. When I was young, my biological father and mother had already passed away. The mother I'm talking about is my wife's mother." "For your wife's mother, you're actually pleading for others to take pity on her?" Xiao Hua was astonished. "I thought that she was your biological mother." "Yes. Although mother isn't my biological mother and I also live in her family, mother raised me as her own. What does it matter if I give up a little face?" Fan Riguan said with a smile, "However, even if I give up my face, if I don't meet a Senior Immortal like Daoist Xiao who bemoans the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, then I can't help it." "But..." Xiao Hua scratched his head. "The parasol pill is only an ordinary pill used to treat injuries. Even if the medicinal power is strong, how can it cure Fan Riguan's mother's chronic illness? It's really inconceivable. Could it be that Fan Riguan's mother has internal injuries? Not an illness? Jen, can you tell I the process of your mother taking the pill?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked. "That's exactly what I want Daoist Xiao to know." Fan Riguan quickly said, "Also, I still have some things to tell Senior Immortal." "Oh, tell me about the situation first." Xiao Hua directly ignored the latter part of the sentence. He really wanted to know why the parasol pill was effective. Yesterday when I received Daoist Xiao's immortal pill, I was pleasantly surprised. When I walked, it was as if I was stepping on clouds, my feet were soft. Perhaps Daoist Xiao doesn't know, but mother has been ill for a long time and the situation is not good. If there was no immortal pill, she might have passed away at any time. Therefore, I wanted to send this immortal pill back. I almost couldn't wait until this morning." Fan Riguan said embarrassedly, "Coincidentally, there was a Senior Immortal who wanted to go to the west side of the city. I begged him and kowtowed in front of that Senior Immortal. That Senior Immortal reluctantly agreed to let me go. That shuttle is really fast. Last night was the first time I sat on a Senior Immortal's immortal item. It actually took less than an hour to reach the west side of the city. Daoist Xiao doesn't know, right? In the past, I had to walk for more than half a day." Fan Riguan's mood was obviously very good. His words were also very long-winded. However, Xiao Hua was also very happy to share his joy and didn't interrupt. He had a smile on his face and didn't reveal any trace of anxiety in his heart. "Oh, look at how happy I am. Where did I stop talking?" Fan Riguan still wanted to say more, but he suddenly realized something and smiled apologetically. When I returned home, my wife, my daughter and mother were all very happy. When I couldn't wait to take out the immortal pill that Daoist Xiao bestowed, Mother refused to take it no matter what. Why is that? Xiao Hua blurted out. Fan Riguan's mother obviously didn't know that this parasol pill couldn't cure illness. How could she refuse to take it? Mother wanted my daughter to take it. Fan Riguan's eyes slowly revealed a trace of gratification. Jen, could it be your daughter is also sick? Xiao Hua was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Fan Riguan's words just now. She still wanted to ask for the parasol pill. No. Fan Riguan's face immediately turned red. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, "My daughter is only 5 years old this year. How could she be sick?" "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked, "Then, what happened next?" "Then my daughter, of course, also refused to take the immortal pill. But Mother only stuffed the immortal pill into her hand and didn't pay attention to it anymore." Fan Riguan sighed and continued. Chapter 1308. Looking at Mother's appearance, this elixir is definitely for my daughter to take. But, although my daughter is only 5 years old, she is still young. She gave the elixir to her mother and insisted on my wife taking it. Fan Riguan glanced at Xiao Hua and continued. Then your wife's body is also unwell? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. No, my wife is only 24 years old and has never been unwell. Who would have thought that Fan Riguan would wave his hand again? That's strange, Xiao Hua said with a smile. The medicinal pill this poor Daoist gave, although it's a medicinal pill used by us cultivators, it's also not a true immortal pill. Even if it's taken, it can't keep one from aging, let alone prolong one's lifespan. Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment, but still smiled apologetically and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, this little one knows that immortal cultivators cut off the grudges of the mortal world, emphasizing on a pure heart and few desires. This little one might not understand the feelings between family members like this little one. As for the specific matters, this little one will not say too much. Daoist Master Xiao, just treat it as listening to a story." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. "Then, please continue." "Yes, I will let the immortal know. How can my wife take this elixir? Naturally, she still pushed it to my mother, but my mother did not want to take it, so she pushed it back and forth. In the end, she could only think of a method of drawing straws. But just as this little one was about to make paper balls, my mother and my wife separately looked for this little one and gave this little one the same idea." "What idea?" Xiao Hua was surprised, but in his heart he was also moved by this family's love for each other. It was very simple. Just make 3 identical paper balls with words. Whoever caught them would take the elixir. However, my mother let my daughter take the first one, and my wife let my mother take the first one." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua asked curiously, "How did you deal with it?" "This little one could not. I used an ordinary pill as an elixir and let my daughter take it." Fan Riguan said embarrassedly, "After all, my mother did not have much time left and my daughter was still young." "Then, why did you give the pill to your mother?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Actually, it's very simple. I put the elixir into the herbs that mother usually takes and let my wife feed it to mother." Fan Riguan smiled and said, "If I knew it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have told them at first." "Trouble?" Xiao Hua sighed. "This kind of trouble. I hope it's everywhere in the world. Daoist Master Xiao is indeed different from the other immortals." Fan Riguan praised. "If it were others, I'm afraid they would have been annoyed by my words." "Hee, that's why I said that I's cultivation is shallow." Xiao Hua disagreed. "My cultivation is shallow, but that's only for now. With spiritual Master Zhao's breadth of mind, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the spirit severing stage." Fan Riguan said respectfully. "Spirit severing?" Xiao Hua asked curiously, "What realm is that?" "Realm?" Fan Riguan's face immediately turned red. "I'm just talking nonsense. I only heard the immortals chatting in the inn. They said that it's a higher cultivation than Jinghua City's city Lord Lu. Oh, is it spirit-severing stage? Xiao Hua suddenly remembered what Zhang Qingxiao said occasionally. Yes, it's spirit-severing stage. There's a Jindan immortal elder who said that spirit-severing stage is turning a baby into a primordial spirit. Those who can become spirit-severing stage are called spirit-severing stage or spirit-severing stage. Fan Riguan quickly explained. He didn't understand cultivation, so his explanation was a mess. However, he also let Xiao Hua know that the spirit-severing stage is the spirit-severing stage. Hee, little brother actually knows more than I. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What? It's just that I've been in the inn for a long time and heard a lot. Fan Riguan immediately said, Oh, right, Daoist Master Zhao's immortal pill is really powerful. My mother just ate the herb, and immediately her stomach felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then her whole body was in pain. My mother's face was pale at that time, and her 7 orifices were all bleeding. Sigh, that's right. Xiao Hua secretly said, Wuxia pill is a pill used by cultivators. The meridians of the mortal world are weak, so of course they can't withstand it. Senior Bai is really right. I won't hide it from Daoist Master Xiao, I was also scared silly at that time. I even blamed Daoist Master Xiao in my heart. Fan Riguan looked at Xiao Hua and said embarrassedly, But I know that Daoist Master Xiao is a kind and compassionate person. You definitely won't lie to me, so I still believe in Daoist Master Xiao. Hee, as expected, in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when my mother spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood and didn't have any strength left, her face suddenly became rosy again. She only said that her body was incomparably comfortable. She actually effortlessly got up and let my wife prepare a bath. Incomparably comfortable? Xiao Hua was surprised. He somewhat didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. And I also asked my mother later. She said that there seemed to be a little mouse scurrying around in her body. Fan Riguan replied. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, isn't this the strange thing inside the Wuxia pill that sect master talked about? It's precisely this thing that made the Wuxia pill a top-quality pill. He remembered that those top-quality Wuxia pills that Xiao Yuehong refined were all kept by Xiao Yuehong himself. He didn't give them to him. When Xiao Hua looked at the Wuxia pills in the jade bottles that Xiao Xinrui gave him in his mind, he immediately understood the whole story. Immediately, Xiao Hua's tears fell like rain. Trouble didn't only exist in the mortal world. It still existed in the cold and merciless world of cultivators. Daoist Master Xiao, Daoist Master Xiao. Seeing this, Fan Riguan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly waved his hand. This kind of immortal pill. You don't dare to be greedy. Bullshit. Xiao Hua immediately stomped his feet and jumped up. He pointed at Fan Riguan and scolded, Your family's son knows to give the medicinal pill to his mother. How can this poor Daoist be stingy with this insignificant medicinal pill? You bastard. You're really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Looking at that flustered and exasperated appearance, how could he still be a cultivator's senior immortal? Seeing that Xiao Hua was angry, Fan Riguan was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Who am I anxious with? Do I need to be anxious with you? Xiao Hua suddenly felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He looked up at the sky and said angrily, The heavens are unfair. Who's causing trouble? An angry shout descended from the sky. A very strange figure, like a real shadow, floated up from the ripples of the nearby lake and flew towards where Xiao Hua was standing. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He immediately restrained his somewhat frantic emotions. He looked over and saw that the shadow was holding a sickle-like object in its hand. Its appearance was the same as the image he saw in the hologram when he entered Jinghua City. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fan Riguan immediately stepped forward and bowed very respectfully. I'm Fan Riguan from Flying Fish Inn. Greetings, sir. And what's going on here? Why is there someone shouting? The shadow's figure was still bent, like a ribbon flying in the air. Hee, it's me who angered this Senior Immortal. Senior Immortal scolded me. I'm apologizing to Senior Immortal. It's not a big deal. Fan Riguan slightly glanced at Xiaohua and gave him a meaningful glance. Xiaohua took a deep breath and wiped away the tears on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Was a bit reckless. Please forgive me." The shadow floated in the air for a moment. A wooden voice echoed, "Although Fan Riguan is an ordinary person, he's still a servant in Jinghua City. His safety is protected. Fellow Daoist, you can't rashly decide to take someone's life." "I don't dare, and it's good that you don't dare. Shouting is nothing. However, City Lord Zhao is receiving a distinguished guest today. He's touring Jinghua City. If you disturb him, it'll be a capital offense. It's best if you know your place." "I understand." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He thought of the nascent soul cultivator he met outside the city 2 days ago. "Take care of yourself." The shadow was like a fluttering ribbon. It gradually went far away and fell into the lake. After a long while, Fan Riguan stood up and said in a low voice, "Daoist Master Xiao, please don't speak loudly again. Please follow me to Flying Fish Inn." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take a step, he thought of something again and shook his head, saying, "I should stay at another inn. I'm afraid I can't stay at Flying Fish Inn." Fan Riguan stared blankly and asked shortly after, "Hee, yesterday there was a waiter who asked I for the so-called Immortal Dao. If I follow you back, won't I be noisy to death?" Xiaohua sighed. In his heart, he was actually still afraid that the refining talisman school's people would discover that he was a loose cultivator. "So it's like that?" Fan Riguan immediately understood. He said very guiltily, "I was reckless. I didn't expect that my sudden departure would bring Daoist Master Xiao so much trouble. I'm truly ashamed. There's no need to be like this. It's not all your fault." Xiaohua looked at the sky and said with a smile, "I's matter with you is over. If you don't have anything else, I will look for another inn. Let's part ways here." Xiaohua figured out that Fan Riguan's mother's illness was cured because of his top-grade Wu Cheng pill. Naturally, he also knew the use of those Wu Cheng pills in the space. The most important thing was that these pills were refined by Xiao Yuehong. Since Fan Riguan's wife and daughter didn't have any incurable illnesses, he naturally didn't want to waste these pills. Fan Riguan heard this and became anxious. He stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. He said with a smile, "Daoist Master Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it." "Alas, since it's a presumptuous request, of course there's no need to say it." Xiaohua shook his head. "Yes, Daoist Master Xiao is right." Fan Riguan said respectfully, "However, my mother knew that it was Daoist Master Xiao who bestowed the immortal pills and wanted to thank you in person. It's just that, we mortals can only stay in the western part of Jinghua City and can't come here as we please. Therefore, I came here in a hurry to invite Daoist Master Xiao to come to the western part of my city when you have time and accept my family's thanks." "No need," Xiaohua waved his hand and shook his head, "it's an unintentional act. You don't have to thank me. If you have the heart, just properly show filial piety to my mother." Chapter 1309. "Wait a moment, Daoist Xiao." Fan Riguan said anxiously, "Actually," then he looked left and right. This street was remote and there were only a few small shops on the side. He didn't see anyone going in or out. Only then did he lower his voice and say, "My mother has something very important to tell Daoist Xiao. It seems that my mother also has something to thank Daoist Xiao." "You are not a person of the secular world. What do you have that cultivators like us would like?" Xiaohua said with a frown. "Daoist Xiao, I am naturally very ordinary. But my wife's family has some stories about their ancestors." "Oh? Is it about your wife and your daughter?" Xiaohua seemed to understand. "Yes, it is indeed so. My mother said that it is rare to see a loose cultivator like Daoist Xiao who gives immortal pills to ordinary people without even asking. If Daoist Xiao still can't believe it, then no cultivator in this world can. Only an immortal cultivator like Daoist Master Xiao, who is sincere and caring, can be entrusted to me, can be worthy of my mother's thanks. Fan Riguan said sincerely. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned a little red. It was only because he had just entered this so-called cultivation world for 3 years that he had yet to truly experience the cruelty of the cultivation world. In his heart, he still had a simple and honest heart. Entrusted? Xiaohua's face was red and his heart was moved. He said with a smile, "You have a good idea. Could it be that you have something good to exchange for I's 2 pills?" This time, it was Fan Riguan's turn to blush. However, Fan Riguan clenched his teeth and knelt down in front of Xiaohua again. He kowtowed and said, "This lowly one is somewhat shameless. Since Daoist Xiao has already given me the pills, I shouldn't ask for more. But Daoist Xiao, please be merciful. The pills are extremely casual in Daoist Xiao's hands, but in my eyes, they are immortal pills that can save my family. Daoist Xiao, please come to my house. If Daoist Xiao doesn't like the things my mother takes out, Daoist Xiao can leave. What do you think?" Xiaohua's curiosity was immediately piqued. He helped him up and asked curiously, Zhen, didn't you just say that your wife and your daughter are not sick? Why are you asking for medicinal pills now?" Fan Riguan sighed and said, "Sai, I'm glad you know that even if you're not sick, you'll get the same illness as my mother when you're 50 years old." "That's strange?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He smiled and said, "Isn't that easy? Now that we know, we can just find someone else to do it again." "Hee, Daoist Master Xiao, please don't mock me. I know that I can't judge Daoist Master Xiao's age from your appearance. However, you don't look old. You may not be able to understand this kind of familial affection in the mortal world. Even if I have a wife at home, I'm not willing to abandon her." Love is stronger than gold. Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. He wasn't someone who would spoil the mood. Blocking Fan Riguan's line of sight, he waved his hand and took out 2 parasol pills. Handing them over, he said, "This medicinal pill, to be honest, it's of great significance to I. I've already decided not to use it, but after hearing what you said, if I don't do anything, my heart won't be at peace. Won't I ruin my cultivation? Take this pill and give it to your wife and daughter to consume." Who knew that Fan Riguan wasn't like what he thought. He pushed Xiaohua's hand and said resolutely, "When we came, Mother already said that if Daoist Master Xiao doesn't personally go, I definitely can't accept this medicinal pill." So it's like this?" Xiaohua was a little surprised. "Yes, Mother's orders, I definitely won't dare to disobey." Fan Riguan nodded. Xiaohua accepted the parasol pills. He looked around and said with a smile, "I still have some matters to attend to at the store over there. You follow me?" "Oh no, you should wait here. Wait for me to exchange some spirit stones, then I'll go with you to the west of the city." "Yes, I'll listen to Daoist Master Zhao's instructions." Hearing this, Fan Riguan's face was filled with joy. He looked at where Xiaohua was pointing and asked with concern, "Senior Immortal is going to the store to exchange for spirit stones?" "Spirit stones?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded. "Then, will Senior Immortal use spirit stones to cultivate or exchange for other things?" Fan Riguan continued to ask. "Spirit stones can be used to cultivate?" Xiaohua was stunned. Fan Riguan was even more shocked. Daoist Master Xiao won't use spirit stones to cultivate? Xiaohua scratched his head. Hee, didn't I tell you that I's cultivation is shallow? I don't know how to use spirit stones to cultivate. Oh, so it's like this. Then Daoist Master Xiao will use spirit stones to exchange for things? Yes. Then Senior Immortal, it's best not to use things to exchange for spirit stones in these stores and then use spirit stones to buy things in the stores. Why is that? Could it be that Senior Immortal doesn't know about Jinghua City's e-market? Fan Riguan asked curiously. I naturally know about e-market, but isn't it still early for e-market? Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Oh, so it's like this. Then Daoist Master Xiao should go to e-market to take a look. E-market is different from e-market. E-market only opens once a month, but e-market opens every day at noon. I also heard from other senior immortals in the inn that instead of using things to exchange for spirit stones in the stores and then going to other stores to exchange for things, it's better to directly take things from e-market and use things to exchange for things. Although there are some stores in Jingbo City that have a good reputation, they still need to make a profit. Their prices are all low and high. It's not worth it for Daoist Master Xiao to look for them. Ah? There's such a thing. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Wouldn't it be a big loss for him to pass through two stores like this? At the same time, he also thought of the e-market, that the boy in the refining glyph school whose cultivation was higher than his mentioned in the store. At this time, it was already afternoon. Presumably, that e-market had already dispersed. If Xiao Hua didn't go to e-market, then naturally there was nothing else to do. Alright, I will go with you to the west of the city. However, when you come back tomorrow, you still need to bring I to e-market, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Daoist Master Xiao saved my mother. I can't repay you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Senior Immortal, if there's anything you need, you can instruct me, Fan Riguan said with great joy. Then he looked at the sky and said with slight hesitation, Daoist Master Xiao, if we go to the west of the city now, it's a bit late. We might not be able to arrive by nightfall. Then, even if we go to e-market tomorrow, I'm afraid it's still not possible to go to the west of the city. Xiao Hua frowned and said, unless we leave early tomorrow morning. Really? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. Right, I heard from the waiter in the Flying Fish Inn that you and a fellow cultivator went to the west of the city on some shuttle boat. It's very fast. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. Yes, the shuttle boat is indeed fast, but the cost of spirit stones is also considerable. I don't have any reason to waste your spirit stones. Fan Riguan immediately objected. Then how many spirit stones will it take to go to the west of the city? According to Senior Immortal, it should be a mid-grade spirit stone. A mid-grade spirit stone. Xiao Hua also underestimated it in his heart. His high-grade fireball talisman could only be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. But thinking about it again, he was waiting here for Tian Qi Qingfengmin's message. If there was suddenly news that Hua Yun Park had enough talisman masters, he might not have the time. This mid-grade spirit stone might really have to be spent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly seemed to feel that something was wrong, but after thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out what it was, so he had to stop thinking about it. He only said to Fan Riguan, this poor Taoist time is limited. I'm afraid I can't stay in Jingbo City for long. Take this poor Taoist to the shuttle. This poor Taoist can still afford the immortal stones. Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan was very grateful. He quickly took Xiao Hua to the lake in front of them. Seeing the empty lake and the small boat that was gliding along the surface of the lake not far away, Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Fan Riguan was very experienced. He walked to the front of a very ordinary-looking stone pillar and said respectfully, Daoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit energy into this jade stone. Xiao Hua walked over and sized it up. This is a 3 feet tall, 1-inch square jade stone pillar. It was gray and not very conspicuous. Only the top of the pillar was protruding and there were some faintly discernible strange runes on it. Xiao Hua stretched out his finger and exerted his strength, pointing at the top of the jade pillar. The lake in front of him immediately began to bubble, and countless tiny waves swarmed out from the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, a faint blue light flashed, and a small boat that was 3 feet long and 3 feet wide appeared at the edge of the lake where the waves were surging. After the small boat appeared, the lake regained its calm. Fan Riguan said happily, the shuttle boat has appeared. Daoist Master Xiao, please move. Okay, Xiao Hua agreed. He lifted his leg and got on the shuttle boat. Fan Riguan followed behind him. Daoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit stone into this groove. Fan Riguan pointed at a circular groove in the middle of the shuttle boat and said, Xiao Hua said as he placed a mid-grade spirit stone into the groove. Following the insertion of the mid-grade spirit stone, The groove shone with a brilliant light, covering the groove. The mid-grade spirit stone disappeared, and then, a faint blue light screen rose from the surroundings of the shuttle, covering Xiaohua and Fan Riguan within. Immediately after, in front of Xiaohua and Fan Riguan, several different colored light balls appeared in midair. Xiaohua glanced at them. Different words appeared on them, such as east of the city, west of the city, north of the city, south of the city. Fan Riguan said from the side, Daoist Master Xiao, please use your spirit energy to point at the west of the city. Xiaohua did as he was told. The several balls of light in front of him disappeared, and a huge diagram appeared once again. There were many tiny light spots on the diagram, making Xiaohua confused. Beside him, Fan Riguan said in a low voice, Daoist Master Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to use your immortal power here. As he spoke, he pointed at an extremely small light dot on the left side of the diagram. Xiaohua very strangely sent his spirit energy to that light dot. Immediately after, several fist-sized words flew out from the diagram. It was Jingfanqi. This is the place where this lowly, secular people live. Fan Riguan smiled apologetically. Chapter 13:10. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. He now understood that the second image that appeared just now should be the image of the entire western part of Jinghua City. The countless tiny dots of light were also the places that the shuttle could reach. However, it seems that there are no dots of light around Jingfanqi. Moreover, this area is especially big. It takes up almost 60% of the western part of the city. Xiaohua was a little confused. He pointed at the area and asked, Jen, these places can't be reached by shuttle? Reporting to Daoist Xiao, the place that Daoist Xiao pointed to just now is the only place where the shuttle can reach Jingfanqi. Any further inside is where the people of the secular world live. The shuttle can't enter. The shuttle can't enter such a big place? Xiaohua asked curiously. Exactly. The people of the secular world can't be compared to the immortals. Jingfanqi is surrounded by an immortal array. No one without an immortal talisman can come out. This is also the reason why my mother can't personally come to thank Daoist Xiao. Fan Riguan explained. Moreover, there are many people of the secular world in the western part of the city. I'm afraid there are more of them than the immortals. That's why they occupy most of the western part of the city. I see. Xiaohua nodded. He then looked at the shuttle and said, Now that we know the place, how should I steer the shuttle? The shuttle doesn't need to be controlled by the immortals. You just need to choose the place you want to go, then use your immortal energy to activate the immortal stones that were placed on the shuttle. The shuttle will follow the route set by Jinghua City and fly to the place you want to go. I see. That's not bad. Xiaohua was still worrying about how to not get lost. When he heard this, he laughed and sent his immortal energy into the groove where the immortal stones were. As expected, the shuttle moved slowly. Then, it gradually accelerated and flew over the lake toward the western part of the city. Xiaohua stood on the shuttle. The light blue brilliance blocked all the waves and gales outside. Moreover, the shuttle was unusually stable. There were no bumps. It was no different from standing on the ground. This shuttle is really strange. If it's just one or two, then that's fine. They're just ordinary magic tools. But what's rare is that all the lakes in Jinghua City are filled with shuttles. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them? Xiaohua's mind had already calmed down. He looked at the shuttle under his feet with interest, as well as the many different colored shuttles on the lake. Although the surface of the lake was vast, there were even more shuttles. Within a radius of about 10 zhang around Xiaohua, there were 2 shuttles moving in the same direction. From time to time, there would be shuttles flashing past Xiaohua's left side, either in front of the shuttles or behind the shuttles. Their speed was extremely fast, and the distance of 10 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. Many times, Xiaohua felt that they would collide with each other. Seeing Xiaohua clench his fists, Fan Riguan behind him takes half a step forward and says in a low voice, Daoist Master Xiao, don't be afraid, this shuttle's route is already fixed, all the shuttles won't collide with each other. Why would I be afraid? who was just admiring the scenery of Jinghua City. Can't you slow down a bit? Xiaohua wouldn't admit it. He only smiles and says, but before he can finish, a shuttle suddenly appears in front of his eyes, giving him a fright. Fan Riguan smiles and doesn't say anything. Jen, tell I about Jinghua City. Xiaohua feels that he can't hold his face and asks. Yes, Daoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan smiles and answers respectfully. However, this little one is only a mortal in Jinghua City. I only know that there are 2 old immortals in Jinghua City. One is old immortal Mu Chang, the other is the city lord of Jinghua City, immortal Lu Yichuan. These 2 old immortals have been in charge of Jinghua City for several hundred years. As for other things, this little one doesn't know much about the matters of the immortals. I heard a lot from the immortals in the inn, so I'm afraid I can't get to the point. You can say whatever you want, I can also listen. Xiaohua says. Yes, this little one lives in the west of Jinghua City. My parents died when I was young. Fan Riguan knows that Xiaohua wants to know more, so he tells him everything he knows bit by bit. As it turns out, Jinghua City is divided into 4 areas, namely the west, east, south, and north of the city. The west of the city is for the common people to live in. There are about 1 million people there. Every year, Jinghua City will send special disciples to the west of the city to select children around 6 years old who can cultivate. They will be accepted as disciples of Jinghua City, and the families of these disciples will be moved to the east of the city. Naturally, the life in the east of the city and the west of the city is very different. Every person in the west of the city hopes that they can raise a child who can become a disciple of Jinghua City so that they can live a life like an immortal. Because Jinghua City is very big, many things are not necessarily done by disciples with high cultivation. Therefore, even if a considerable number of disciples can't set foot in the 3rd level of qi refining, they are different from the cultivation sections. Their cultivation is not abolished and they are chased down the mountain, but they are made disciples who do odd jobs. However, disciples who can pass the 3rd level of qi refining have their families in the east of the city, and their families will have a new residence, so they will be separated from the other disciples who do odd jobs. Of course, there are also many places in Jinghua City that need the common people to work. These opportunities are open to the common people in the west of the city at any time. Fan Riguan belongs to this kind of people. He stands out among the common people in the west of the city and has the opportunity to serve the immortals in the Flying Fish Inn in the south of the city. Fan Riguan doesn't know much about the north and south of Jinghua City. He only knows that the south of the city is a place where low-level cultivators move. Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators can only stay in the south of the city. Only high-level cultivators, Oris core stage and above, can enter the north of the city. As for what the north of the city looks like, Fan Riguan has no idea at all. After all, those who stay in the Flying Fish Inn are all rogue cultivators or qi refining stage cultivators like Xiaohua. They have no chance to enter the north of the city, so it is impossible for them to talk about it. However, Fan Riguan has heard from the 10th level qi refining stage shopkeeper of the Flying Fish Inn that the north of the city seems to be abnormally rich in spiritual qi of heaven and earth. At the same time, it is also the place where the leader of Jinghua City is located. According to Fan Riguan, entering Jinghua City was also based on one's cultivation level. Xiaohua entered through the southern city gate. Mortals couldn't enter or leave, but cultivators could enter or leave as long as they were cultivators. As for the other city gates, aura refining and foundation building cultivators couldn't enter or leave. Moreover, the 4 areas of Jinghua City are protected by their own immortal formations. Random people have to check their cultivation. If they don't meet the requirements, they will have to force their way in. The disciples of Jinghua City can punish them according to the city rules. Fan Riguan said a lot of bits and pieces, and Xiaohua listened to them one by one. When they talked about cultivation, Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled and said, "That's right, what's the deal with the camouflage of Qiqiao sect? Where can I buy it?" Camouflage? Fan Riguan was surprised at first, but then he understood. He smiled apologetically and said, "That's what the immortals use." Naturally, you have to buy it from Qiqiao Sek's shop in the north of the city. Didn't you say that only golden core stage cultivators can go to the north of the city? I see a lot of cultivators wearing camouflage in the south of the city. Let me tell you, Daoist Xiao. Qiqiao Sek's camouflage is very precious. According to many immortals, it has many functions and is very expensive. I'm afraid you have to use some top-grade immortal stones to buy it. What? Top-grade spirit stones? Xiao Hua was shocked. Aren't there only low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade spirit stones? Fan Riguan shook his head blankly. I don't know about that. After all, I only heard about it from rumors. Then he explained, however, according to what I know, other than Qiqiao Sek's camouflage, many other sects have also introduced similar things. They are also called camouflage, and the price is also much lower. If Daoist Xiao wants to hide your identity, you might as well consider these camouflage. But compared to Qiqiao Sek's camouflage, what's the difference? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. How could a mortal like Fan Riguan know about this? Sure enough, Fan Riguan smiled apologetically and said, I don't know the specific differences. I only know that there are differences in concealing immortals' cultivation and appearance. Appearance? Xiao Hua nodded. Then according to what you know, it should be able to conceal one's appearance, right? Of course. Concealing one's appearance is the most basic. Otherwise, how could it be called a camouflage? Fan Riguan saw that Xiao Hua was very interested and knew what he was thinking. He said, these camouflage can be bought from Qiqiao Sek's shop or from other sects' shops. Of course, the other sects' camouflage won't be as expensive as Qiqiao Sek's. Moreover, you can occasionally find camouflage in trading markets or trading gatherings. However, it all depends on luck. I heard that the items used for trading are extremely rare and not easy to find. If Daoist Xiao wants to get a cheap camouflage, I'm afraid you'll have to go to trading gatherings. Xiao Hua nodded. He already understood that the camouflage was extremely difficult for him to obtain. He only had 100 or so middle-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Hua glanced at the rapidly receding scene on the shore of the lake and asked, Can you talk about the matter of your wife and your daughter? So that I can have a plan in mind? This. Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment and nodded. The matter of my wife and daughter, I actually already knew about it before I entered the Zhu family. Oh, right, my wife and mother are both surnamed Zhu. I can be considered to have married into the family. My daughter is also surnamed Zhu. Xiao Hua listened and nodded slightly. However, at this moment, the entire shuttle suddenly shook violently. A huge wave of water violently threw the shuttle into the air. Not to mention Fan Riguan, even Xiao Hua was caught off guard and lost his balance. He curled up and crashed into the light barrier in front of him. Chapter 13:11. While Xiao Hua was asking about Fan Riguan, the shuttle under his feet was suddenly lifted up by the huge waves on the lake and thrown high into the air. Xiao Hua himself was also thrown straight towards the light shield on the opposite side. Similarly, Fan Riguan was also thrown towards him from the opposite direction. The two people were inevitably going to collide in midair. If it was an ordinary cultivator, let alone a second-level qi refining cultivator, even if it was a foundation establishment cultivator, under the situation where they didn't use their transcendence energy, wouldn't they also be flustered and barely mobilize their transcendence energy to cast a spell? Even if they could save themselves, Fan Riguan probably couldn't save them. Xiao Hua was different. In a hurry, he didn't have time to take out a flying talisman from his storage pouch. He also didn't have any technique to float in the air. Although he was a little busy, his hands and feet weren't slow at all. It was simply faster than he thought. It was unknown what Xiao Hua's hands and feet did, but his whole body immediately recovered its balance. Moreover, when Fan Riguan was about to crash into him, Xiao Hua slightly raised his hand and grabbed Fan Riguan's neck. His hand gently stopped Fan Riguan from flying diagonally. Then, Xiao Hua's figure lightly floated to the ground. Fan Riguan's face was pale as he stood steadily on the flying shuttle in the air. Xiaohua's series of movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, as if he didn't see the smoke and fire of the mortal world. It was as if there was a spell activated by transcendence energy. As soon as he stepped on the shuttle, Fan Riguan hurriedly thanked him. Before he could finish speaking, there was a pa sound and the shuttle fell on the lake again. It violently undulated up and down, but it didn't float forward even half an inch. What's going on? Xiaohua raised his head in surprise. The entire lake was still rippling. There were many different colored shuttles around Xiaohua, but like Xiaohua, they only undulated in place and didn't float. Ah Zhen, do you know what's going on? Xiaohua asked curiously. This little one doesn't know. This little one is sitting on very few immortal things. Just as Fan Riguan was replying, the light shield above the shuttle scattered down, revealing Xiaohua and Fan Riguan on the surface of the lake. A burst of water vapor and a gust of wind blew over, making Xiaohua and Fan Riguan's faces wet, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. At this time, about 10 feet in front of the shuttle, a water curtain slowly rose up. A Jinghua city disciple's figure appeared in the water curtain. Fellow Daoists, our city lord is accompanying a distinguished guest on a tour of Jinghua City. Please wait a moment. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. A clear and melodious voice came from the water curtain, echoing in Xiaohua's ears. Honored guest sightseeing? Xiaohua frowned, immediately recalling the warning he received from the Jinghua city disciple on the street just now. Before he could think about it carefully, a string of music that made one feel relaxed and happy came from extremely far away. At first, it was as soft as a mosquito, but soon after, it became louder, as if many people were playing a celestial song in front of him. However, even if Xiaohua used his eyes, he still could not find the source of this celestial music. Over there. Although he couldn't see anything unusual with his naked eyes, Xiaohua still raised his eyes and looked towards the north. He saw a tricolored light slowly flying over from the north. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but in a flash, it was already in front of him. It was a dragon-shaped flying boat. The flying boat was quite tall, but it was transparent. The people on the flying boat could be seen clearly by the people in the lake, as if the flying boat didn't exist. The flying boat wasn't flying in the sky. Below the flying boat, there were several feet of clouds floating above the lake. The clouds flowed more rapidly than the water, pushing the flying boat forward rapidly. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen clearly that there were more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators standing on the dragon head of the flying boat. Each of them held a sword-shaped magic tool in their hands. Their faces were tense as they looked forward. There were also cultivators on both sides of the flying boat, but these cultivators' magic tools were in the shape of a Rui scepter. In the center of these cultivators was an enormous platform. On the platform, there were several beautiful women with graceful figures. Their cultivations were also at the late stage of qi refining and early stage of foundation establishment. They either held a feather fan in their hands or a wine jug in their hands. They clustered around 3 people sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform. Looking at the 3 people, the one at the top was an old man with white hair and a red face. He wore a purple-red Daoist robe and sat very casually. He held a strange golden wine cup in his left hand and pointed at something in the lake with his right hand. This old man was the famous Old Man Mu Chang of Jinghua City. On Old Man Mu Chang's left hand was an extremely handsome boy. He wore a luxurious robe, his face was as white as jade, and he had a purple gold crown on his head. He was holding a bunch of spirit fruits that looked like grapes in his hand and carefully tasting them with an expressionless face. This almost young boy was the city lord of Jinghua City, Lu Yichuan. Looking at the opposite side of city lord Lu, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He had a horse face with many pockmarks on his face. In the middle of the pockmarks was a very conspicuous brandy nose. It was the 3rd elder of the Blue Li sect, Daoist Master Zhuoming. At this time, Daoist Master Zhuoming was also holding a wine cup in his hand. His Daoist robe was open at his chest, and he seemed to be drinking to his heart's content. His gaze was directed at the direction Old Man Mu Chang was pointing at. Xiaohua looked from afar and thought to himself, this is the so-called nascent soul cultivator? Looks like it's just strange, but there's nothing special about it? Xiaohua had just thought of this when an incomparably majestic pressure pressed down on him like a mountain and like a huge wave hitting the shore. In an instant, Xiaohua felt that his entire body was incomparably heavy. That pressure pressed down on his entire body. Even his fingers and toes were unable to move a single inch. What's more, Xiaohua's mind was as if exposed. His mouth and nose were immersed in the pressure, making him unable to think, unable to breathe. With a plop sound, behind Xiaohua, the mortal Fan Riguan had long been unable to resist the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. He shouted, "Old Immortal," and couldn't help but kneel on the ground, truly prostrating himself on all fours. This is the divine ability of a nascent soul cultivator? It's simply unbelievable. Xiaohua, who had some doubts just now, was completely shocked in his heart. There was no need to talk about fighting. Just based on this pressure, Xiaohua believed that as long as the 3 people on the dragon boat wanted his life, they only needed to wave their hands and he definitely wouldn't have any strength to fight back. Not to mention me, even if the sect master were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for them in 3 rounds. Xiaohua had already deeply understood the fearsomeness of a nascent soul cultivator. At the same time, he also understood that when Xiao Yuehong mentioned the nascent soul sect masters of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi, his tone was filled with admiration, jealousy, and a bit of fear. Foundation establishment. Gold core. Compared to the nascent soul stage, the difference was really too great. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a burst of blazing passion, as if he had seen some hope. That's right, it's exactly like this. It's precisely because of this cultivation that I can avenge the sect master. I can move unhindered in this whatever country of Xi, in this whatever continent of dawn reign. Only then can I possibly find my own origin and origin. Xiaohua let out a cry from his heart. Sect master, this disciple finally understands your words. Only by becoming a great cultivator can I have my own freedom and do whatever I want. Rest assured, this disciple will definitely not be afraid of hardships and dangers. I will definitely use all my means to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. I will definitely personally crush the 100 Herbs sect, Jiang Fan, Jiang Jiantong, and the others to death one by one, so as to avenge you and let you rest in peace in the underworld. The dragon boat was moving extremely fast. Xiaohua had just seen the 3 nascent soul cultivators on the dragon boat and was thinking so much in his heart when the dragon boat had already flown past Xiaohua's shuttle boat at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the extremely terrifying pressure was like the receding tide of the sea, suddenly disappearing. Xiaohua felt his body become lighter and his heart also relaxed. When he turned his head to look again, the 3-colored flying boat had already gradually moved further away and could only be vaguely seen. The head of a dragon can be seen but the tail cannot be seen, isn't this what it looks like? Xiaohua sighed with emotion. With a pu sound, the light blue light around the shuttle once again rose up and surrounded the entire shuttle. It slightly shook a few times and just like before, the shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the surface of the lake, all the shuttles also began to move as if nothing had happened just a moment ago. Behind Xiaohua, Fan Riguan was still lying on the ground. His shoulders were slightly trembling, and he still hadn't escaped from the fright from a moment ago. Xiaohua knew that the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was extremely powerful. It must have left an extremely deep impression in Fan Riguan's heart. In a short period of time, he probably wouldn't be able to recover his previous state of mind. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Looking ahead, his heart once again surged with monstrous waves. I naturally want to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, but the current situation is extremely bad. I only have the cultivation method of the 2nd level of qi refining. If I want to continue cultivating, I need to find the cultivation method for the future. Let's not talk about the cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage. I must obtain the cultivation method for the 12th level of qi refining. But cultivation methods are incomparably precious in the country of Xi. Usually, I may not be able to obtain it. No, I definitely can't obtain it. And, if I enter another sect, my aptitude seems strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy. So, Heaven's Forsaken seems to be the only way out right now. As long as I can pass Senior Qing's test on the art of talisman crafting, I can obtain the cultivation method for the 5th level of qi refining. This young master can even refine a high-grade fireball talisman, not to mention a low-grade one. Ah? Oh no, how could I be so muddle-headed? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Although he could refine a high-grade fireball talisman, this kind of miraculous method, could he display it in front of others? If he wanted to enter Heaven's Forsaken, his only chance was to use a talisman brush to refine a low-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 13:12. Although Xiaohua can refine high-grade fireball talismans, he absolutely can't let others know about this. After all, his method of refining yellow talismans is somewhat unimaginable. He can only use talisman brushes to refine low-grade fireball talismans in order to meet the requirements of joining Tianqi. Alas, it's really like drawing legs on a snake. Xiaohua rubbed his chin, unconsciously smiling bitterly as he said, forcefully returning that low-grade talisman brush to Senior Tian was precisely to make him believe that the high-grade fireball talisman wasn't refined by himself. This lack of confidence isn't ordinary at all. Now, I've lost 20 low-grade spirit stones for no reason, and now I have to buy a low-grade talisman brush. I'm just finding something for myself to do. Forget it, don't think so much first. When I return to the southern part of the city tomorrow, I'd better find a shop to buy a talisman brush. If Tianqi sends a summoning talisman and I can't refine yellow talismans normally, then it'll be troublesome. Right? My cultivation relied on the Peiyuan pill to push from the first layer of the aura refining realm to the second layer of the aura refining realm. Taking the Peiyuan pill is equivalent to 12 years of bitter cultivation. If I go from the second layer of the aura refining realm to the third layer of the aura refining realm, how many years of bitter cultivation do I have to take? Can I still use the Peiyuan pill? Xiaohua frowns and thinks. Shanghuaming is already gone, and everything in Yellow Flower Ridge has been taken away by my enemy. I can't easily get pills anymore. If I want to take pills, I'll have to rely on myself. And, since I can refine yellow talismans that I've never learned before, then I think about the extremely familiar spells in Xihua Peak's pill room. Presumably, I can also refine pills. Even if I can't refine pills now, I still have to collect as many pill recipes as I can. I need to collect things for pill refining in the future. Loose cultivators, everything depends on oneself. Everything is cruel. Right, 100 Peak. Kai Wuxia's matter, do I still have to go? Xiaohua thought about the matter of cultivation techniques, then he thought about Kai Wuxia and the 100 Peak. Previously, I had a disciple of the sect. The sect head had a cultivation technique, so I naturally didn't need to go to the 100 Peak and risk my life. But now, I've already become a loose cultivator, and I'm even inferior to Kai Wuxia. If I can go to 1000 Peak and coincidentally obtain Old Man 1000 Zhang's inheritance, wouldn't I no longer have to rack my brains to find all the cultivation methods in the future? But Kai Wuxia is at the 5th level of qi refining. She also needs a technique like this. She must have noticed that my cultivation base is too low to compete with hers, so she invited me to go with her. Even if I have a secret technique to break through her cultivation base, she already knows about it. She'll definitely be on her guard. How could I possibly have an advantage? Since you can't snatch it from him, why should you destroy the trust that the two of you have worked so hard to build? Sigh, forget it, I won't go. In any case, my cultivation speed is too slow. Just relying on Tianqi's cultivation method is more than enough. Why should I think about other things? If Kai Wuxia's luck is good, then I'll let her obtain Old Man 1000 Zhang's inheritance and revitalize their Kai family of Luyang. His eyes blankly stared at the lingering mist in front of him. His eyes gradually became clear. Everyone's cultivation path has its own characteristics. Simply copying another person's path may not necessarily be successful. I must have my own path. All of a sudden, Xiaohua became extremely interested in the reward that Fan Riguan's mother wanted to give him. He didn't know what it was, and he also didn't know if it would have any effect on his cultivation. He turned his head to look at Fan Riguan. Although he had already stood up from the ground, his eyes were still somewhat lifeless. The pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was still too shocking for ordinary people. Without a period of time to recover, Fan Riguan's mind wouldn't be able to escape from the shock. For a moment, Xiaohua also didn't want to ask him anything. Just like this, the two of them remained silent, allowing the shuttle to quickly advance on the surface of the lake. Time passed very quickly. When the bright red sun set in the west, a black line appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was precisely the end of the lake. That black line was getting closer, when he could clearly see that it was the countless houses built along the lakeside. Turning his head to look at Fan Riguan, Xiaohua thought for a moment. He slightly frowned and shouted with a trace of magic power in his voice, "Ah, Jen, ah!" When the wooden chicken Fan Riguan heard Xiaohua's shout, he suddenly woke up with a start. His sluggish eyes faintly moved and regained some spirit. Immediately after, he looked left and right in panic and said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, have the old immortals all left?" "Then they've left." Xiaohua nodded. He finally understood the almighty power of cultivators. That's good, that's good." Fan Riguan extended his hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He said in shame, "When I was talking to Daoist Xiao just now, I was careless and directly called out City Lord Lu's name. Just now, City Lord Lu actually found out. Although he was magnanimous and didn't blame me, I was warned by City Lord Lu's anger in my heart. In the future, I won't dare to be so rude." That's fine." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. How could Lu Yichuan know that Fan Riguan had mentioned his name? It was only because Fan Riguan was under Lu Yichuan's pressure that a flaw appeared in his mind. He had a guilty conscience. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. The ancient saying is correct. Xiaohua naturally thought of his low-grade talisman pen. "All right, City Lord Lu has already forgiven you. You don't have to blame yourself. Let's see if this is Jing Fanqi." Xiaohua smiled and pointed forward. So fast. Fan Riguan was stunned. He raised his head and looked. Unconsciously, his face was filled with joy. "Daoist Xiao, you know that this is Jing Fanqi." Xiaohua listened and didn't say anything. He folded his hands and looked at the gradually approaching lake. Jing Fanqi's lake was extremely large. The shore couldn't be seen with a single glance. However, apart from Xiaohua's shuttle, no other shuttle was approaching. It was obvious that this was a rare sight. "Daoist Xiao, this is the place where mortals like me live. In the past, only when Jinghua City came to select disciples, the immortals would come here. Yesterday, an immortal. I didn't know that they came directly to Jing Fanqi. It was only because of my earnest request that they sent me back." Fan Riguan explained as the shuttle reached the shore. Looking at the empty lake shore, he explained. And Xiaohua nodded. Seeing the shuttle's light screen descend, he jumped out of the shuttle. His figure was very agile. Xiaohua was in midair. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Just now, when the shuttle hit the huge wave, he didn't use any magic power. Even under that kind of situation, he was still able to nimbly swim in midair. He even caught Fan Riguan with great ease. That feeling, it was as if he had another kind of divine ability. Oh, it was as if he had another kind of ability. He didn't think about it before. Now that he thought about it, it was really a little mysterious. There are still a lot of things that can be discovered from me." After Xiaohua landed on the ground, he shook his head slightly. When he turned his head back, Fan Riguan also jumped down from the shuttle. In a hurry, the surface of the lake below the shuttle was the same as when the shuttle appeared. Countless bubbles gushed out, and then a light blue brilliance appeared, and the shuttle disappeared. Casually glancing at the similar pillar beside him, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Ah, Jen, this is your home. You should act as the host." Of course. Daoist Xiao, Please follow me. Fan Riguan smiled. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, his eyes showed a trace of warmth. He quickly stepped forward and led Xiaohua inside. There was still some distance between the buildings on the shore, and this empty space didn't have any traces of people. The two walked quickly for a moment and approached the buildings. Reflecting the setting sun in the west, Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He very keenly saw that several zhang ahead, there was a thin light screen that separated the sunlight into 7 colors. Suddenly, Xiaohua came to a realization. He recalled that when he fainted on Xihua Peak, some things had happened in the space behind his head. Bone refining 7 colors, could it be related to the 7 colors in this light? Daoist Xiao, in front of us is Jing Fanqi's immortal formation. Without the immortal residence issued by Jinghua City, no mortal can pass through. Fan Riguan, who was walking in front of Xiaohua, stopped and turned back. However, for an immortal elder like Daoist Xiao, this immortal formation is ineffective. Please rest assured. Oh? Is that so? Xiaohua discovered that as long as it was an array formation in Jinghua City, there would always be some Jinghua City disciples hidden. Therefore, he wouldn't easily reveal that he had seen the array formation. Then, your yellow talisman. Did you get it from the Flying Fish Inn? Hehe, Daoist Xiao, you can't get the immortal talisman from Flying Fish Inn to enter Jing Fanqi. I got it from Jinghua City near Flying Fish Inn. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded. With quick steps, the two arrived in front of the formation. Fan Riguan didn't stop. He didn't take out any yellow talisman and was about to pass through the formation. Xiaohua was about to stop him when he saw a burst of light flowing on the light screen. An old man of about 40 years old appeared on the light screen. That old man was wearing the disciple's uniform of Jinghua City. His divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. Then, he said with some surprise, "Fellow Daoist, why did you come to Jing Fanqi of Jinghua City?" Before Xiaohua could say anything, Fan Riguan, who had already passed through the light screen, immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, old immortal. I invited Daoist Xiao to treat my wife and daughter." "Shut up. Who asked you to speak?" The old man shouted angrily like a clap of thunder. Fan Riguan was shocked. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. That old man's cultivation was at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. His angry shout also gave Xiaohua a fright. Xiaohua also hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets Senior." You have the ability to treat illnesses?" The old man's voice was full of contempt. "Old immortal." Fan Riguan was about to speak again, but how could Xiaohua allow him to speak? He hurriedly interjected, "Senior, this one should still go and take a look. Whether or not it can be cured, it's still up to fate." Chapter 13:13. You're just a junior in the second layer of qi refining, how can you be so powerful? The old man said coldly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior heard from Fan Riguan that as long as one is a cultivator, one can enter Jing Fan Qi. Although Junior is only in the second layer of qi refining and my cultivation is shallow, I can still be considered to have stepped into the door of cultivation. Could it be that Junior can't enter?" My Jinghua City naturally has this kind of rule. However, since I am guarding this area, of course I have to make decisions for the people of my Jinghua City. I can't let anyone who is harmful to my people enter. The old man's tone was a little angry. What harmful person? It's just that this young master's cultivation is shallow. Xiaohua's heart was like a mirror. He chuckled and cupped his hands and said, "Junior is from a medical family. Since young, I have been identifying medicinal herbs with this grandfather and learning medical skills. It's also because of this background that I was chosen by the sect and accepted into the sect. However, because Junior is too immersed in this, my cultivation has been slow to improve. I've let Senior see a joke." Alas, Xiaohua's lies at this time, one after another. He didn't even need to think about it in his heart, he just blurted it out directly. "So it's like this." The old man muttered to himself and stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Xiaohua was not timid. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man's distorted figure very calmly. Go, the old man waved his hand. His figure gradually rose and disappeared. Daoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan had been a waiter for many years. Just now, when he saw Xiao Hua stop him from saying that he had already cured his mother, he felt that there was something wrong. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Did I cause trouble for Senior Immortal?" "Oh, it's like this." When Xiao Hua heard Fan Riguan mention it, he sighed and said, "Although I'm the immortal elder you speak of, my actual cultivation is still not enough. Therefore, the matter of curing your mother's illness, and the matter of your wife and daughter, you must not tell anyone else. You have to know that this is not a good reputation for I, but a disaster for I." "Yes, I know. Before I came here, my mother had told me not to reveal anything." Xiao Qian in the inn. "Oh, the waiter like me asked, and I told him that you had nothing to do with my mother's illness." Fan Riguan said hurriedly, "It's just that just now. I was panicking so I almost said it." Xiao Hua understood Fan Riguan's urgency. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enter Jing Fan Chi's territory, so he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. I'm not from Jingwa City anyway. You can wait for 5 to 6 years. It won't be too late for you to wait until I leave." "No, I swear that I will never say it again," Fan Riguan said resolutely. That's good." Xiao Hua understood in his heart that cultivators had countless ways to make him talk, but the problem was, who would be so bored? "Oh right, this Madame Fan Riguan's mother, what kind of person is she?" Unexpectedly, her mind is so meticulous. She seems to have some understanding of the world of cultivators. Xiao Hua thought. However, Jingbo City is a place of cultivators. Jingbo City often chooses disciples from Jing Fan Chi, so it's normal for her to know the cruelty of cultivators. "Let's go, your family must be waiting anxiously." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Yes, please follow me, Daoist Xiao." Fan Riguan's face was filled with gratitude as he bowed and asked Xiao Hua to follow him. After walking for a while with Fan Riguan, the two figures gradually disappeared into a cluster of buildings. As Xiao Hua gradually went deeper, he also looked at the surroundings with interest. This was a place that looked like a town. The streets were very small, completely different from the streets in other parts of Jingwa City. On both sides of the street were houses and shops, which was not much different from what Xiao Hua had imagined. Moreover, there were more and more people in the surroundings. They all looked like ordinary people, and there were different kinds of people. This was a secular town. Although Xiao Hua was wearing an ordinary Daoist robe and there was nothing special about it among cultivators, in this secular town, it was out of place. In addition, he was very tall, so when he walked in the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Everyone could see him early on, especially that big bald head. The attitude of the crowd made Xiao Hua feel a little strange. When these people saw him, they were all very respectful. Many of them also stopped and cupped their hands to salute him. Xiao Hua also smiled and saluted at first, but later on, there were too many people. He really couldn't cope with them, so he could only smile and nod. Fortunately, these people's eyes were full of reverence. After saluting him, they all left. They didn't crowd around him like stars surrounding the moon. Presumably, Jing Fan Chi also had no lack of cultivators coming here. "Daoist Xiao, please come this way." Fan Riguan walked in front of Xiao Hua. His face was very proud. When they reached a not too small street, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. He was also very happy in his heart. This kind of respect made him feel quite emotional. Ever since he started cultivating, he was always looked down upon by others. When had he ever received this kind of treatment? The street wasn't too deep. Some men and women walked out. When they saw Fan Riguan, they all greeted him warmly. When they saw Xiao Hua, they were even more surprised. They respectfully stood at the side and asked Xiao Hua to go first. When they reached the end of the street, there was a not too big courtyard. A fuzzy, kind face faintly flashed in Xiao Hua's mind. Xiaohua had never thought that the address, grandmother, would have such a great effect on him. This is my grandma? The face in his mind was a little fuzzy and not clear. Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly no matter how hard he tried. The old woman ignored Zhu Shi, and stepped forward. She trembled and was about to kneel down and salute. Zhu Shi greets Daoist Xiao. Thank you Daoist Xiao for saving my life. Xiaohua was originally in a daze. He only woke up when he heard the voice. Seeing the old woman about to kneel down, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly supported her and said, I don't dare. Grandma is much older than I. How can you salute I? Moreover, I didn't mean to save you. I don't dare to accept such a big salute. Daoist Xiao, you are a Daoist Xiao. You can't talk about age with us mortals. Moreover, whether you did it on purpose or not, it is a fact that Daoist Xiao saved me. If I don't personally thank you, I won't feel at ease. Looking at the old woman with white hair, wrinkles all over her face, and the sincere expression in her eyes, Xiaohua thought for a moment and sighed. He loosened his hand and said, If you want to thank me, it's better to go to the courtyard first. The old woman came to her senses and hurriedly said, Immortal elder is right, please. Chapter 13-14. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the courtyard first. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was very neat and tidy. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a flourishing parasol tree full of vitality. Behind the parasol tree was a central room with an open door. Next to the central room were several small rooms with their doors closed. Just by looking at the things in the courtyard, Xiaohua could see that Fan Riguan's family was well off. Daoist Xiao, please accept a bow from this old woman and her family. Without waiting for Xiaohua to understand his surroundings, the aged voice of the Zhu clan's old woman rang out behind him. When Xiaohua turned around, not only the Zhu clan's old woman, but also Fan Riguan's family of 3 were kneeling on the ground. Xiaohua leaned to one side. He really didn't want such an old woman to bow to him. Then, he hurried forward and single-handedly helped the old woman up. The old woman stood up under Xiaohua's unparalleled strength, and the middle-aged woman behind her also hurried forward to support her. The old woman let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, although this old woman is a layman, but I never wanted to take advantage of other people's kindness. Jen? He asked for an immortal pill in the inn. I didn't like that at all, but this is a junior's filial piety. This old woman can't stop him. Then, she lovingly looked at Fan Riguan and sincerely said to Xiaohua, Jen must have already told me a bit about what happened in the past. I won't hide it from Daoist Xiao. In this old woman's eyes, cultivators are the most stingy. For a little bit of benefit, they can draw their swords and even fight with their lives. Therefore, this old woman has never given them any extravagant hope. However, yesterday, Jen actually brought back an immortal pill and cured this old woman's chronic illness. This is really beyond my expectations. Daoist Zhao's noble character and unquestionable integrity, your magnanimity really made this old woman change her previous impression of cultivators. Alas, old woman's words also make I blush with shame. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Cultivators go against the will of the heavens. Everyone is trying to seize the first opportunity of the heavenly Tao. If someone is lenient, they will have to pay tens or hundreds of years of hard work. What's more, it could even be their life. No cultivator will lower their guard. Perhaps this is what Senior doesn't understand. When the old woman heard this, she smiled even more. Daoist Master Xiao, you're not that old, right? Xiaohua's face reddened slightly. I am already 20 years old, but my cultivation is still shallow. Just based on Daoist Zhao's generosity in giving me an immortal pill, even if my cultivation is low now, I'm sure I'll be able to reach the great Tao in the future. Old Zhu praised. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaohua cupped his hands and took out 2 top-grade parasol pills from his storage pouch. He handed them over and said, although I don't know why this pill can cure Elder's chronic illness, but since Jen's wife and daughter also need this pill, and I have received their thanks, Elder, please accept these 2 pills. The old woman looked at the sycamore pill in Xiaohua's hand, Her eyes filled with joy. Her lips trembled slightly as she stretched out her hand, seemingly hesitating. Elder, there's no harm in accepting it. The significance of this pill is far greater than its medicinal effect. Since it can save 2 lives, I am still willing to take it out. Xiao Hua handed over the pills to the old woman. AI, Daoist Master Xiao is so righteous. This old woman really admires you. This matter concerns my Zhu family's descendants. This old woman doesn't dare to be unreasonable. Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao. The old woman sighed and held the parasol pill in her hand trembling. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt a burst of comfort in his heart. It was the kind of comfort of accumulating merit. Zhen, since Daoist Master Xiao is giving the pill, you take Xiao Feng and and let them take the pill first. This old woman will accompany Daoist Master Xiao here. The old woman raised her hand and handed the parasol pill to Fan Riguan. Mother, it's already late. Daoist Master Xiao wants to stay in our house. The place hasn't been cleaned yet. How can you take the pill in such a hurry? Moreover, there's still 20 to 30 years before the disease flares up. There's no need to rush. Fan Riguan was somewhat embarrassed. That's right, Daoist Master Xiao, please don't blame me. This stubborn disease has been troubling my Zhu family for who knows how many generations. This old woman suddenly found a way and lost her sense of propriety. The old woman said apologetically, then waved her hand and said, Feng, quickly take out the immortal fruits in the house and let Daoist Master Xiao taste them. Yes, mother. The middle-aged woman hurriedly responded and went to the central room. Fan Riguan said in a low voice, Mother, aren't you going to invite Daoist Master Xiao into the house? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Let's do it under this parasol tree. I feel a little familiar here. All right, Zhen, quickly bring out the table and chairs. Not long after, a square table and 2 chairs were moved under the parasol tree. A plate of strange fruits was also placed on the table. Daoist Master Xiao, this is a special product of my Jingfan Qi. The immortals of Jinghua City often come to pick it. This old woman specially asked Feng, buy some for Daoist Master Xiao to taste. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua smiled and picked up a jujube-like spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. The spirit fruit didn't have any spirit energy, but it tasted very good and was extremely refreshing. After casually eating too, Xiao Hua saw Zhu drooling and licking her lips. He smiled and pushed the rest to the side of the table and said, Little guy, I will treat you to some spirit fruits. Immortal Elder is so unreasonable. This is what Grandma bought with the immortal stones at home to treat you to. It is originally my family's food. How can you treat me to it? Zhu Shu'er saw that Xiao Hua was like a big brother next to her, far from the seriousness of an immortal elder, so she was a little scared. Shut up. The old woman scolded and then smiled apologetically. Could it be that Daoist Master Xiao doesn't like these immortal fruits? This old woman will send Zhen to buy some more. No need, old woman. These spirit fruits I like very much, but I will just eat a little, no need to trouble you anymore. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and said, It's better to let Zhen's wife and take the elixir earlier, so that you can be at ease. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, All right, let them go in and take the elixir. This old woman will accompany the immortal elder to explain the whole story. And that's how it should be. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said. Then, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and a strange idea appeared in his mind. He stretched out his hand and said, Come here, let I see what's wrong with you. You have. Zhu Shiyer's little face was red, but she didn't say the last word. Go, listen to Daoist Master Xiao. The old woman scolded. Zhu Shiyer felt very wronged, but she didn't dare to refute. She slowly moved over. Xiao Hua smiled and handed a slender spirit fruit to her, and said with a smile, You can eat this spirit fruit, just stretch out your right hand. Zhu Shiyer was only a 5-year-old child. She took the spirit fruit in one hand and threw away her unhappiness. She happily stretched out her lotus root-like right arm. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his right hand's index finger and middle finger, and put it on Zhu Shi's wrist where her pulse was. He closed his eyes as if he was thinking. The old woman stared at Xiaohua's face, paying attention to the changes in his expression. Sure enough, Xiaohua's face was as heavy as water, then slightly frowned, and after half a cup of tea, it became gloomy again. Seeing this, the old woman was not surprised, but happy, and her eyes lit up. When Xiaohua took his hand away from Zhu Shi's arm, the old woman asked, "Daoist Master Xiao, did you notice anything? Please stretch out your right arm." Xiaohua said with a smile. The old woman did as she was told, and Xiaohua did the same as before, but his expression was the opposite. He didn't frown. "Okay, Jen, you take your wife and your daughter to the room to take the elixir." Xiaohua withdrew his hand and said, "If the elixir works, this Zhu family's chronic illness can be cured." Fan Riguan's face was full of surprise, and he cupped his hands and said, "Then, I was rude. Go, the earlier you take the elixir, the earlier you can feel at ease." Xiaohua didn't mind, and Zhu Feng, who was standing behind Fan Riguan, also bowed and followed Fan Riguan into the room with Zhu Shi. "Daoist Master Xiao, please bring in some more spirit fruit and listen to this old woman." The old woman pushed the spirit fruit over again, and said with a smile, "I wonder if Daoist Master Xiao knows about talismans?" "Talismans?" Xiaohua frowned, shook his head and said, "I's cultivation is shallow, I don't know about talismans." "It's not that Daoist Master Xiao's cultivation is shallow, this talisman has been lost in the Xiaoyu continent for a long time. If it wasn't for my Zhu family suffering from this insidious talisman, how could this old woman know?" "Old woman?" Xiaohua listened to the old woman of the Zhu family talk, and it was simply more than what he knew. He couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The old woman of the Zhu family seemed to know what Xiaohua was thinking. She took out a very thick book from her bosom, handed it over and said with a smile, "This is my Zhu family's most precious heirloom. It records the deeds of my Zhu family's ancestors, some matters of the Xiaoyu continent, the misfortune of my Zhu family suffering from the talisman, and some of my many years of experience in breaking the talisman." Xiaohua took it and casually flipped through it. This was a book made of silk of an unknown material, and there were a lot of small words written inside. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully and handed it over again, and said with a smile, "Since it's the Zhu family's heirloom, I won't look at it anymore." "Hee, Daoist Master Xiao is really a gentleman." The old woman smiled but didn't take it and continued, "This isn't the most important thing. The most important thing about this book is that it was left behind by the ancestors of the Zhu family. My Zhu family was also a cultivator of the Xiaoyu continent several thousand years ago. This book hides a great secret." "A great secret?" Xiaohua stared blankly and again looked at the unremarkable book in his hand. "This secret is related to cultivation. My Zhu family has long stopped being cultivators, so it's useless to take this book. Since Daoist Xiao helped my Zhu family get rid of the pain of the talisman, this book is my gift of thanks. I hope that Daoist Xiao will be able to comprehend the secret in this book soon and achieve a great divine ability." "Ah? So it's like this?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't think about the Zhu family's reward, but he definitely didn't think that they would give him a book. This book had been in the Zhu family's possession for several thousand years, and no one had been able to comprehend the great secret. He didn't think that he would have more luck than others. Compared to this unattainable great secret, he would rather get a simple third-layer qi refining technique. Chapter 13:15. Sitting under the parasol tree and looking at the thin twilight, Xiaohua frowned slightly as he listened to the old woman of the Zhu clan slowly talk about the Zhu clan's matters. It turns out that this Zhu clan existed several thousand years ago. Then, perhaps even longer. Anyway, the old woman of the Zhu clan wasn't too clear. At that time, the Zhu clan was also a famous cultivation clan on the Xiaoyu continent. But now, they only had a single descendant. Moreover, this descendant was only barely passed down. The fundamental reason for this was a charm that Xiaohua had never heard of before. The so-called talisman curse was not the same as the Chinese talisman curse. It was a kind of great magical power. It was cast by a person with great magical power to cast a spell that was similar to a curse on a person. This spell would take root in the person's body and cause a huge impact on the person's body and meridians, thus affecting the person's life. However, this was not the scariest thing about the talisman curse. The scariest thing about the talisman curse was that it could be passed down from generation to generation. Before the talisman curse was broken, all of the person's children and grandchildren would have this talisman curse in their bodies. And this kind of charm is also used on the person's children and grandchildren. The charm is a divine ability that Xiaohua has never heard of. Although the old woman of the Zhu clan was deeply harmed by it, she also can't explain it clearly. As for what kind of cultivation clan the Zhu clan used to be, how it flourished, how it declined, why a person with great divine ability cast the charm on it, and what this charm is specifically, the old woman of the Zhu clan isn't very clear. Perhaps it's because the truth has been annihilated in history, or perhaps it's because the Zhu clan's ancestors intentionally covered it up. Everything has become a story after several thousand years. Daoist Master Xiao, this charm is very insidious. My Zhu clan's descendants, regardless of whether they're male or female, will be implanted with this charm. This charm will only appear between the age of 40 and 50. First, a part of the body will feel pain, then this pain will slowly spread throughout the entire body. Along with the pain, their strength will also gradually decrease. In the end, they will lie on the bed and only have the strength to wail and die from the pain. The old woman of the Zhu clan's eyes showed fear. This old woman once saw father wail in pain for several days with my own eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to take poison and commit suicide. Alas, this old woman's father said that taking poison and committing suicide is the fate of my Zhu clan. This old woman has also prepared this item for herself. Alas, in order to continue the bloodline of the Zhu clan, if our Zhu clan has a male descendant, we naturally don't have to worry about it. If we have a female descendant, we will have to recruit a son-in-law. After marrying into the family, both the male and female descendants will have to take the Zhu clan surname. Zhen is the son-in-law that my daughter, Feng Er, found when she was young. I originally didn't want to tell him about this, but Zhen is very filial. When the curse on my body activated, he became very anxious and did everything he could to find a doctor to cure me. He even used his job at the inn to ask the immortals for pills. Actually, I already knew that if the immortal elders could break the curse with their immortal pills, they would have broken it thousands of years ago. Why would they wait until now? Last night, when he brought back Daoist Zhao's immortal pills, the old woman didn't believe it. However, even if she didn't have the slightest confidence, she still wouldn't take it herself. After all, if Qi Er took it, she wouldn't have to suffer from the curse anymore. Alas, although Qi Er didn't know about the curse, she was born filial. Unexpectedly, she wanted to give it to her mother. How could Feng Er have the heart to let the old woman take the poison and die? She even wanted to give it to the old woman. It was really difficult. This is because the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living things, and it benefits good people the most. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhu clan's people are all filial people, how would they know that this medicinal pill can break the sinister curse? Xiaohua said with a smile, "Good people will be rewarded, that's exactly what I meant." Daoist Xiao is right. Don't say that the will of the heavens is unpredictable, justice is in the hearts of people. The old woman also said with a smile, "If it weren't for Daoist Zhao's immortal pills, we wouldn't have been able to break the curse for thousands of years. Moreover, Daoist Xiao wouldn't have been able to touch a general if we give up the immortal pills. Our Zhu clan's book wouldn't have been able to find a fated person like Daoist Xiao." Boom. Just when Xiaohua heard the old woman's words, the space in his mind shook violently. A faint trace appeared under the starry sky. As for what it was, he couldn't see it clearly. Xiaohua felt the movement in his space. He immediately put his mind into the space and carefully looked at the trace. After a while, he came out of the space. "Daoist Xiao, do you think the old woman's words are correct?" The old woman said with a smile, This is the so-called karma, the so-called fate. Daoist Xiao shouldn't refuse this book. Karma? Xiao Hua's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He understood and said with a smile, "What the old woman said is right. I shouldn't refuse." As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the book into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua put away the book, the old woman smiled. "Daoist Xiao, you've given my Zhu clan a new lease on life. My Zhu clan can't repay you and can only give this thing to Daoist Xiao. As for whether or not Daoist Xiao can comprehend this secret, it will depend on Daoist Xiao." "I know," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "If I can comprehend it, then I'll go to the Zhu clan to form good karma." "Really?" The old woman was shocked. She stood up and saluted. Then this old woman really doesn't know how to thank Daoist Xiao. Alas, who knows when that will happen? I's only speaking with a red mouth and white teeth right now. Daoist Xiao, as long as you have the heart, maybe there really will be such a day. The old woman sat down. Then she hesitated and asked, "I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart and nodded. "Please speak." "Daoist Xiao, when you pressed your fingers on Qi and the old woman's wrists, was that a medical method?" "That," Xiao Hua said, "I don't know the origin of that technique, but it seems to be a medical method. I felt something very strange in Qi-er's meridians, but I can't tell what it is. I only felt that it was very cold, but I didn't feel it in the old woman's body. Presumably, it has something to do with the talisman that you talked about." "Daoist Xiao, you are indeed a deity," the old woman praised. "My Zhu clan's ancestors used countless methods, but there was no record of this in the book." "I'm lucky," Xiao Hua smiled. Actually, he didn't know what technique he used just now, but he had a sudden realization. At this time, suddenly, a miserable scream came from the central room. "Ah!" The old woman was shocked and shouted. Xiao Hua was also shocked. He immediately stood up. He didn't use any magic power, but he used some kind of mysterious footwork and quickly ran towards the central room like a ghost. Xiao Hua rushed into the central room, then he realized, I didn't use any magic power, how can I run so fast?" However, everything in front of him didn't allow him to think anymore. He saw that on one side of the central room, behind a screen, there was a big bed. At this time, Fan Riguan's wife and daughter were lying on it. Fan Riguan's wife, Zhu Feng, was screaming. Zhu Feng was bleeding from her 7 orifices, and her face was pale. Her 2 hands were grabbing the air, and her fingers were pale, as if she was in extreme pain. "Mother!" At this time, Zhu was also screaming. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices, and her face gradually became distorted. It seemed that she was also in pain. Fan Riguan sat in front of the bed and pressed his wife with his hands. He anxiously shouted, "Feng Feng," but Zhu Feng's strength was so great that she almost pushed him to the side. At this time, seeing Zhu Shi screaming, Fan Riguan didn't know what to do. "You go and hold to." Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Fan Riguan's ears. Fan Riguan immediately calmed down, let go of Zhu Feng, and rushed to Zhu Shi. Without Fan Riguan holding her down, Zhu Feng's body twisted rapidly, as if she was going to jump up. At this time, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pressed on Zhu Feng's shoulder. With a little force, a huge force pressed Zhu Feng to the bed. Zhu Feng could only struggle with all her strength, but she couldn't leave the bed. Then, Xiao Hua stretched out his right hand like lightning and held Zhu Feng's right hand in his mouth, and pressed 2 fingers on her wrist. When Zhu Shi's old woman walked in, Xiao Hua was thinking with his eyes closed. Zhu Feng was still struggling on the bed in pain. Zhu Shi was also in pain. Under Fan Riguan's hands, she was also struggling with all her strength. What's going on? Zhu Shi's old woman also panicked. When she took the pill, she didn't feel this pain. Could it be? A trace of ominous feeling rose in the old woman's heart. After all, if he didn't have the confidence to break the charm, it could be fatal. Walking to Xiao Hua's side, the old woman didn't dare to make a sound. She held the table beside her and nervously looked at Xiao Hua's face. After a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua opened his eyes with a smile on his face and said, Congratulations, the charm in your daughter's body is gradually decreasing. However, it seems that because the charm was broken, it caused a backlash. The pain caused by the charm was triggered in advance. Really, thank you, Daoist Xiao. The old woman was almost crying with joy. Alas, if only there was a soul-cleansing charm, it could reduce your daughter's pain. Unfortunately, I only have a high-grade yellow charm, Xiao Hua said regretfully. But at this time, his heart was moved again. He stretched out his hand and urged the magic power in his body. Pa pa pa. He pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Feng's body. Zhu Feng actually calmed down and stopped struggling. This is also possible? Xiao Hua was surprised, but he couldn't care less. He got up and pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Shi's body, making her quietly lie down on the bed. Daoist Xiao. Fan Riguan stood up at this time, sweating profusely, and looked at Xiao Hua very anxiously. Hee, how could it be easy to break the charm? The charm in your wife and your daughter's body is intact. Breaking it alive will definitely cause pain. Because the charm was triggered long ago, old madam has already experienced pain. It should be relatively easy to break it. Xiao Hua thought for a while and said, Then what about now? Daoist Xiao. Zhu Shi's old woman asked. I cast a spell to restrain the two of them. For the time being, they can't struggle. But this pain still has to be experienced. After enduring this period, it should be fine. Chapter 1316. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua said, after 2 meals, the pain on Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi's faces gradually lessened until they finally calmed down. The sweat on their foreheads and bodies had already soaked their black hair and clothes. Seeing this, Xiao Hua looked at their situation again and turned to Fan Riguan and the old woman. He cupped his hands and said, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. As he spoke, he casually tapped the acupoints on their bodies a few times. Only then could they move their bodies again. Feng Tushika. Fan Riguan and the old woman's faces were filled with joy as they rushed to the bed. Xiao Hua looked at them with a smile and walked out of the room. At this time, the curtain of night had already fallen. The clear night sky was dotted with stars. Xiao Hua stood with his hands behind his back under the parasol tree and looked at the boundless starry sky through the leaves of the parasol tree. Countless stars twinkled slightly, like pairs of cunning eyes. Occasionally, meteors streaked across the night sky, disrupting the order of the night sky. Xiao Hua looked while thinking about what just happened. What was that footwork? Although I can't remember, I actually know how to use it. It seems that I'm very familiar with it. What is the technique to tap the acupoints? It actually has the effect of the soul-cleansing talisman? It seems there are many other techniques with different effects. Can it be used on cultivators? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the use of the acupoint tapping technique. But after thinking for a while, he unconsciously shook his head. Cultivators have defensive magic power all over their bodies. Many people also have defensive magic tools. Even if this technique hits the acupoints, what's the use? It can only be effective on people like Zhu Shi, Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Fan Riguan walked over and bowed. Thank you for coming personally, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. I received benefits from your Zhu family, naturally I have to do my best. Alas, I only found out yesterday that my mother's family actually had such hardships. It's a pity that I always felt miserable about my background. Compared to now, it really doesn't count as anything. In the future, you should show more filial piety to the elderly. Husband and wife should treat each other with respect, that's all. Xiao Hua said with a smile, as if he was an experienced person. Oh, it's getting late. My wife and my daughter are too tired and have already fallen asleep. I can't thank Shinran Xiao. Please come with me. Your room has already been tidied up. Let them come over tomorrow morning to thank you. After saying that, Fan Riguan led Xiao Hua to a room. The room was already very clean, and a plate of spirit fruits was placed on the table. The house is really simple and crude. This place is decorated according to the Flying Fish Inn. I wonder if Daoist Xiao is satisfied with it? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. Hee, it's all right. Go take care of your mother and the others. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked to the side of the table. There was a praying mat there. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and picked up a spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. After Fan Riguan withdrew, Xiao Hua looked around the room. The room wasn't big, but it was tidied up very delicately. It was much cleaner than his room at the Flying Fish Inn. A small piece of Minghua stone was placed on the table, illuminating the entire room. In the corner of the room, there were some uncommon ornaments, looking rather elegant. Xiao Hua looked around. He knew that Fan Riguan had spent a lot of effort. He nodded in his heart. Immediately, he patted his storage pouch and took out the book gifted by the old woman from the Zhu family. This book was the same size as an ordinary book. The cover was the same as the pages of the book. They were both made of an unknown silk material, and the words recorded on the pages were also clearly written with a special ink. Xiao Hua didn't look at the words first. He only roughly skimmed through the book. However, he didn't have much hope. The book had been in the Zhu family for several thousand years, and no one had discovered its secret. It was absolutely impossible for him to see any clues just from the outside. Sure enough, Xiao Hua didn't see any abnormalities. He had no choice but to open the book and carefully read it. But after reading for a while, he frowned. What was written in this book, apart from the description of the Zhu family's bitter history, there were also complaints about some cultivators. These complaints were extremely obscure and unclear. Most of the other words were about how to break the Zhu family's talismans. There were also all kinds of strange methods to break the talismans. Some started from the yellow talismans, some started from the magic arts, and some even started from the medicinal pills. However, when Xiao Hua crudely flipped to the end, all of these methods, without exception, failed. And every failure was a fresh human life. Tai. Xiao Hua sighed and closed the book. He didn't have much understanding of this talisman. He had only heard the old woman's narration just now. In addition, he had used some inexplicable method to detect the insidious poison in Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi's bodies. As for the specifics, how could he know? As for why the top-grade Wu Yao pill in his space could break the talisman, Xiao Hua was even more confused. He himself didn't sense anything different about the Wu Yao pill. The unknown thing that Xiao Yuehong, Zhang Qingxiao, and the others spoke of, he didn't know where it came from and what use this unknown thing had. AI, it was even harder to say. Just wait until you step on dog shit in the future. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Zhang Qingxiao's catchphrase. He tossed the book in his hand a few times in the air and put it into the space behind his head. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged without moving. After putting the book away, his mind returned to the space. He sensed under the starry sky the faint traces that had appeared because of the old woman's karma. What is this thing? It seems to be a technique? It seems to be a hand? At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind seemed to be a point, but it also seemed to be the entire space. However, this space didn't match with the starry sky. The starry sky seemed to be within the space, but it also seemed to have no connection with the starry sky. It was another mysterious place. Xiao Hua's mind flashed past the traces that had just appeared. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and a feeling of comprehending a technique suddenly arose. This thing can be comprehended? Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. He opened up his mind, wanting to completely cover the traces. Unfortunately, the traces only appeared a moment ago. Xiao Hua's mind couldn't sense anything specific. This doesn't seem to work. Xiao Hua was rather disappointed. But at this moment, perhaps it was a stroke of luck, or perhaps it was a kind of habit, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly looked at the endless starry sky above the space. That slow, unceasing, and incomparably mysterious starry sky trajectory. The traces just now haven't completely appeared, so I can't comprehend them. However, this starry sky has already taken shape and is incomparably clear. Countless stars are moving according to different mysterious trajectories. Can I comprehend this starry sky? Xiao Hua thought. Without the slightest hesitation, he enlarged his mind infinitely and directly welcomed the starry sky above the space. His mind was also mysterious. The starry sky didn't have an end, and his mind also seemed to have no end. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he also didn't know how big the starry sky was. Xiaohua only knew that at a certain moment, his mind really did come into contact with the seemingly ethereal starry sky. An indescribable feeling came from his mind. This feeling was even more subtle than when Xiaohua comprehended a technique, even more subtle. It seemed as if everything in the starry sky was gradually being reflected in his mind, and his mind also gradually fused with the starry sky, a kind of mysterious and wonderful realm. Heaven-reaching realm. Xiaohua was startled. Oh, that's not right. This is heaven-reaching, not heaven-reaching realm. Just as Xiaohua was startled, his mind separated from the starry sky and fell back into the space. What kind of technique is this? Or is it some kind of magical ability? Xiaohua was very surprised, somewhat unable to understand. However, when he opened his eyes, he was once again greatly shocked. Outside the window, it was already dyed white. The sky was already bright. Alas, I only let my mind come into contact with the starry sky and immediately spent so much time. If I really comprehended it, I can't say comprehended it, it should be comprehended it. How much time would it take? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This comprehension? I don't know what use it has. My magic power, has increased again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and checked his cultivation. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How come compared to normal cultivation, it's equivalent to 3 days of bitter cultivation? Could it be that this is a kind of fast cultivation method? Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. That's right, how could a qi condensation brat like him know about comprehending the heavenly Tao? Even nascent soul stage cultivators could directly use their nascent soul to communicate with heaven and earth. Even severed soul stage cultivators could turn their nascent soul into their own avatar and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as their own food. They couldn't pry into the heavenly Tao. Only during tribulation transcendence, the heavenly Tao contained in the lightning tribulation could give transcending tribulation stage cultivators a trace of enlightenment and open a tiny door to the heavenly Tao, allowing them to have a clear direction in their cultivation. As for the specific heavenly Tao, the entire world was under the heavenly Tao. Since they could see a trace of the heavenly Tao, it was possible for Mahayana stage cultivators to comprehend the heavenly Tao under the heavenly Tao and use the heavenly Tao to open a door to ascension. Ascension to the immortal world. As for what the heavenly Tao was, every Mahayana stage cultivator's knowledge and comprehension was different. What they needed to do was to use the superficial understanding of the heavenly Tao to ascend. As for the specific comprehension of the heavenly Tao, there were no cultivation methods recorded, or perhaps it could be said that the heavenly Tao was the domain of Immortal's cultivation. The difference between his cultivation and Xiaohua's was not just a little bit. How could Xiaohua understand it? As for why there were heavenly Tao laws in Xiaohua's space, Xiaohua, with his identity as a second-level qi condensation stage cultivator, actually had the opportunity to use his own mind to comprehend the heavenly Tao. That was not something that could be explained clearly now. What Xiaohua knew was that he could use 1 day as 3 days for this kind of cultivation method. Just this reason alone was enough. Chapter 13:17. Xiaohua didn't know that comprehending the Tao of heaven was a supreme cultivation method. He only thought that it was a shortcut to speed up his cultivation and let him use 1 day as 3 days. He was in a very good mood. Previously, he thought that if others cultivated for 1 year, he would need to cultivate for 12 years. Now, he should be able to reduce it to 4 years. Alas, if others cultivated for 1 year, it would be equivalent to 4 years of your cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been dispirited. But for Xiaohua, it was a kind of surprise. It was like seeing a ray of light in the dark night. Happily, Xiaohua got up from the ground, stretched his body, and walked towards the door. Not waiting for him to open the door, he heard a clear and melodious voice outside. "Nyung this? Little Immortal, when will he get up? Why did he wake up later than she? What a lazy bug." "Shut up." Fan Riguan's voice was also low, as if he was trying to lower his voice. Quiet, don't disturb Master Zhao's cultivation. Immortal doesn't sleep. Obviously he's lazing in bed. Zhu Shi still emphasized. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't change her impression of him because he broke the spell on her body yesterday and changed her fate. Xiaohua smiled and pushed the door open. His strong eyes shone directly on his face. Of course, it was already close to noon. No wonder Zhu Shi complained. Seeing Xiaohua come out of the room, Zhu's old woman trembled and stepped forward. With the help of Zhu Feng, she bowed and greeted, "Immortal Xiao, good morning." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the sun. He smiled bitterly and returned the greeting. "It seems that it's already late." "Yes, mother and grandmother were here early in the morning," Zhu Shi said first. Zhu's old woman was angry and scolded, "Who asked you to talk? It's also strange. Usually, a 4 or 5-year-old child would hold their mother's hand and hide behind her mother to look at strangers. But this Zhu Shi is very precocious. Since she saw Xiaohua yesterday, she has been acting like a 10-year-old child." Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said to Zhu Feng, "Sister-in-law, after the pain last night, how do you feel today?" Zhu Feng's face was full of panic. She supported her mother and said anxiously, "Immortal Xiao, please don't call me like that. Just calling her Madame Zhu is enough." Xiaohua smiles but doesn't say anything. Zhu Feng thinks for a while, then says somewhat embarrassedly, "I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Last night, after taking Daoist Xiao's immortal pill, I felt extremely comfortable at first. Then, my whole body was in pain and I couldn't keep my mind clear. I don't remember anything. When I entered the city, I heard from Qiyer's father that it was Spiritual Master Xiao who helped us last night. Once again, I would like to thank Spiritual Master Xiao for his kindness." With that, Zhu Feng let go of her mother's arm and pulled Zhu Shi to kneel again. Xiaohua hurriedly supported her and said, "It's just a small matter, you don't have to do this." After that, Xiaohua still put his fingers on Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi's wrists. After looking at them for a while, he said to Fan Riguan, "From what I see, your wife and daughter are in the same situation as old madam. As for whether the so-called spell has been broken, I don't know." Fan Riguan glanced at his mother and said to Xiaohua with a smile, "Mother has already discussed with this little one. Spiritual Master Zhao's immortal pill should be the most effective in breaking the spell in the Zhu family for thousands of years. It's not much different from what the ancestors of the Zhu family guessed. If there is no accident, this insidious spell should have been broken. As for whether it has really been broken or not, only when my wife reaches 50 years old will we know. No matter what, Spiritual Master Xiao is the great benefactor of my Zhu family. My Zhu family will definitely make a longevity tablet for Spiritual Master Xiao and worship him sooner or later." The old woman of the Zhu family says very gratefully. Xiaohua doesn't know what a longevity tablet is and only thinks that she is being polite. He smiles and waves his hand. "Elder has already given I a reward. There's no need to do this kind of thing." Soon after, Xiaohua asked for the exact time and bade farewell to the old woman and her family. Under Fan Riguan's lead, they left the town and returned to the lakeside. Just as Fan Riguan had said, they arrived at the lakeside and before the great formation that blocked the secular world. Fan Riguan carefully took out a crude yellow talisman from his bosom and stuck it on the surface. The yellow talisman immediately began to burn. However, the light screen did not change at all because the yellow talisman had turned to ash. Just as Xiaohua was frowning, a figure rushed along the light screen and stopped at the place where the yellow talisman was burning. This person was rather young. He looked at Fan Riguan and asked, "Is this your immortal talisman?" "Yes, it is this little one. This little one is the waiter of the Flying Fish Inn. I'm returning to the Flying Fish Inn today," Fan Riguan says very respectfully with a salute. The young man waves his hand and the light screen dimmed. He says, "Go on." After Fan Riguan passes, The young man doesn't seem to care about Xiaohua. His figure flashes and disappears. When Xiaohua saw that the other party was ignoring him, he didn't even need to use the words he had prepared. He shrugged slightly and walked through the light shield. The light shield was also strange. When Xiaohua walked through it, it actually stirred up the Fa Li in Xiaohua's body. When the light shield sensed the Fa Li, it immediately stopped moving. Just like when he came, Xiaohua used a mid-grade spirit stone to start the shuttle again. However, when he returns this time, it is very calm and didn't encounter any storms. After getting off the shuttle, Fan Riguan still wants to invite Xiaohua to the Flying Fish Inn, but Xiaohua shakes his head and says, "Ah Jen, I's cultivation is shallow. You probably don't know. The matter of the pills is what I told you before. Don't say a word more. Otherwise, not only you, even I will be killed. If you think about your wife and daughter, you should know what to do." "Don't worry, Daoist Xiao. This little one's mother has already warned me countless times. This little one naturally knows what to do," Fan Riguan says respectfully. "That's good. I am a loose cultivator. Others can't find I's trace. You should take care of your own safety." Xiaohua smiles and turns around to leave. Plop, Fan Riguan kneels on the ground and yells, "Daoist Xiao. Although this little one is a mortal of the secular world, I also know how to be grateful. Daoist Xiao's grace to this little one's family, this little one will never forget. I only hate this little one's weak strength. I hope that in the future, this little one will have the opportunity to repay Daoist Xiao's kindness. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Xiaohua lets out a long laugh and walks away. His shadow is extremely long under the sunlight. Fan Riguan kneels on the ground, his eyes are filled with gratitude and reverence. Xiaohua has a smile on his face. He doesn't turn his head and doesn't distinguish the direction. He just casually walks forward. Although Fan Riguan's family is the descendant of a cultivator family, they have already declined. It's already not easy for them to live the life of an ordinary person. Xiaohua absolutely doesn't think that they can repay him in any way. Of course, Xiaohua doesn't have too much time to think about this so-called scroll that contains a great secret. Because right now, he has to face the problem of how to be a good loose cultivator, how to be a qualified loose cultivator, how to survive in this world of cultivators. Of course, he still enjoys the gratitude of Fan Riguan's family. He likes the feeling of being thanked. After the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua casually finds an inn on the side of the road. It can be considered as another place to stay. This inn's facade is quite big. It's obviously higher class than the Flying Fish Inn. Of course, the inn's price is also not cheap. It costs 20 low-grade spirit stones per night. Naturally, Xiaohua doesn't agree. After bargaining for a while, Xiaohua spares them 3 spirit stones. Xiaohua takes out 17 low-grade spirit stones and gets a room. Similarly, a waiter escorted Xiaohua to his room before respectfully withdrawing. Needless to say, the room is quite big. Xiaohua even feels that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is a bit more than the Flying Fish Inn. After he activates the restriction of the room, he sits down cross-legged. He touches his ear and takes out the 100 high-grade talisman papers that the refining charm school gave him. He takes a closer look. Sure enough, the talisman papers are very different from the low-grade talisman papers from before. Not only does it feel to the touch, but the fine runes on the talisman papers are smooth and natural. Because Xiaohua's talisman ink has been used up, if he wants to refine yellow talismans, he will have to buy them from outside. Therefore, Xiaohua thinks for a while and puts the talisman papers into the space. He sits down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. On one hand, he silently circulates the Death Flower Heart Sutra. On the other hand, he immerses his mind into the space. Just like last night at Jingfanqi, his mind is infinitely enlarged. Time slowly passed, and when night fell, the reverse light within Xiaohua's mind space still stopped. A mysterious fluctuation spread out in all directions with Xiaohua's body as the center. Moreover, because Xiaohua's mind was comprehending the heavenly Tao, this fluctuation contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's aura. In that endless night sky, There were many different kinds of starlight shining down, wrapping around Xiaohua. Even more starlight seeped into Xiaohua's skin, meridians, and bones. Xiaohua spends the whole night cultivating. He only gets up when the sun is high up in the sky. He checks his body with great satisfaction, takes off the yellow talisman and walks out of the room. He asks the waiter about the location of EG and then walks out of the inn. The location of EG is a bit off. It is located in the innermost part of the southwest corner of Jingbo City. Xiaohua walks for about an hour before he arrives. However, the road is very direct. Xiaohua is not worried that he can't find the way back to the inn. When Xiaohua leaves the inn, there are not many cultivators on the street. When he gets closer to EG, the number of cultivators he sees increases. In particular, there are several qi condensation cultivators around Xiaohua. They are all walking in the direction of EG. Xiaohua understands in his heart that not all of them are going to EG. Sure enough, they are the same as Xiaohua. They walk in front of EG and stop. In front of Xiaohua is a very huge square. At a glance, it has a radius of thousands of feet. Although it is not noon yet, there are already many people gathered in the square. Xiaohua can't see the depths of the square, but in front of Xiaohua, there are many cultivators sitting cross-legged. In front of these cultivators, there are some things placed in front of them, just like the stalls in the secular world. Chapter 13:18. This EG's plaza was next to the lake. When Xiaohua arrived, there were many shuttles coming over from the water. On the shuttles, there were cultivators wearing the same clothes. They must be from the same sect. Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in the plaza. After all, this was his first time coming to EG, so he was quite excited. Of course, at the same time, he was also nervous. Because there were many things he didn't know, he was afraid of exposing himself. He looked at the cultivators who came from the same direction as him. Some swaggered, ignoring everything else, and directly entered EG. Some were like Xiaohua, standing slightly and looking around for a moment. They took out a cloak from their storage pouch and skillfully put it on, covering their faces. This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He knew that these people often came to EG. Then he thought, forget it, it's my first time coming here. I'll take a look first. If there's any talisman ink or something like that, I'll buy some with spirit stones. I won't think about the rest for now. After making up his mind, Xiaohua calmed down and walked towards the square. Before he could reach the edge of the square, he heard a voice shouting from the side of the square's entrance. Me, cheap me, only 10 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones? Why is it so cheap? When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the voice. Unfortunately, he was far from the only one who heard this. By the time he arrived, that stall was already surrounded by many cultivators. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but all the cultivators in front of him had cultivation levels higher than his, so he didn't dare to carelessly squeeze in. "Io, you? How could you possibly be a mystic insect?" A shrill voice rang out. It was a female cultivator about 25 or 26 years old who had squeezed to the front of the stall. She was currently draping an extremely beautiful camouflage over her shoulders. She asked in astonishment, "You're completely useless in the camouflage." Behind the stall was a young cultivator around the age of 17 or 18, about the same age as Xiaohua. His appearance was extremely fair, and his eyes were rolling around randomly. He appeared to be exceptionally quick-witted. The young cultivator was all smiles as he said, "Fellow Daoist, this camouflage cloth isn't suitable for you. Think about it. If you wear this camouflage cloth of mine, wouldn't your appearance that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame be covered by it?" When the female cultivator heard this, she couldn't help but blush. "Don't be so glib-tongued. Your mystique seems to only be able to cover your face. It can't even conceal your cultivation base. How can it be called a mystique? Not to mention 10 high-grade spirit stones. In I's opinion, even a single high-grade spirit stone is not worth it." An old cultivator next to the female cultivator frowned and scolded. Fellow Daoist, it's obvious that you're an itinerant cultivator who's experienced a lot. You're truly worthy of Ai's admiration. To tell the truth, what fellow Daoist is talking about is a mystique. However, this mystique isn't the same. The 7 possibilities sex mystique can conceal everything from a cultivator and has many uses. However, not all mystiques in the world have the same function as the 7 possibilities sex mystique. The young cultivator didn't show the slightest bit of fear and said with a matter-of-fact tone, "Some mystiques can't conceal a cultivator's cultivation base and can only change it. Naturally, changing it to a higher level is impossible. In fact, fellow Daoists, think about it again. Even if we qi condensation cultivators wear a genuine mystique, a golden core or nascent soul cultivator would still be able to see through our true appearance. Rather than that, if you wear a genuine mystique and spend several tens or hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, wouldn't you only be able to deceive a foundation establishment cultivator? Fellow Daoists, think about it again. Are you willing to pay such a large price for a genuine 7 possibilities sex mystique? Nonsense. If I had that many spirit stones, I would have already gone to the city's north. Why would I still be wandering around here? A burly cultivator sneered. Fellow Daoist, looking at your cultivation base, going to the city's north is only a matter of time. There's no need to rush. Listen to I first. The young cultivator cupped his fists and said with a smile, "If fellow Daoist doesn't have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, and only spends a few hundred upper-grade spirit stones to buy an ordinary bewildering pill, which can only lower fellow Daoist cultivation base, then what can it be? Apart from qi condensation, isn't it still qi condensation? What's the difference between wearing a mystique or not?" Xiaohua immediately understood the young cultivator's words. Indeed, the 7 possibilities sex mystique didn't have any meaning to Xiaohua. Perhaps a foundation establishment cultivator would be able to see through his true appearance. What was the difference between it and a normal cloak? No wonder your mystique is so cheap. It's basically the same as a cloak. The burly cultivator laughed and sneered. If what you said is true, then I only need to buy a cloak with a low-grade spirit stone and it'll cover my face. What's the use of your mystique to cover my face? With that, the cultivator threw the bewildering insect in front of the young cultivator and left. Everyone laughed when they heard this and immediately dispersed. Only the female cultivator at the front still held the bewildering insect in her hand and hesitated. Fellow Daoist, you really have a discerning eye. Where are you going to find this kind of thing? If you don't want to regret it, then you should make a move now. The young cultivator hurriedly said. But the female cultivator pursed her lips and said, "Also have a cloak. I only see that your mystique looks pretty. Whether or not it can cover my face, I don't care." At this time, Xiaohua had already arrived in front of them. Hearing this, he couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. He thought of the peacock fantasy that Xiao Xinrui bought at the market. Wasn't it because it was pretty? Alas, this female cultivator really isn't a male cultivator. Xiaohua sighed and secretly said in his heart. But soon after, he laughed even more hoarsely. These words aren't generally correct. Fellow Daoist, if you really like it, forget it. Today is the first time EG has opened, so I'll spare you 3 spirit stones. It's only 7 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? The young cultivator's face was resolute, as if he was cutting off meat from his body. The female cultivator bit her lip. Her face was still filled with disappointment. She was just about to put the mystique in her hand on the ground. Forget it. Since fellow Daoist likes it so much, alas, if it weren't for the strict order of my sect, what harm would there be in giving this mystique to fellow Daoist? As the ancient saying goes, treasured swords are given to heroes, red makeup goes with beauties. This mystique is exactly what fellow Daoist should wear. I'll give you 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? The young cultivator's face was slightly pale. It seemed that he really had reached his bottom line. Hee, that's what you said. The female cultivator chuckled. She quickly slapped her storage pouch and took out 5 high-grade spirit stones. She handed them over to the young cultivator, turned around, and left. Alas, the young cultivator sighed helplessly and shook his head. His eyes were filled with helplessness. In just a moment, the young cultivator raised his head. When he saw Xiaohua walk to the front of the stall, his expression immediately changed. He was full of smiles as he picked up the mystique in front of him and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, I can tell at a glance that you're a person of great stature. A rogue cultivator like you is the easiest to target. If it weren't for that mystique covering your face, you wouldn't even be bothered by a female cultivator who wants to dual cultivate with you." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled bitterly. He also wanted to take a look, so he unconsciously reached out to take it. Fellow Daoist's eyes are indeed sharp. You really know what's good for you. Just based on fellow Daoist's flattery, there's no need to say anything else. That fellow Daoist just now offered 7 spirit stones, so I will give fellow Daoist some benefits. Only 6 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Xiaohua held the so-called mystique in his hand and carefully examined it. This mystique was made from an unknown material and was very light. However, apart from some talisman characters on the hood, there was no difference from an ordinary Daoist robe. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I wonder, which sect fellow Daoist is from?" Fellow Daoist is noisy. If you want to buy it, then name a price. If it's suitable, I will give it to you. Try to curry favor with I. In any case, I am not a rogue cultivator and have no relationship with you." The young cultivator frowned and replied with extreme displeasure. His face was full of vigilance. "Sigh, since fellow Daoist knows that I am a rogue cultivator, how can I afford 6 high-grade spirit stones?" Xiaohua said with a smile. The young cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Actually, fellow Daoist, I'll say something unpleasant. With fellow Daoist cultivation, I think you don't need to buy this mystique. Even if you cover your face with such a low cultivation, you'll only make it more conspicuous. You might as well save up some spirit stones and buy a defensive Daoist robe. This is the right way." Xiaohua's face was slightly red. He pointed at the mystique at the side and said, "Actually, I will also tell you the truth. The style of this mystique is much better than a Daoist robe. I like it very much." The young cultivator's face was full of resentment. He picked up the mystique and threw it to Xiaohua. He sneered and said, "Since fellow Daoist is so vain, I will fulfill your wish. If someone else buys this mystique, it will cost at least 6 spirit stones. Fellow Daoist wants it, then take 5. Sigh, forget it, just take 3 high-grade spirit stones." Then he muttered in a low voice, "I'm afraid you can't even take out 3. "Sure enough," Xiaohua muttered, "fellow Daoist, don't tell me you really don't have 3 high-grade spirit stones." The young cultivator stared blankly and said angrily, "Fellow Daoist, 3 spirit stones is I's lowest price. I have worked hard for more than a month. You can't let I work hard for nothing." When Xiaohua heard this, he raised his eyebrows and somewhat understood. "Oh, these 3 spirit stones are the lowest price given by my sect. I see that fellow Daoist really wants it, and looking at your cultivation, you really can't take out the spirit stones of my sect. That's why I said it. I really can't reduce it anymore." The young cultivator hurriedly said, "High-grade spirit stones. I don't have them. I wonder what fellow Daoist is willing to exchange?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Sigh, if you don't have spirit stones, what good things can you have?" The young cultivator waved his hand and said with a sigh, "Forget it, looking at your cultivation. Sigh, I was also in dire straits like you in the past. I won't say anything to you. Take out all the spirit stones you have, and I will give this mystique to you." After the young cultivator finished speaking, he stared at Xiaohua. It was quite thought-provoking. How could Xiaohua take advantage of this? Although he didn't know why the young cultivator was staring at him, he only shook his head and said, "You just need to say what you want. If I have it, I will naturally take it out." If not, I will turn around and leave. The young cultivator nodded slightly and said with a smile, fellow Daoist indeed has some character. It's not out of I's expectations. Firm and straightforward people are easily broken. This shouldn't be the character of a loose cultivator. Soon after, he looked around and saw that there weren't any cultivators. He said with a smile, you can take this mystique. Although this mystique is worth 3 high-grade spirit stones, it's still something I personally made. Giving it to you is nothing. You really want to give it to me? Xiao Hua was stunned. The young cultivator's attitude was completely different from before. He didn't understand the young cultivator's meaning. Take it. In the past, when I was your age, my cultivation wasn't high, and I suffered humiliation. Now that I see you, I think of myself in the past. This mystique is only worth 3 spirit stones in I's eyes. If it can be of greater use to you, even if I don't want these 3 spirit stones, I'll still be gratified in my heart. The young cultivator said sincerely. These words were somewhat familiar to Xiao Hua's ears. Wasn't this what he said to Fan Riguan's family? A top-grade parasol pill only had healing and commemorative significance to him, but to Zhu Shi and the others, it was a perfect life and a fresh life. Similarly, this mystique was worth 3 high-grade spirit stones to the young cultivator, but to him, a loose cultivator who was only at the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, it might be a life. Although there is mutual deception in the cultivation world, although there is the law of the jungle, there are still people who sympathize with the weak and help the weak. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Thus, Xiao Hua said with a smile, many thanks, fellow Daoist. In fact, I don't have any spirit stones, but I do have some fireball talismans. I don't know if fellow Daoist needs them? Fireball talismans? The young cultivator didn't frown and immediately nodded. And that's fine. If fellow Daoist has the heart to give them, then give them to me at the price. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded and looked left and right. He clapped his hands and took out 4 fireball talismans, handing them over to the young cultivator. When the young cultivator saw the 4 fireball talismans, he said with a smile, I appreciate fellow Daoist's kindness, but these fireball talismans. Tigrid. When he took them in his hands and was about to decline, he suddenly recognized them and looked at Xiao Hua in shock. He then looked around and put the fireball talismans into his storage pouch first, saying in a low voice, fellow Daoist, don't you need them to protect you? Even if you want to change them, it's better to change into some defensive Daoist robes. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. And, since it's like this, I'll accept them. The young cultivator didn't say much and said again, I meet the requirements. How should I address fellow Daoist? I Xiao Hua greets fellow Daoist Fu. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and saluted. Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite. Gu Ying said with a smile. He still wanted to say something, but another person came over. Gu Ying immediately called out loudly, fellow Daoist, quickly come over and take a look. Cheap and good bewitching Yong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1319. Xiao Hua laughed and turned to leave the stall. He shook the camouflage garment and was about to put it on when a voice came from behind him. Who would target you with this kind of cultivation? Even if they killed you, would they be able to take out top-grade spirit stones from your storage pouch? Xiao Hua stared blankly. This seems to be talking about me, right? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. When he turned around and looked carefully, he couldn't help but be stunned. This person, he knew him. And it couldn't be said that he knew him. A few days ago, when he entered Jinghua City, he saw him outside the city. It was Xuanyan School's 10-year-old disciple. That day, because Xiao Hua looked at him too much, he was glared back. Now, he didn't even look at him, but he was actually despised by him. Xiao Hua was somewhat angry, and he sneered, I admit that my cultivation is shallow, but can't I wear camouflage garment to cover my face? Besides, what does I wear camouflage garment or not have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? The boy's face was rather arrogant, and he snorted coldly, It's not your fault that your cultivation is shallow, but it's your fault that you come out and let people mock you. Du. Xiaohua was furious. He raised his eyes and looked left and right, but he didn't see this boy's martial brothers, and he also didn't see the boy's 11th layer aura refining teacher. What are you looking at? Looking for help? Loose cultivators are loose cultivators. When they see someone alone, they want to attack. Truly, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. I was just walking here and casually said a few words. I didn't say it was you, so why? Are you looking for a scolding? The boy was rather eloquent, and his words made Xiaohua stare blankly. Thinking carefully, he indeed didn't mention anything about camouflage garment, nor did he mention anything about Xiaohua. He really did admit it himself. Xiaohua's face was very unsightly. He put on the camouflage garment, ignored the boy, and turned to leave. The boy's eyebrows rose, showing an expression completely different from an ordinary boy's, and he still unhurriedly walked inside bazaar. Unlucky, unlucky. Xiaohua muttered to himself as he walked. This disciple of a large sect, how do they teach him? So what if he was a loose cultivator? There are good and bad rogue cultivators. The famous sects are all sanctimonious. I don't know about the others, but the 100 Herbs clan is definitely not a good thing. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a stall appeared before his eyes. 2 men around the 5th level of qi refining were coldly sitting behind the stall with their eyes closed and not speaking. The stall was filled with talisman brushes, talisman ink, talisman paper, and other items. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua didn't continue to curse those famous schools and sects in his heart. He walked to the front of the stall, picked up the talisman paper and carefully examined it. The quality of the talisman paper was ordinary, slightly worse than the mid-grade talisman paper of the refining talisman school. Looking at the talisman ink and other items, they were also the same. Immediately after, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, how much are these items priced?" At this moment, Xiaohua's body was covered in a camouflage cloth, so the 2 cultivators couldn't see his true cultivation level. One of them opened his eyes, swept a glance at him, and stated the price. Hearing this, Xiaohua nodded his head. The price of this talisman paper was actually about the same as the low-grade talisman paper of the refining talisman school. It was indeed cheap. Xiaohua glanced at the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, may I ask if there's any high-grade talisman ink here?" High-grade talisman ink? That cultivator's expression didn't change, and he said with self-mockery, "Fellow Daoist, take a look at I's cultivation level. How can I craft high-grade talisman ink?" Xiaohua blushed with shame and said embarrassedly, "I was negligent. Please don't blame me, fellow Daoist." The other person opened his eyes and said, "It's fine, we're rogue cultivators. These are all carefully crafted by ourselves. If fellow Daoist takes a fancy to it, feel free to choose. If there's nothing to your liking, please go to the side and take a look." Fellow Daoist talisman ink, how much is it? When Xiaohua heard that they were rogue cultivators, he felt a bit closer in his heart and asked. After hearing the other party's price, Xiaohua inwardly nodded and said with a smile, "I don't have any spirit stones, only some fireball talismans. Would fellow Daoist like to take a look?" When they heard it was fireball talismans, the 2 people's faces were filled with disappointment. They shook their heads and said, "I can craft low-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans, so I don't lack them. If fellow Daoist has some Vajra talismans, strength talismans, or other rare yellow talismans for defense, then I can consider it." "So it's like that," Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I have some ordinary spirit herbs here, but they're relatively old. Would fellow Daoists be interested?" The 2 people's eyes unconsciously lit up when they heard this. They also looked left and right, then said in a low voice, "Roughly how old?" "Around 200 years. "What? Around 200 years? One of the rogue cultivators spat out. Soon after, he was glared at by the other person and hurriedly covered his mouth. The other person couldn't conceal his excitement and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, please tell us, what spirit herb is it?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's nothing but blood exhaustion grass, broken bell wood, and the extremely ordinary. And, fellow Daoist, you're really almighty. These extremely ordinary spirit herbs can actually be so old. Alas, what a pity. One person sighed with emotion. Exquisite grass. Xiaohua interrupted that person's words without the slightest hesitation. Fellow Daoist, if I had 200-year-old exquisite grass, would I still be standing here? That person smiled and nodded. He glanced at the other person and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, although this spirit herb is ordinary, it's superior in age. If it's too much, of course it's not too much. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the spirit herbs he'd prepared long ago from his storage pouch, handing them over. And not bad. Although it's less than 200 years old, it's not too far off. That person took it, looked at it, and said with a smile, a 200-year-old main ingredient is naturally worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. However, this ordinary spirit grass is only worth 6 or 7 mid-grade spirit stones. If fellow Daoist agrees, then this poor Daoist will give fellow Daoist the corresponding talisman ink. And sure, Xiaohua didn't know the specific exchange amount. There were plenty of 200-year-old spirit herbs in his space, so he didn't care too much. Seeing that Xiaohua was very forthright, the two rogue cultivators were also very happy. They handed the corresponding talisman ink to Xiaohua and let him put it away in his storage pouch. Soon after, Xiaohua took out some talisman paper and a very ordinary-looking talisman brush. Fellow Daoist, please take care. Seeing that Xiaohua had put away everything, the two were preparing to close their eyes again. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoists, I still have something I want to ask. What is it? Just now, you two fellow Daoists said that you can make fireball talismans, then, may I ask, are you willing to part with the method of making other yellow talismans? Xiaohua probed. Fellow Daoist. Yellow talismans are easy to find, but making talismans is difficult. Even the method of making fireball talismans is hard to find. You still want the method of making other yellow talismans? One of them said with a fake smile. Yes, I have the method of making icicle talismans here. If fellow Daoist wants it, you can exchange it with a 300-year-old exquisite grass. The other one directly said, I will take my leave. Xiaohua cupped his hands and whispered, I still haven't seen what exquisite grass looks like. Xiaohua left the stall and walked for a moment. At this time, he had already bought all the materials needed to make talismans. He also knew that the method of making talismans wasn't something that could be easily exchanged, so he extinguished his thoughts and only walked around with his eyes. Sure enough, this EG was filled with all kinds of strange things. Anything used by cultivators could be found here. There were many extremely strange things that Xiaohua had never seen before, he had never even heard of. While Xiaohua was looking around with great interest, he saw a dozen or so cultivators surrounding a stall in front of him. Thus, he quickly walked over. This stall was the same as the stall where he exchanged for talisman ink just now. It was all about making talismans, and behind the stall was a cultivator wearing a cloak. Judging from the style of her Daoist robe, she should be a female cultivator. When Xiaohua saw what was written on the stall, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart was somewhat restless. On the stall, it was written, Incomplete method of making confinement talismans in exchange for 10 Peiyuan pill. Confinement talismans were high-level yellow talismans. They were far from low-level offensive yellow talismans like fireball talismans. If it was like what the two rogue cultivators said just now, the method of making confinement talismans was far from being comparable to 10 Peiyuan pill. Yes, it's incomplete. I just don't know how it's incomplete. Xiaohua slightly frowned. At this time, he heard a female cultivator in front of him softly ask, Fellow Daoist, where exactly is your method of making confinement talismans incomplete? Fellow Daoist, do you have 10 Peiyuan pill? If you do, please take it out and show it to me. I will naturally tell you. Although the corners of the female cultivator's mouth were smiling, her tone wasn't gentle at all. The female cultivator who asked the question was given the cold shoulder. She shook her head, turned around, and walked away. 10 Peiyuan pill isn't a small number. This fellow Daoist didn't even say where the method of making confinement talismans is incomplete. Who would want to exchange with her? The nearby cultivators all discussed in low voices. Fellow Daoist, I have a Peiyuan pill here, but I don't know, where is the flaw in your method of making confinement talismans? A cultivator around the 6th level of Qi refining who didn't conceal his cultivation stepped out from the crowd and asked with a smile. Hee, fellow Daoist, please take out the Peiyuan pill first. The female cultivator who was only at the 5th level of Qi refining still said with a smile. Fellow Daoist, please inspect it. The male cultivator clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch, handing it over to the female cultivator. After the female cultivator inspected it, she smiled and said, It really is a Peiyuan pill. Fellow Daoist, please take care of it. As she spoke, she picked up a yellow talisman from her stall and activated it with her magic power. Instantly, the voices of the two cultivators disappeared. Xiaohua, who was standing behind them, saw the two of them talking back and forth. The male cultivator's expression gradually became unsightly. However, after a short while, he turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to them. The direction that the male cultivator was walking in happened to be next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua and the cultivator next to him all heard their conversation clearly. They're really going too far. What incomplete method of making confinement talismans? There's simply no method to inscribe talismans. This confinement talisman simply can't be made. How can it be worth 10 Peiyuan pill? Chapter 1320. After hearing that male cultivator's words, the cultivators who were watching the excitement from the side all looked as if they'd woken up from a dream. They all carried resentment and dispersed in a hubbub. Only Xiaohua, who was at the side, was somewhat baffled by what he heard. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Xiaohua hurriedly pulled an old man who was walking past him, bowed and asked, Senior, please wait. Junior has something to ask. That old man was already around the 7th level of Qi refining. He raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua and nodded, Fellow Daoist, please speak. Xiaohua asked, Junior doesn't understand what that fellow Daoist just said about this incomplete confinement talisman. Senior, please enlighten me. Oh, this. That old man pursed his lips and smiled. Fellow Daoist is a loose cultivator, right? That's right. Xiaohua nodded and said, That's why Junior isn't very clear about this talisman crafting technique. Please give me some pointers. It can't be considered pointers. Fellow Daoist should know that this confinement talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman, right? Junior knows. Moreover, Junior also knows a bit about the talisman crafting technique, but I've never heard of any writing technique. Xiaohua explained. The talisman crafting technique fellow Daoist knows must be the talisman crafting technique of low-grade yellow talismans. Xiaohua didn't deny it and said with a smile, That's right. Junior is a loose cultivator. How could I possibly know the talisman crafting technique of high-grade yellow talismans? It's not like loose cultivators definitely don't know the talisman crafting technique of high-grade yellow talismans. That old man said with a smile, One of the differences between crafting high-grade yellow talismans, middle-grade yellow talismans, and low-grade yellow talismans is that high-grade yellow talismans must have a writing technique. Why is that? Why can't low-grade and middle-grade yellow talismans be used? Xiaohua had an appearance of thirst for knowledge. He originally didn't have to say this, but what if he did? The old man felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart as he smiled and said, Fellow Daoist, this kind of thing is very complicated. Only when teaching yellow talismans would a teacher explain it in detail. Since you are so eager to learn, I will explain it simply. Soon after, he pointed at the female cultivator and said, The reason why her confinement talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman is because the talisman characters used to refine it are extremely complicated. It is far from being comparable to low-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans and icicle talismans. I presume fellow Daoist has also tried out icicle talismans. You only need to carefully memorize those talismans and then use a talisman brush to write the talisman characters onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time. There is no need for any writing method. However, the talisman characters of this high-grade yellow talisman are very complicated. If the talisman characters drawn with talisman ink cannot be completely written onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time, the talisman ink will not be able to confine the magic power and spiritual energy within the talisman characters. The magic power and spiritual energy will dissipate into the air. Therefore, every high-grade yellow talisman has a special writing method to guarantee that you can completely write the talisman characters of this high-grade yellow talisman onto the talisman paper within a certain amount of time. Ah? There is such a thing? Xiaohua's heart was wild with joy when he heard this, but his mouth turned pale with fright. Senior is saying that this female fellow Daoist talisman crafting method, isn't it not worth a single low-grade spirit stone? Hee, you can't say it like that. If someone knew the writing method of the confinement talisman, wouldn't this talisman crafting method be able to be used? After all, it's a high-grade yellow talisman crafting method. 10 peiyuan pills can't be considered expensive. But, since someone knew the writing method of the confinement talisman, they naturally also knew the refining method of the confinement talisman. Would they still spend 10 peiyuan pills for this incomplete refining method? Xiaohua said with a smile. Haha, of course, I didn't think of this. The old man laughed loudly, cupped his hands, and quickly walked away. After the old man left, Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator's stall and slowly walked closer. Although the group of cultivators from before had already dispersed, the confinement talisman was indeed attractive. Not long after, a group of cultivators gathered again. Just like before, there were also people who went forward to inquire. When they found out the real reason, everyone dispersed again. After a few rounds of this, the female cultivator had already destroyed several silence talismans. She was clearly somewhat impatient. When the last group of people dispersed, she erased the words. As expected, the number of people coming to her stall decreased by a lot. Xiaohua had been standing at the side, quietly observing. Seeing that there were fewer people, he walked forward. Without waiting for him to cup his hands and salute, the female cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow Daoist has been watching for a long time. Could it be that you're interested in the refining method I have?" Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that he would still be noticed. He could only say embarrassedly, "Fellow Daoist knows that I am indeed interested." Then why didn't fellow Daoist come forward earlier? This? I don't have the peiyuan pill that fellow Daoist is talking about. Of course I don't dare to come forward. Xiaohua said with a smile. Oh. Since you don't have the peiyuan pill, if you come forward now, I won't exchange it with you. The female cultivator frowned and said in confusion. Fellow Daoist, please use the silence talisman. I will tell fellow Daoist in detail. You have something else? The female cultivator asked. Xiaohua nodded. Marrow cleansing pill? I don't want that. The female cultivator shook her head. No, Xiaohua also shook his head. Fellow Daoist, don't guess. Okay. I hope you won't make I waste another silence talisman. The female cultivator sighed and used the silence talisman. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said inwardly, What silence talisman are you wasting? Others already know that your refining method is incomplete. Wouldn't you be burying your head in the sand by doing this? Seeing the female cultivator use the silence talisman, Xiaohua said with a smile, I don't have the peiyuan pill, but I do have the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. I don't know if fellow Daoist is interested? I was wondering what it was. So it's the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. Fellow Daoist, you must be tired. I wasted a silence talisman. The female cultivator sighed and said, I do have the absorption fruit and black tusk grass. I just don't know how to refine pills. That's why I came to Jinghua City's EG to exchange my talisman refining method for the peiyuan pill. This. Xiaohua was also disappointed. However, he still didn't want to give up and asked, Then, how old is your absorption fruit? Naturally, it's 30 years old. Is there even a need to ask? The female cultivator was stunned. If I had 100-year-old one, I would have already taken it to 10,000 Flowers Valley to ask Medicine Master Sui to refine it. Why would I need to come here? When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. He said in a low voice, "Then what if I had 100-year-old absorption fruit and black tusk grass? Would fellow Daoist be willing to exchange?" You really have them?" When the female cultivator heard this, her face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "I do have them. However, the quantity isn't much. I don't know how much fellow Daoist needs." Xiaohua said calmly. 3 absorption fruits and 3 black tusk grass are enough to refine 10 Peiyuan pill. Adding 1 more absorption fruit and asking Medicine Master Sui to refine it should be possible. The female cultivator calculated for a moment and asked very nervously, "I don't know if fellow Daoist has them." "This." Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. "I only have 2 absorption fruits and 2 black tusk grass." Before he finished speaking, the female cultivator was extremely disappointed. "2 can't refine 10 Peiyuan pill." Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, this poor Daoist's 2 kinds of spiritual herbs are both around 200 years old. If fellow Daoist were to give them to 10,000 Flower Valley's Medicine Master Sui, perhaps you would be able to obtain 10 essence nurturing pills?" "Are they really 200 years old?" The female cultivator was immediately pleasantly surprised. "If it's really like this, Medicine Master Sui can make an exception. Fellow Daoist, please take a look." Xiaohua took out a jade bottle. When the female cultivator saw it, she repeatedly nodded and said happily, "Fellow Daoist is right. It's exactly 200 years old." As she spoke, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a booklet. She smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, please take a look. I's refining method for this confinement talisman is missing the method to inscribe the talisman." Xiaohua took it and cautiously looked at it. He also said, "Fellow Daoist's words aren't wrong. Fellow Daoist, are you willing to exchange?" At this time, it was the female cultivator's turn to be uneasy. "Of course, fellow Daoist, please take good care of it." Xiaohua smiled and slapped his storage pouch, taking out the remaining essence-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass. Soon after, he put the confinement talisman booklet into his storage pouch. And very good. They're all of full medicinal age. The female cultivator put the spiritual herbs into her storage pouch and cupped her hands. "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist." "No matter. You're good, I'm good too." Xiaohua beamed and said. Soon after, he said casually, "I wonder if fellow Daoist has the method to refine icicle talismans?" When the female cultivator heard this, she smiled and said, "I indeed have the method to refine icicle talismans. However, I don't have anything I want to exchange. If fellow Daoist has 100 high-grade spirit stones or something like a foundation establishment pill, I can still consider it." Xiaohua smiled wryly and cupped his hands. "Just pretend I didn't say anything. Farewell. Fellow Daoist, take care." The female cultivator cupped her hands and returned the courtesy. After obtaining the method to refine confinement talismans, Xiaohua was quite happy. His method to refine yellow talismans was different from others. He didn't use any talisman brushes, so there was no so-called writing method. Of course, this was all his guess. Whether or not he was able to refine confinement talismans would have to wait until he returned to the inn. Xiaohua walked for a while and saw many stalls. There were a lot of things on the stalls, and Xiaohua also wanted them all. However, what he lacked the most were cultivation techniques, alchemy techniques, and talisman crafting techniques. And these, he simply didn't see any trace of them. Just as he was looking left and right, he saw an unremarkable stall. This stall was extremely small, only 1 square foot. The owner of the stall was about the same age as Xiaohua, but his cultivation was at the 5th level of the qi refining realm. This cultivator wasn't tall and had a dark and rough appearance. He seemed to have very honest and considerate facial features, similar to Zhang Qingxiao's. This cultivator's stall had some spiritual herbs that were 10 years old. There weren't many of them, but the varieties were very complicated. Many of them were things that Xiaohua had seen in books but had never seen before. Seeing these, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he quickly walked over. This stall was extremely cold and cheerless. The cultivator held a thick book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. He simply didn't notice Xiaohua's arrival. "Fellow Daoist." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Oh, fellow Daoist, these spiritual herbs are all one low-grade spirit stone each. If fellow Daoist fancies one, just put down the spirit stone and take the spiritual herb." The cultivator didn't even raise his head and said loudly. Chapter 1321. There's such an exchange? When Xiaohua heard the cultivator's words, he couldn't help but smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, I have some things I want to talk to you about." The cultivator impatiently put down the book and pointed at the small stall. "Fellow Daoist, this poor Daoist has already said it clearly. This poor Daoist spirit herbs are all here. If fellow Daoist wants them, then take the spirit stones. If not, then go somewhere else. Fellow Daoist must disturb this poor Daoist's cultivation. This is a great sin." Xiaohua smiled and said, "What I need your stall doesn't have, noisy. If you don't have it, then what the hell are you talking about? Just leave." As the cultivator spoke, he picked up the book again. "This poor Daoist wants to discuss with fellow Daoist about buying some spirit grass seeds from fellow Daoist?" Xiaohua whispered his thoughts. "Buy seeds?" The cultivator was stunned. He immediately put down the book and showed a curious expression. "What do you want seeds for? Aren't the spiritual herbs I have enough for your needs?" When the cultivator said this, Xiaohua was stunned. He said curiously, "Fellow cultivator, if you want to sell, then tell I that you can. If you don't want to sell, then tell I that you can't. Why do you care if I want to buy seeds?" Xiaohua's words were very similar to what the cultivator said just now. Xiaohua was prepared. As long as the cultivator turned hostile, he would turn around and leave. E.g. was so big, how could he worry about not being able to buy spiritual herb seeds? Strangely, when Xiaohua said this, the cultivator laughed and cupped his hands. "I'm Ling Zhongyu of the Grass Spirit Sect. How should I address you?" Strange, this person's temper is really strange. When you talk to him nicely, he ignores you. When you scold him, he learns to be obedient. Xiaohua thought to himself. He also cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua." "Oh, fellow cultivator Xiao, don't blame I for talking too much. I have been in EG for many years, but it's always people who come to buy spiritual herbs. I've never heard of anyone buying seeds, so I was curious." Ling Zhongyu said with a smile. "And after seeing your fake cultivation and your concealed cultivation, I feel that fellow cultivator Zhao's cultivation is about the same as mine. Maybe fellow cultivator Xiao and I are the same kind of people?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Who? Is there a need to say? If you want to buy seeds, what else can you do if you don't want to study spiritual herbs?" Ling Zhongyu picked up the book that was thrown aside and shook it. Xiaohua saw clearly that there were two big words on it. Codex of Herbs. "Oh, this is good stuff." Xiaohua's heart jumped. Then he said, "Fellow cultivator, you're really the same kind of person." Sigh, because of spiritual herbs, I's cultivation was delayed. "Fellow cultivator, can you let I take a look at this Codex of Herbs?" "Of course." Ling Zhongyu carefully handed over the Codex of Herbs and said with a smile, "I am the same. Master said that if it weren't for the fact that I put too much effort into spiritual herbs, my cultivation could have increased by a few levels." Seeing that Ling Zhongyu handed over the Codex of Herbs without hesitation, Xiaohua's heart was very warm. He casually flipped through it a few times. "This fierce sungrass?" He accidentally flipped to a fiery red spiritual herb that looked like fire. Xiaohua frowned. A name jumped out from his mind. Fierce sungrass? Fierce sungrass should be called fierce sungrass, right? I don't think I've seen the picture of this fierce sungrass in Shanghuaming. How do I know that it should be called fierce sungrass? Xiaohua was surprised. He handed the Codex of Herbs over and asked, "Fellow cultivator Ling, this fierce sungrass. Is there another name called fierce sungrass?" "What? Another name?" Ling Zhongyu took the Codex of Herbs and casually glanced at it. He immediately denied it. Fierce sungrass doesn't have another name. Moreover, I have never heard of any fierce sungrass. Could it be there's a fierce sungrass in your sect's ancient books? Speaking up to hear, Ling Zongyu's eyes were filled with fervor. Xiaohua shook his head with a wry smile and said, "This poor Daoist only saw it from an incomplete page of a book. That page was lost long ago. Even if this poor Daoist wanted to give it to fellow Daoist, it was impossible." "So it's like this. What else is on that page?" Ling Zongyu asked in disappointment. Hearing this, the appearance and names of some spiritual herbs indeed appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Something like dragon scale fruit, something like iron bone grass, they were all strange spiritual herbs. They are all strange spiritual herbs. There are no records of them in the ordinary Codex of Herbs. Xiaohua laughed. "Sigh, what a pity. I can't take a look." Ling Zongyu was rather disappointed. It seemed like he was really obsessed with studying spiritual herbs. "By the way, fellow cultivator Ling, what do you plan to do about what I said just now?" Xiaohua changed the topic. "Fellow cultivator, are you talking about seeds?" Ling Zongyu regained his senses and asked. "I wonder if fellow cultivator is willing to part with them? Seeds of spiritual herbs. In other sects, such as the 10,000 Flower Valley or the 100 Herbs faction, they might not agree so easily. Even if they agree, I'm afraid they won't be able to find many seeds. But for my grass spirit sect? It's nothing. My grass spirit sect specializes in growing spiritual herbs." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, "Then fellow cultivator Ling, how do you want to exchange for these seeds? Do you want spirit stones? Or do you want other things?" "Of course spirit stones are the best." Ling Zongyu laughed. "If you don't have spirit stones, fellow cultivator Zhao's spiritual pills are also fine. How about 100-year-old spiritual herbs? Or middle-grade yellow talismans?" Xiaohua hesitated and asked. "Let's go with spirit stones and spiritual pills. My grass spirit sect doesn't lack anything else." Ling Zongyu laughed. "All right." Although Xiaohua wanted to use high-grade fireball talismans to exchange for spirit stones, Ling Zongyu didn't lack them. He could only use real middle-grade spirit stones to exchange. Perhaps it was because Xiaohua also liked spirit grasses. The price Ling Zongyu quoted was very cheap, far exceeding Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua was very satisfied, but when Xiaohua was about to take out the spirit stones, he was stopped by Ling Zongyu. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this poor Daoist came to EG to sell spirit grasses. How could I bring these seeds? What this poor Daoist said to fellow Daoist today, I will report to Master when I return to the mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to bring the seeds you need in 3 days." 3 days later, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, after thinking for a while, he realized that Ling Zongyu was right. Who would bring so many seeds for no reason? Since fellow cultivator wants to return to the mountain, I wonder, can you bring the seeds of your sect's spiritual herbs? Oh, or the seeds that can't germinate and are no longer used can be brought to I as well. Xiaohua's words were somewhat exorbitant. This. Ling Zongyu frowned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "I can understand fellow cultivator's thoughts. When you see the grass spirit book, you only want to plant all the spiritual herbs recorded in it. Only then will you be satisfied. I wonder if Master will agree. Then please put in a good word for me, fellow cultivator Ling." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, all right. Since I have agreed, I will do my best. Fellow cultivator, don't worry. Please come and get it in 3 days. Ling Zongyu said with a smile. "Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator Ling." Xiaohua cupped his hands and thanked him. After he took 2 steps, he stopped again with a hesitant expression. Ling Zongyu had a good impression of Xiaohua. Seeing him hesitate, he took the initiative and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, Could it be that there's something wrong? Xiaohua looked at him and then looked around. After choosing his words, he asked, "Alas, fellow cultivator Ling, actually I also want to get some spiritual herbs for a living like your sect. But the spiritual herbs in e.g., the price is really too low. It's not easy to make a living." After hearing this, Ling Zhongyu felt the same way. With a sympathetic look, he almost hugged Xiaohua and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao is right. Spiritual herbs that are decades old and centuries old are rare. But even so, they can't be compared to those yellow talismans and elixirs. It's because the techniques of refining elixirs and creating talismans are really secret techniques. Very few people know them. And planting spiritual herbs is simple. Who doesn't know how to do it? It's just a matter of whether the planting is good or bad. Even if they don't know how to do it, they can go to places with rich spiritual energy. Most of the time, they can find them. No wonder the price of spiritual herbs is so low. As the saying goes, skills have their own specialties. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Xiaohua sighed. "Yes, exactly." Ling Zhongyu nodded. "How about, there are a lot fewer cultivators like you and me who study spiritual herbs." The two talked for a while, then Xiaohua took his leave. After settling the matter of the seeds, Xiaohua's mood was very good. The reverse light in his mind space rotated every day, and the light was also shining all the time. Planting a few more spirit grasses and planting a few less spirit grasses didn't seem to have much of an effect. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of empty space inside the space. Xiaohua only needed about 10 feet of space to store things. Xiaohua actually wanted to plant spirit grasses inside the space. That would be 2 years of growth in a day. Casually taking out a stalk of spirit grasses could be exchanged for spirit stones or spirit pills. Looking at the sky, and then looking at the places he had just explored, Xiaohua knew that this e.g. was definitely not something he could explore in a day. Moreover, other than high-grade fireball talismans and 200-year-old spiritual herbs, he really didn't have anything else to exchange. If he took out 200-year-old spiritual herbs many times in a day, wouldn't it be easy for others to notice him? Xiaohua's cultivation was too low. He didn't dare to take this risk. Having developed a vigilant heart, Xiaohua no longer wandered around. Looking left and right, he found e.g. and took down the camouflage cloth in a secluded place. Looking at the exquisite camouflage cloth in his hand, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. This camouflage cloth was very comfortable on his body. Although it could only cover his face, Xiaohua felt that exchanging a few high-grade fireball talismans for it was really worth it. And this young cultivator is also a loose cultivator, but he seems to be quite different from Pai Lan, Duo Xiong, and the others. He relies on his own camouflage cloth to cultivate. He can be considered self-reliant. I just don't know where he cultivates. If I can make friends with him, it would be a good thing. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the stall before noon, but it was already empty. He didn't know if the camouflage cloth was sold out? Or did that young cultivator leave a step earlier? Oh, right, how is this camouflage cloth made? It can actually change one's face. It's really amazing. Xiaohua thought again. After using the ink, because he had to control his spiritual power and drive the ink to wrap spiritual power, it was not as easy as just waving his fingers. Before he could finish drawing all the runes, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth wrapped in the ink had already dissipated, and the ink scattered all over the ground. What's going on? Xiaohua listened, and his eyes stared blankly at the dissipating spiritual power. He was somewhat depressed. Could it be that without the method of inscribing the runes, this confinement talisman really can't be refined? Thinking about it, the method of inscribing the confinement talisman was combined with the previous method of inscribing the runes. It was something that countless ancestors of the Dawn Rain continent had practiced and created. Xiaohua erased the method of inscribing the confinement talisman as soon as he came up and wanted to successfully refine it. opening up a new path. Oh, could it be simple and easy? Xiaohua thought for a moment and tried a few more times. The result was the same. He couldn't finish inscribing the runes every time. Soon after, Xiaohua tried using his other hand, and the result was the same. Alas, Xiaohua shook his hand, and the ink was thrown away. He said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that this young master was too arrogant." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the ground and energetically patted his storage pouch. He took out the talisman paper, ink, and booklet containing the confinement talisman. He was still muttering, "Damn it, why am I so stupid? Why can't I do this? Why didn't I think of it before?" Xiaohua carefully looked at the runes of the confinement talisman a few more times. He was still muttering, but no words could be heard. The fingers of his two hands were still nimble. What was different from before was that the hand seals of Xiaohua's two hands were different. Soon after, when Xiaohua felt that he was already proficient, he waved his hands and dipped them in ink. His 10 fingers flicked together, and he actually used both hands to execute the same hand seal. The first round of the hand seal wasn't very smooth, and there were many places where Xiaohua's mind couldn't keep up. But strangely, Xiaohua's hands were extremely fluent in making up for these flawed places. There was no need for Xiaohua's mind to cooperate. When Xiaohua finished inscribing, the ink that wrapped the spiritual power didn't dissipate, but because the runes were drawn with both hands at the same time, it seemed slightly unbalanced. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't use the final spell and allowed the rune to gradually disappear. Looking at the time when the runes began to disappear, it was actually a long time later. Oh, so it's like this. Once the runes of the confinement talisman are completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth can flow between the runes without leaking, and the runes can also be preserved for a long time. If the runes aren't completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth may flow into the air. The so-called method of writing runes must be a method to control the spiritual power of heaven and earth and not let it dissipate easily in the air. Immediately, Xiaohua tried a dozen more times. Every time, he didn't use the final technique. He only drew the rune of the imprisonment talisman in the air. As the rune became more complete, the time the rune stayed in the air became longer and longer. Actually, if I can stop this rune, I don't need to draw it on the talisman paper. It can also turn into a yellow talisman. The idea was very easy, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiaohua didn't know what to use to replace the talisman paper and the ink. When the last confinement talisman stopped in the air, Xiaohua's hand seals changed, and the runes gradually flashed, absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Along with the hand seal in Xiaohua's hand, a qi sound was heard, and the runes entered a high-grade talisman paper. With a flash of brilliance, a confinement talisman was successfully refined by Xiaohua without any mishap. Like I said, I am a genius at refining yellow talismans. Xiaohua's eyes were so mesmerized that they became slits. He very lovingly picked up the extremely exquisite confinement talisman. The confinement talisman was earth yellow in color, and the talisman characters on it were densely packed like a fine spider web. These fine talisman characters seemed to be floating on top of the talisman paper. With a slight movement of his fingers, the earth yellow brilliance faintly flowed like mercury. Just this appearance alone was several grades higher than the fireball talisman. It was truly worthy of being called a high-level yellow talisman. I don't know what grade this confinement talisman is. No matter what, it should be a middle-grade talisman? Xiaohua thought in his heart, and he checked the spiritual power in his body. The check wasn't very tight, and his spiritual power increased a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was still a bit more than refining the fireball talisman. It seemed that refining confinement talismans was also a good way to cultivate. Thinking that the agreed time with Ling Zhongyu was 3 days later, Xiaohua didn't want to go to EG anymore. He hid in the inn and alternately refined the fireball talisman and confinement talisman. At the same time, he also comprehended the Tao of Heaven and cultivated Shang Hua Ming's second level of qi refining cultivation technique. 3 days passed extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time. Xiao Hua very reluctantly came out from the inn. If it wasn't for the inn's daily payment of 20 low-grade spirit stones, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua didn't have any cultivation techniques above the second level of qi refining to cultivate, if it wasn't for the limited spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the inn, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua's 3 days of cultivation were only equivalent to a day for others. Xiao Hua really wanted to continue cultivating in such a leisurely manner. However, in these 3 days, Xiao Hua's harvest was also huge. In addition to the increase in his spiritual power and the advancement of his cultivation, the talisman ink and talisman paper exchanged from EG were all refined into fireball talismans and confinement talismans. The only thing that made Xiao Hua feel regretful was that the fireball talisman he refined with the talisman pen still didn't succeed. After leaving the inn, Xiao Hua pinched the message talisman in his storage bag and felt a little bewildered. It's already been a few days, but I still haven't seen Senior Ma's message. Should I send a message talisman to ask? But what if he wants me to test it? I also can't draw a fireball talisman. It's better not to send a message first. Wait until I get the spirit grass seeds and let the puppets sow them in the space first. I should draw a fireball talisman first. The cultivation technique, that's the most important thing. Xiao Hua thought and arrived outside EG. He found a remote place and put on the so-called camouflage cloak before entering EG. Today's EG was just as lively as a few days ago, but the people were different. And as for how many cultivators there were compared to a few days ago, only the heavens knew. At the very least, Xiao Hua, who was wearing the camouflage cloak, was the same. Cough cough. There was also that young cultivator who was selling Daoist robes the moment he entered EG. Everyone, come and take a look. This is a top-notch Daoist robe. Aside from having no defense, it has all the functions of removing dust, removing odors, and so on. It's much cheaper than the Daoist robes that fellow Daoist usually uses. And, fellow Daoist, don't look at how your Daoist robe is of the highest quality. However, fellow Daoist should always wear something else. Who knows when it might be of use? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth slightly rose. Chapter 1323. Seeing that there weren't many people in front of his stall, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Daoist Fu, seeing this, the young cultivator smiled and said, Fellow Daoist, you really have good eyesight? Hey, fellow Daoist's bewilderment looks quite familiar. I exchanged fireball talismans for this 3 days ago. Does fellow Daoist Fu still remember? Of course I do. The cultivator laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao's fireball talismans are really good. I have already exchanged them for many good things. This is all thanks to fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hands and said that he didn't dare. Right, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you still have fireball talismans today? The cultivator became interested. Looking at his stall, he smiled and said, How about you give me some Daoist robes? I'll give you a discount. Xiao Hua didn't want these. He waved his hands and said with a smile, I don't have any more fireball talismans on me. I just came here to look around. I don't plan to buy anything. So it's like this. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you can look around first. The young cultivator's expression changed slightly. He was about to greet others when Xiao Hua immediately called out, Right, fellow Daoist Fu, I heard fellow Daoist mention a few days ago that you're also a loose cultivator? I wasn't a loose cultivator before. It's just that I encountered some things later on and had no choice but to become a loose cultivator. Fortunately, I have some skills and can make some very basic magic tools. I can barely take care of my own cultivation. It seemed that he didn't want to say more. Magic tools? These are all magic tools? Xiao Hua looked at the Daoist robes in his hands and asked curiously. Seeing that there were no cultivators nearby, Zhao Yan turned his head and said, "These Daoist robes and the bewilderment on your body can all be considered magic tools. It's just that they're extremely crude. Qiqiao sect focuses on refining magic tools. Sect Master Daoist Lu Hong is a famous master refiner in my country of Xi. Fellow Daoist Fu's refining skills." Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong halfway through his words and immediately stopped. At the same time, another female cultivator in front of him was attracted by the exquisite Daoist robes. Zhao Yan eloquently introduced them. Xiao Hua took a look, shook his head slightly, and turned around to look for Ling Zhongyu. Ling Zhongyu's spiritual grass sect's stall was still there. Ling Zhongyu was still the same, reading the grass codex with relish. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Daoist Ling." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Ling Zhongyu didn't even raise his head and said, "These spiritual plants cost 1 low-grade spirit stone each. Fellow Daoist, you can put down the spirit stone and take the spiritual plant that you like." His tone and words were exactly the same as 3 days ago. Presumably, he had to say these words every day. "Hee, fellow Daoist Ling, have you brought I's spirit grass seeds?" Xiao Hua asked in a slightly louder voice. "Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Xiao. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come." When Ling Zhongyu heard that, he hurriedly put down the book and removed the storage bag from his waist. He said, "If you don't come, I will be in trouble." Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Didn't fellow Daoist Ling say 3 days later? Isn't today the 4th day? Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" "But you really remembered wrongly. When I said 3 days later, it was the 3rd day, which was yesterday. When I returned to the mountain yesterday, I was scolded by Master. He said that I didn't take your deposit. If you really didn't sell it, Master and I would have worked for nothing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Xiao Hua smiled and hurriedly took out the promised spirit stones. He said, "Since that's the case, fellow Daoist Ling, please accept the spirit stones first. I will look at the seeds." "It's okay. This storage bag contains the seeds that fellow Daoist Xiao wants. I took out almost all the spiritual plant seeds in the spiritual grass sect. I picked 10 seeds of each spiritual plant. Oh, right, there are also some shriveled seeds in the storage bag. There are also some seeds that I don't know the names of and can't be planted. I'll give them all to fellow Daoist Xiao." As Ling Zhongyu spoke, he took the spirit stones and put them into another storage bag. Then, he handed the storage bag in his hand to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened the storage bag and looked inside. There were indeed many seeds in the storage bag, far exceeding his expectations. He smiled and put the seeds into his storage bag. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Ling." "It's okay, it's okay. If fellow Daoist Xiao comes across any rare spiritual plants in the future, you can bring them to I. The spiritual grass sect is also willing to buy such spiritual plants." Ling Zhongyu waved his hand and took the storage bag with a smile. "Ah, of course, of course." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bid farewell. After leaving the spiritual grass sect's stall, Xiao Hua found a place with fewer people and put the storage bag into the maze. With a stroke of his hand, all the spiritual plant seeds were put into the space. Xiao Hua was still quite anxious. 1 day in the space was equivalent to 2 years in the outside world. Moreover, while he was refining the yellow talismans and cultivating in the inn, Xiao Hua had already ordered the puppets in the space to cultivate the spiritual plants. Now that he had the seeds in hand, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't waste any time. After putting the seeds into the space, he ordered the puppets to start planting. Xiao Hua paid attention to the things in the space as he casually walked forward. After walking for about the time it took to eat a meal, he came to a place where there weren't many people. Looking around, Xiao Hua was quite puzzled. This place wasn't small, but there were only a few stalls. The number of people who came here could be counted. It was far from the bustling scene he saw earlier. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that the items in the stalls were all black and yellow. There were all kinds of shapes and sizes. Moreover, he couldn't tell what they were used for. Looking at the few cultivators in front of the stalls, Xiao Hua could see that all of them had cultivations above the 10th level of foundation establishment. There were even 2 that Xiao Hua couldn't see through. If they weren't foundation establishment cultivators, then they were golden core cultivators. Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward. After hesitating for a moment, he was about to retreat. At this time, he came face to face with a dark and thin man. That man looked a little anxious and walked in a hurry. Moreover, Xiaohua couldn't see the man's cultivation. Seeing that the man was coming face to face, Xiaohua was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the side and made way. That man walked past Xiaohua without even looking at Xiaohua and went straight to an empty stall. With a clap of his hand, dozens of similar black items were placed on the stall. Then, without waiting for the cultivator to sit down, a water blue brilliance flashed above the stall. A distorted figure appeared in the air. Xiaohua could see clearly that it was a Jinghua City disciple around the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Senior, please pay the admission spirit stones." The disciple very politely cupped his hands and said to the cultivator. The cultivator said in a bad mood, "Didn't you see that I just came? I haven't exchanged anything yet. How can I pay you spirit stones?" "Hee, senior must be joking. As long as you place something in EG and want to exchange, my Jinghua City will charge 10 low-grade spirit stones for admission. These 10 low-grade spirit stones won't be in senior's eyes, right?" The Jinghua City disciple said. "Of course I won't be in senior's eyes. I haven't started the exchange yet. How can I pay spirit stones? If I don't exchange anything after paying spirit stones, wouldn't I have paid 10 low-grade spirit stones for nothing?" The dark and thin cultivator's anxious expression slowly faded and he began to argue with the Jinghua City disciple. "Hee, I'll let senior know. My Jinghua City opened the e-market and e-bazaar for the convenience of fellow cultivators so that they can have a place to trade without worry. 10 low-grade spirit stones for the e-market and 1 mid-grade spirit stone for the e-market are both very cheap. Just based on the fact that my Jinghua City disciples can protect the entire e-market and e-market without any accidents, it is worth it. It's not senior's first time here, so why are you making things difficult for this junior? Hee, I was originally going to participate in the EG Bazaar in 10 days, but there are some urgent matters in the sect and I can't make it back in 10 days. Don't you think I's depressed? I would rather pay you 1 spirit stone." "I wouldn't dare. Today is EG. Senior only needs to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones." The Jinghua City disciple was clearly well-trained and his words were watertight. "Okay, you can go now. Don't delay I's exchange." With that, the cultivator took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them over. The Jinghua City disciple took the spirit stones and immediately disappeared in a flash. As soon as the figure of the Jinghua City disciple disappeared, the dark and thin cultivator waved his hand, and a dozen large words appeared in front of the stall. Xiaohua then heard the cultivator shout, "Fellow Daoists, this poor Daoist has some rarely seen demonic tools. Originally, I was going to bring them to the market in 10 days, but today, I really had no choice but to take them out. If anyone has good eyesight, come and take a look." This poor Daoist demonic tools cost 1 top-grade spirit stone each. Ah? Demonic weapons? Top-grade spirit stones? Hearing the dark and thin cultivator's words, Xiaohua was very surprised and thought he had misheard. However, when he saw the large words in front of the cultivator, he knew that he hadn't misheard. When the cultivators at the side heard this, they all gathered around and each took what they wanted and carefully looked at it. The few foundation establishment cultivators even released their divine senses and scanned it over and over again. Cough cough, fellow cultivators, this is a demonic weapon. Magic power can't be activated, and divine senses can't penetrate it. Why are you using your divine senses? Seeing everyone choose as if they were choosing magic weapons, the dark and thin cultivator couldn't help but frown. He knew that he had come in a hurry today and wouldn't meet any discerning cultivators. Sure enough, those people looked at the demonic artifacts in their hands and coldly glanced at the dark and thin cultivator. Then, they threw away the things in their hands and turned to leave. A few of them walked out of this area and a few of them went to other stalls. Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward and only looked at the demonic weapons on the stall with interest. He often heard Zhang Qingxiao talk about the great war between immortals and demons, but he had never seen any demonic weapons. How could he not be curious when he saw one now? However, the demonic weapons on the cultivator's stall were all black and he couldn't see their quality. If the cultivator didn't say it, Xiaohua would never know that these unremarkable things were demonic weapons. Chapter 1324. That's right, this demonic tool, where did it come from? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and said to himself, demonic tools are used by the people of the devil realm. Divine sense and magic power can't be used. What do cultivators like us need them for? Oh, maybe this area is dedicated to selling demonic tools. No wonder there aren't many cultivators here. Xiaohua already understood the reason for the lack of people, so he turned around to leave. This so-called demonic tool was a bit far away from him, so he didn't need to waste time here. However, the instant Xiaohua turned around, a powerful divine sense swept over him and scanned him from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and almost stopped. However, he also knew that this was only divine sense and not coercion. A small second-layer qi refining cultivator like him shouldn't have been able to sense it. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart and still turned around, preparing to leave. "Little doll, come over here." A voice sounded as if it was speaking in his ear. Xiaohua was stunned. That voice belonged to the dark and thin cultivator from a moment ago. Why is he looking for me? Xiaohua was baffled and could only stop. Soon after, he looked left and right in bewilderment. Then, he pointed at his nose and asked, Is this senior calling this junior? Yes, he's calling you. Apart from you, who else would call you a little doll? The dark and thin cultivator had an impatient expression. He stretched out his right hand and beckoned with his index finger. He called out, "Quickly come over, this old man has something to tell you." "Yes, this junior will go over right away," Xiaohua replied. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly ran in front of that person's stall. He bowed and said, "Senior, I wonder why you called this junior over?" "First, take off this thing of yours." The dark and thin cultivator coldly said, "What's the use of wearing this thing? This old man can see your true appearance with a single glance. You're just a small second-layer qi refining little doll. What is there that you don't dare to reveal?" Xiaohua was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he obediently took off the camouflage mask and revealed his true appearance. "Sigh, it's just an ordinary face, what are you afraid of? If you really want to cover your face, then go to the 7 Possibilities sex shop and buy a real masking mask. That thing is useless." The dark cultivator nodded. "Senior, please understand. Junior is a rogue cultivator. I'm afraid that if I do something inappropriate and fall into the eyes of others, I'll attract trouble. That's why I thought of this Mi Yong. However, Junior really can't afford the Mi Yong of Qiqiao sect." Xiaohua honestly replied, "Nonsense, of course I know you're a loose cultivator. You're already so old but you're still in the second layer of qi refining. If you're not a loose cultivator, then what are you? I'm in a great mood today and I like you, so I'll give you a chance. If you can help me with something, I'll tell you my name. In the future, you can use my name to do something. Of course, if your enemy catches you and wants to take your life, you can use my name and maybe they'll let you live. Oh, right this time. What do you think?" Hearing the dark cultivator's words, Xiaohua knew this matter wouldn't be easy. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please tell me. I'll see if I can help." "Whether I can help or not, I can't say. It depends on whether you're willing to help or not." The old man glanced at Xiaohua. "Senior, please speak your mind." "Good, it's actually very simple. I have many demonic tools in my stall, you only need to buy one." "Ah?" Xiaohua was stunned and stammered, "Senior, you're not mistaken, right? Junior just reached the second layer of qi refining and I'm a loose cultivator." "Huh? Why would I want a demonic tool?" "A demonic tool isn't a magic tool. It doesn't require spiritual sense or magic power. It doesn't matter if you're in the second layer of qi refining or middle foundation establishment, you can use it. I only let you pick because I like you. The old man's expression changed. But, won't you consider other people? Xiaohua turned his head and wanted to point at other people, but just as he raised his head, he was stunned. Just now, there were still several people strolling around this area, but now, there was no trace of them. Not even a single hair could be seen. There were only several cultivators with their eyes closed, sitting upright behind their respective stalls. It was unknown whether they were adjusting their breathing or recuperating. Xiaohua was speechless. Who told him to be a second-layer qi refining cultivator? He couldn't outrun them even if he ran. But, Senior, it's not that I'm being rude. Even if I wanted to buy your demonic tool, I'm just a loose cultivator. How could I take out a supreme-grade spirit stone? To tell the truth, I haven't seen what a supreme-grade spirit stone looks like. Xiaohua said self-mockingly. You want to see a supreme-grade spirit stone, but supreme-grade spirit stone doesn't want you. The dark and thin old man mocked. I know you don't have a supreme-grade spirit stone, but since you took out 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, I'll let you pick one at will. 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua said in shock. Isn't that 7 or 8 supreme-grade spirit stones? How is it cheap? You ignorant thing. The dark and thin cultivator cursed. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones is only one supreme-grade spirit stone. I'm really too lazy to talk to you. Quick, take out all the things in your storage bag. I'll let you pick a demonic tool. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned green. His storage bag contained a lot of spiritual herbs, fireball talismans, forbidden talismans, and some talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes used to refine yellow talismans. He originally wanted to come to EG to exchange for some good things, but now he regretted it. Why did he put these things in his storage bag? The most important thing was that he did a little calculation. All these things added up were not worth a supreme-grade spirit stone. And even 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones were not enough. If he took them all out, wouldn't they all be taken away by this dark and thin old man? And what was left for him was nothing more than a demonic tool that was neither good for eating nor drinking, and even more useless. Senior, this junior, indeed has no use for this demonic tool. Xiaohua's body shrank back. Moreover, the spirit stones in this junior's storage bag will be used for other purposes. Senior, you can't force me to buy or sell, right? Xiaohua was almost about to cry. He spoke very pitifully. Unfortunately, that dark and thin cultivator was not a person who cherished flowers and cherished the fairer sex. Hearing Xiaohua's words, his face turned cold, and he said with a smile, Hee, of course, how could this old man dare to force you to buy or sell in this Jinghua city? Even if EG's guards didn't say anything, that city lord Lu wouldn't let this old man off. This old man naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Xiaohua's face eased slightly, but thinking about the conversation between this dark and thin cultivator and the Jinghua city disciple just now, Xiaohua's heart unconsciously thumped, and he secretly said, It seems, he's not that easy to talk to, right? Sure enough, that old man said unhurriedly, In any case, this old man remembers your face. Unless you live in Jinghua City for the rest of your life and don't take a step out of Jinghua City, otherwise. The old man didn't continue speaking. He merely lowered his head and fiddled with the pitch-black demonic tool on the stall, ignoring Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's face turned pale. This was an undisguised threat, but what could Xiaohua do? His bewilderment couldn't block the other's divine sense. His true appearance had been seen long ago. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. But the problem is, of all the people you could pick, you just had to pick me? Xiaohua was extremely indignant. After pondering for a while and seeing that no one else had come, Xiaohua murmured, That? Senior, can you leave this junior some spirit stones? Otherwise, this junior won't have a place to stay at night. Bah, this old man's name isn't limited to just supreme-grade spirit stones. You bought a demonic tool that's rarely seen in the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world and even paid with your life. What's there to be dissatisfied about? You still want this old man to make concessions? Not a chance. The old man said resolutely and decisively. Then, he looked at Xiaohua's waist and hooked his index finger. Still not going to hurry up and give it to this old man? Xiaohua used his teeth to bite his lip. He was truly hesitant and unwilling to part with it. However, looking at the old man's cold gaze, he still endured it. He reached out and was just about to take something out of his storage pouch when he heard the old man coldly say, "This old man wants you to give me the entire storage pouch. Don't worry, this old man will only take the things worth 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. I won't touch anything else." "Senior, you just said?" Xiaohua wanted to argue that it was 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, but just as he said it, he didn't know if it was the old man's gaze or if it was because he felt it was boring. He shut his mouth, took off his storage pouch from his waist, and handed it over. TSK, look at your broken storage pouch." This old man has never seen such a broken and cramped space. No wonder you were embarrassed to take it out. What kind of broken things are these? The dark and thin old man took Xiaohua's storage pouch and opened it to take a look. He casually took out a few fireball talismans and imprisonment talismans. With a very disdainful expression, he threw them back in. There are actually a few 200-year-old spirit herbs? This is beyond this old man's expectations. Then, the old man took out a few ordinary spirit herbs and casually looked at them. He smiled and said, "All right, little doll. You take a pile of broken yellow talismans and these spirit herbs. And there are also a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones to exchange for a demonic tool with this old man." AI, this old man pitied you and reluctantly agreed. "You can choose one." As he spoke, he took all the things in Xiaohua's storage pouch and put them into his own storage pouch. Then, he returned the empty storage pouch to Xiaohua. Looking at the storage pouch that didn't even have a low-grade talisman pen, Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he had already taken out everything. He couldn't just let it go to waste. Xiaohua could only look at the old man's stall with an ashen face. On the stall, the dozen or so demonic tools were very strange and their shapes were also strange. Xiaohua simply didn't know which one was which. After looking for a moment, the old man became impatient and urged, "Little doll, quickly choose one. This old man still has things to do." Yes, Xiaohua looked at it again, and his gaze fell on a broken spear tip. Chapter 1325. This magic tool was pitch black and very similar to the usual spear tip. However, there was a clear crack at the back of the spear tip, as if it was split from the head of a spear. The reason why Xiaohua's gaze fell on this spear tip was purely because he couldn't see the shape of other magic tools, but this spear tip looked somewhat familiar. When the dark skinny old man saw Xiaohua's gaze fall on the spear tip, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear tip. His hand paused for a moment and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he raised his arm and handed the spear tip to Xiaohua and said, "Little kid, did you think of this?" Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the spear tip in front of him. It was only shining with a dark light and there was nothing special about it. If the old man didn't say that it was a magic tool, he wouldn't have been able to see it. Xiaohua swept a glance at the spear tip. He was somewhat unwilling and wanted to look at other places. "Enough, little guy, take this thing. You want to trade this old man's magic tool with your little things. I don't know if you have accumulated good karma in your previous life, but you shouldn't be discontent." The old man coldly threw the spear point toward Xiaohua's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the magic tools in the booth were collected by him. His movements were very fast, and after a flash, all the items were collected by him. Xiaohua was in a hurry to catch the spear point, so he didn't pay attention to where the old man collected the magic tools. Xiaohua's hand just touched the spear tip when a cold feeling passed from the spear tip to his hand and then up his arm. Almost at the same time, his heart also felt cold. "Io, what's going on?" Xiaohua was greatly alarmed in his heart. However, Just as this astonished thought arose in his mind, the weight of the spear tip suddenly dropped down, causing Xiaohua's hand to loosen. The heavy spear tip actually caused Xiaohua to be caught off guard, causing him to drop it to the ground. The dark skinny old man saw this and laughed loudly. His figure flashed across the sky and flew away at a low altitude. Then, a low voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. "Little kid, this old man is Mingsui Mountain Shiwuming. You can borrow this name once. This old man acknowledges it." Shiwuming of Mingsui Mountain? Xiaohua was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When he raised his head to look again, Shiwuming was nowhere to be seen. There were still a few stall owners at the side. They lowered their heads and cultivated with their eyes closed. No one paid any attention to him. "I'm so unlucky." Xiaohua sighed and squatted down. He reached out his hand to pick up the spear tip that had fallen to the ground. After all, he had exchanged everything for this spear tip. Even if it was trash, he still had to keep it. The spear tip is so heavy? Xiaohua squatted down and saw clearly that the ground of EG was originally paved with huge bluestone. When the spear tip fell to the ground, it actually smashed the entire bluestone. Of course, the ground of EG had a restriction array. The bluestone on the ground was not really smashed, but the restriction array on the bluestone was broken. When Xiaohua squatted down, the cracked restriction array had already begun to gradually recover. "Are you kidding me?" Xiaohua stared dumbfoundedly at the broken restriction array on the ground. How familiar was this situation to him? Wasn't this the result of him using force to break the restriction array? All of a sudden, Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with fervor. Had a new idea. The sorrow of having been robbed clean of everything had long since been tossed to the highest heavens. His heart was once again filled with joy, disbelief, and shock. Xiaohua did not immediately pick up the spear tip. Instead, he first maintained his squatting position and looked around. The surrounding situation was the same as before. No one was interested in this unlucky guy. Then, Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the back half of the spear tip. With a slight force, the spear tip was held in Xiaohua's hand. No one could see the weight of the spear tip at this time. Then, Xiaohua clapped his hand without hesitation and threw the spear tip into the storage bag. But just as the spear tip entered, Xiaohua suddenly felt the storage bag sink. It was very different from when he put things in before. He immediately opened it again and saw that the tip of the spear tip had sunk into the storage bag. He could not see it clearly. This. Xiaohua frowned. Needless to say, he already understood that it was not that the spear tip could not be put into the storage bag. It was just that his storage bag was really old. He was afraid that the space inside the storage bag was unstable. The spear tip was really too heavy. If it was placed there for too long, the entire storage bag would be destroyed. Thinking that this was a storage bag that he had exchanged spirit stones for, Xiaohua immediately felt distressed. He hurriedly raised the storage bag, and with a very hidden movement, he put the spear tip into the space in his mind. And fortunately, there was no change in the space. Damn it, in the future, I can't put anything valuable in the storage bag. I'll just treat it as a cover. Thinking about how he had been robbed by Shiwuming for no reason, Xiaohua's heart was bleeding. It was really an unexpected disaster. If he could have put less things in the storage bag, he would have suffered less losses. This old monster, she is really too much. Why did he force a deal without any reason? Why did he have to force someone to sell him a magic tool? Xiaohua could not help but wonder. Moreover, he only let me know his name. Humph, only a fool would believe that by saying his name, he would be able to escape with his life. Or use his name to do something that doesn't require him to take responsibility. If he was really sincere, he should have at least given me a token or something. Sigh, Xiaohua did not think about it. No matter what method Shiwuming used to give him the promise, at least he bought a magic tool that was worth a piece of top-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua only spent less than a piece of top-grade spirit stone to get the magic tool. He even spared his promise. What a good deal! It was too late to be secretly happy. At this time, The restriction below Xiaohua's feet was still slowly recovering. Xiaohua also lost interest in staying here any longer and hurriedly left this place, afraid that he would be stopped by some eccentric senior again. Fortunately, after he put on the concealment mask and left this area, no one stopped him. Although Xiaohua had lost interest in going inside the EG, his talisman brushes and ink had all been taken away by Shiwuming. He could only look for another stall to replenish his talisman crafting materials. After searching for a while, he found that this stall seemed to sell yellow talismans. There were not many talisman crafting materials. Just as he was about to turn around and look for his original spot, Xiaohua's gaze fell on a rather large stall. This stall was surrounded by many cultivators. From time to time, some cultivators would take out spirit stones or other items to exchange with the stall owner. The stall owner was not alone, but a man and a woman. The two of them looked very similar and should be brother and sister. On this stall, there were yellow talismans and medicinal pills. These were all things that Xiaohua urgently needed. Walking to the front of the stall, Xiaohua observed. There were not many types of medicinal pills. There were Jiyu pill, Emoje pill, smoke feather pill, and so on. They were medicinal pills that could increase magic power, but their effects were slightly inferior to the Peiyuan pill. As for those yellow talismans, they were all Dan guiding talismans, Dan controlling talismans, Dan condensing talismans, Dan collecting talismans, Dan guiding talismans, Dan igniting talismans, 3 Yang talismans, and so on. There were even saltpeter, fire gourd, and other items placed on the side, which were essential for refining medicinal pills. Xiaohua stood still for a moment. He looked at the items that the other cultivators were exchanging and the spirit stones they were taking out. He had a rough idea in his heart. At this time, there was a gap. The female cultivator smiled like a flower and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Daoist, the medicinal pills that my imperial pill school concocts are well known. May I know what kind of pills fellow Daoist wants?" Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, the prices of these medicinal pills are rather expensive. I also know a little about the art of pill concoction. I only want to buy some necessary yellow talismans, saltpeter, and other items from your school." Fellow Daoist's words are different. The medicinal pills of my humble school are all genuine goods. Moreover, they were all concocted by the elders of my school. Of course, they need the corresponding spirit stones. If fellow Daoist concocts them yourself, it will take a lot of effort and the quality of the medicinal pills won't be good. It would be better to just buy the medicinal pills directly. The female cultivator was not angry and only said softly, "Hee, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to teach him how to fish. Fortunately, it's good to be self-reliant." Xiaohua said, "It's fine. I will prepare a set of yellow talismans and saltpeter for fellow Daoist. I just don't know if fellow Daoist will use spirit stones or items to exchange for them." As the female cultivator said this, she walked to the side and began to pick up the yellow talismans used for pill concoction. "I don't have any spirit stones on me, only some spiritual herbs. Fellow Daoist, please appraise them," Xiaohua said confidently. "Hee, it's best to have spiritual herbs. They're more useful than any spirit stones. What my imperial pill school needs to concoct medicinal pills are old spiritual herbs." The female cultivator was not surprised. She smiled and prepared the yellow talismans and saltpeter. "But, fellow Daoist, these spiritual herbs." The female cultivator straightened her body and asked, "Here, fellow Daoist, please take a look." Just now, there were already cultivators who took out spiritual herbs that were more than 100 years old. Xiaohua's courage grew a bit and he took out a few spiritual herbs that were more than 200 years old. Alas, Xiaohua had no other choice. He actually wanted to take out some of the younger ones, but the ones in the space behind his head were all planted early on in Yellow Flower Ridge. All of them were around 200 years old. He couldn't reduce them even if he wanted to. Seeing the spiritual herbs in Xiaohua's hand, the female cultivator's eyes lit up. She didn't look very surprised and only praised, "Fellow Daoist, you're indeed skilled in concocting medicinal pills. These spiritual herbs are also old enough. They're the best quality spiritual herbs that my humble sect has seen today." As she said that, she handed over the yellow talismans, saltpeter, and other items in her hand. When Xiaohua took them, he also handed the spiritual herbs to the female cultivator. The female cultivator counted them and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, these spiritual herbs are indeed a bit too much. How about this? I give fellow Daoist some more yellow talismans and saltpeter." "There's no need. Fellow Daoist, if it's cheap, how about I take one of your precious school's medicinal pills?" Xiaohua said with a smile. The female cultivator shook her head. "That won't do. Fellow Daoist, you don't have enough spiritual herbs." "Hee, since that's the case, I can only give my last spiritual herb to fellow Daoist." As Xiaohua said that, he took out another spiritual herb and handed it over. Chapter 1326. With this spiritual herb, although it's still not enough, it's not far from it. The female cultivator was very straightforward. She took the spiritual herb and without saying anything else, she took out a variety of medicinal pills, put them into a jade bottle, and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He reached out to take it, and after thanking her he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Fellow Daoist, I want to ask, does your sect have pill recipes to exchange?" "Pill recipes?" The female cultivator was stunned, and her face immediately froze. She said coldly, "Fellow Daoist, are you joking with me? Pill recipes are the same as cultivation techniques. Every sect treasures them, so who would exchange them for no reason? Since fellow Daoist is also exchanging for pill refinement, could it be that fellow Daoist also wants to exchange pill recipes? If fellow Daoist has such intentions, please take them out. My Imperial Pill School will accept them all. Moreover, will accept them at all costs." Xiaohua blushed. Fortunately, he was wearing a camouflage cloak, so he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. He turned around and left the stall. The female cultivator didn't pay attention to him. She only thought that Xiaohua was teasing her, so she turned around and greeted the others. "Sigh, not only are cultivation techniques hard to find, pill recipes are also hard to find. Although Sect Master has refined the Peiyuan pill before, I only watched from the side and didn't know the details. Even if I had spiritual herbs, I wouldn't have been able to refine it." Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Being a loose cultivator is indeed very difficult. Fortunately, I've already found a way to cultivate quickly. Coupled with the fact that I can refine yellow talismans, although I'm much slower than ordinary people, at least other people can run while I walk. It's much better than crawling like a snail. Xiaohua comforted himself as he thought. His eyes also looked around. He didn't give up on his evil intentions, hoping for some kind of miracle. Unfortunately, even when the stall was about to end, he still didn't see any words related to pill recipes. Forget it, I'd better exchange for some talisman crafting materials. When I return to the inn later, I still have to craft talismans and cultivate. Xiaohua extinguished his thoughts. He casually stopped at a stall and picked out talisman brushes, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Xiaohua was a bit conflicted. What do you think? They don't want spiritual herbs, they only want spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, you can take I's spiritual grasses and exchange them with other stalls. Why do you want spirit stones? Xiaohua was very puzzled. Fellow Daoist, I'll be returning to the mountain tomorrow to pack up a few things and wait for the trade fair in 10 days. My sect isn't good at concocting pills, so I want fellow Daoist spiritual plants to trade for items. Rather than using spiritual plants to trade for items, it would be better to directly use spirit stones. Could it be that fellow Daoist didn't see this? With that he pointed. When Xiaohua looked, he saw that it was written very clearly, "Spirit stones only." All right. Xiaohua looked at the sky and remembered that there was still a mid-grade spirit stone on the body of the puppet in his space. He had no choice but to conceal it and take out the spirit stone from his space. Looking at the spirit stones Xiaohua handed over, that cultivator shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist, these spirit stones, have you used them before? Xiaohua didn't deny it and calmly asked, fellow Daoist, won't you accept these spirit stones? It's not that I won't accept them, but fellow Daoist should also know that the spiritual energy of the world inside a used spirit stone has already been reduced. It can't be used as a complete spirit stone for exchange. Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this, but he also didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, then fellow Daoist can just follow the rules. And although fellow Daoist has used these spirit stones before, the quality is still good. They should be able to be exchanged for 80 low-grade spirit stones. If fellow Daoist feels that it's appropriate, I can deduct the spirit stones used to craft these talismans and exchange the remaining spirit stones for fellow Daoist? After waiting for Xiaohua to nod, that cultivator took out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua sweated profusely. Fortunately, he only chose a broken talisman brush. Most of the materials were talisman paper and talisman ink. This incomplete mid-grade spirit stone could still be used. Xiaohua received the spirit stones and hurriedly returned to the inn. At this moment, he didn't have any spirit stones in his storage pouch, and the inn didn't allow people to owe money. Tomorrow, Xiaohua had to bring back some mid-grade spirit stones to continue the account. Although there were spiritual plants in the space, wouldn't it take a lot of time to obtain them? If he exchanged them, then there would be one less. It was far cheaper to refine yellow talismans, a method that could be used to cultivate and exchange for spirit stones. After entering the inn's room, Xiaohua opened the restriction. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he began to refine yellow talismans. First, he made several fireball talismans, then several confinement talismans. When Xiaohua once again dipped his 10 fingers in talisman ink and prepared to refine the fireball talismans, his heart suddenly stirred. He inwardly said, the talismans used to refine the fireball talismans are simple. The amount of magic power used is also small, but the amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth wrapped in it is also small. When refining the confinement talismans, the talismans are complex, and the amount of magic power and spiritual qi of heaven and earth used is also extremely large. But why did I use the same amount of talisman ink? Could it be that when refining yellow talismans, the amount of talisman ink used can also be reduced? Other talisman masters probably wouldn't think of this kind of idea. They only thought of how to perfectly refine yellow talismans, how to use more talisman ink to draw more spiritual qi of heaven and earth into the yellow talismans. They didn't care about using more talisman ink. But our Xiaohua, he was born stingy. Moreover, he was embarrassingly short of money today, so he had no choice but to instinctively consider this kind of matter. Xiaohua was most willing to do things that were frugal. He very carefully controlled his magic power and used the least amount of talisman ink possible to wrap the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Sure enough, it was just as Xiaohua thought. The amount of talisman ink could really be reduced. Xiaohua tried a dozen times, until the amount of talisman ink he could use was just barely enough to wrap the spiritual qi of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper. Only then did he stop. When he turned back and carefully calculated, he shockingly discovered that the talisman ink that could only refine 10 fireball talismans in the past, he could actually refine 13 of them now. The amount of talisman ink he could use had increased by 30%. Moreover, when Xiaohua regulated his breathing, he discovered that his magic power had increased by a lot compared to before, and his control of magic power had become more precise. Although the increase in magic power wasn't much, to Xiaohua, any increase meant that he could catch up with the cultivation speed of others a little bit. How could he not be happy? In the midst of his joy, Xiaohua suddenly thought, market will be in 10 days. At that time, there will be even more people coming, and there will also be a lot of things that can be used. It seems that I have to refine more yellow talismans. Perhaps I can exchange them for a lot of spiritual stones. That's right, at that time, the spiritual grass can also be exchanged for a good price. That won't do. On the day of e-market, there will definitely be people from the 100 Herbs Gate. If I take out the spiritual grass, it might attract the attention of the 100 Herbs Gate disciples. Although I have the mystic grass, it can't change its shape or hide its cultivation, so I will still be easily recognized by the 100 Herbs Gate. Spiritual grass, I absolutely can't reveal it. Xiaohua unconsciously came to a realization. Perhaps, this e-market is already not bad, so it's better not to go to e-market? Xiaohua thought for a moment, but couldn't make up his mind, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He only focused on refining confinement talismans, using all his intelligence and wisdom on the great frugal research of how to use the least amount of talisman ink to attach the most amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was said that there was no time in cultivation, and refining yellow talismans and earning spiritual stones also had no time. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was immersed in refining yellow talismans, taking them to e-market to exchange for spiritual stones, talisman papers and other things, cultivating. He almost forgot that he still had to join Tianqi. The confinement talismans refined by Xiaohua weren't as good as the fireball talismans he refined. They could only be considered as middle-grade talismans, and there was still a certain gap between them and high-grade talismans. But even so, it still allowed him to earn several hundred middle-grade spiritual stones. After all, that was a high-grade confinement talisman, and middle-grade confinement talismans were also very popular in e-market. Even Xiaohua almost thought of setting up a stall in e-market himself. It's just that Xiaohua didn't see He Zhongyu and Ling Zhongyu for the past few days, and there was no suitable person to ask at e-bazaar either. Only then did he put down his thoughts, and these two people probably left Jinghua City to prepare for E-City. I've stayed in Jinghua City for so many days, why is there still no news from Tianqi? Xiaohua walked in front of e-market on this day, and suddenly thought, the middle-grade spiritual stone that Senior Qin gave me, I'm afraid it's already been used up? Could it be, there's no chance of joining Tianqi? Thinking about it, it was also very possible. The cultivation method is gone. The pill formula is probably also gone. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, and he couldn't help but have an impulse to send out the summoning talisman, but before his hand touched his ear, he stopped. Relying on others alone, this cultivation will always be dependent. Other individual cultivators can survive and improve their cultivation, why can't I? And it's that 1,000-feet-old man, right? I heard from the sect master that he could cultivate to the gold core realm, so why can't I? Now I still have a cultivation method for the second layer of the aura refining realm to use, and I still have a lot of time to find a cultivation method. I don't believe I can't walk a path to heaven on my own. Xiaohua's harvest these days filled him with confidence in cultivation, and it was also true. Xiaohua refined yellow talismans every day, comprehended the heavenly Tao, and comprehended cultivation methods. His cultivation increased a little every day, and it was indeed much stronger than when he was in Shanghuaming. Moreover, from the looks of it, as long as he had a source of spiritual stones, there was nothing wrong with living in this inn for a year or so. However, the path of cultivation was very long, so how could he just stay in an inn? Forget it, I'd better earn some spiritual stones first. After all, Tianqi didn't give me a final word. Maybe they still haven't gathered enough talisman masters. Xiaohua shook his head, then strode towards E.G. As soon as he entered, a fourth layer aura refining cultivator turned around from an extremely distant corner. He stared at Xiaohua's back for a long time before quickly chasing after him. Xiaohua had been a little careless these days. Moreover, that cultivator was really far away. Even if Xiaohua stopped to watch, he might not be able to see anything. When Xiaohua entered E.G., he was very familiar with the way. He didn't stop at the nearby stalls and directly walked into E.G. Although Xiaohua was a little relaxed outside E.G., he was still cautious inside. He tried his best not to go to any stalls that he had already been to. There were many similar stalls in E.G., so he didn't have to worry about finding a suitable stall. Chapter 1327. Xiaohua first found a stall and bought a lot of talisman ink and talisman paper, then he didn't stop at all and went to other places. Xiaohua bought mid-grade talisman paper and low-grade talisman ink. Although the quantity wasn't small, he could absolutely not attract the attention of others. Through Xiaohua's experiments these past few days, he found that no matter if it was high-grade talisman ink or mid-grade talisman ink, the fireball talismans he refined were all high-grade. It had nothing to do with talisman ink or talisman paper. However, if he used low-grade talisman paper, he could only refine low-grade confinement talismans. If he used mid-grade or high-grade talisman paper, he could refine mid-grade confinement talismans. Therefore, Xiaohua naturally tried to be as frugal as possible and used the least amount of spirit stones to refine the most yellow talismans. After walking for a while, Xiaohua suddenly felt a little strange and his footsteps slightly stagnated. When he turned a corner, he slightly turned his head to take a look. There were many cultivators behind Xiaohua. Some were foundation establishment cultivators, some were aura refining cultivators, some were covering their faces, and some were swaggering. However, these people were all looking at the stall and no one paid any attention to him, a little cultivator who looked like he was only at the second layer of the aura refining realm. Even if he covered his face, no one would be suspicious. Strange, could it be that I didn't rest well these past few days? Xiaohua frowned and muttered inwardly. Then, with a flash, he went in another direction. After a while, Xiaohua's figure appeared in front of a small yellow talisman stall. Most of the stall was already empty, and there were only a few fireball talismans, ice talismans, and so on. A dark and thin old man was sitting there with his hands hanging down, seemingly bored to death. At this moment, Xiaohua was very familiar with this place. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist, please." "Fellow Daoist, what can I do for you?" The dark and thin old man seemed to understand Xiaohua's meaning and returned the greeting with a smile. "Fellow Daoist, please take a look at this confinement talisman. What do you think?" As he spoke, Xiaohua handed over a confinement talisman. The dark skinny old man nodded as he received it. After carefully looking at it, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. It's already very rare and commendable for such a high-level confinement talisman to be refined to such an extent. In my opinion, it should be above the middle grade. Alright, I wonder if fellow Daoist wants to buy it?" Xiaohua was secretly delighted. The old man looked at his empty stall and smiled. "Of course. Since fellow Daoist came to find this poor Daoist, it means that you have good intentions. How could this poor Daoist let fellow Daoist down? Please make a bid, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush. He felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Well, a middle-grade, high-grade yellow talisman usually costs 120 low-grade spirit stones. I'm sure you know that. If you're willing, I'll pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" The old man said sincerely. "Fellow Daoist." Xiaohua's expression was unreadable, but his tone was full of regret. He said, "I walked all the way here and already saw the market clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to go any further, why would I stop in front of fellow Daoist's stall? Fellow Daoist, you must be fated to give me such a low price. This really hurts I. How much do you think is appropriate?" The old man's expression didn't change. "Normally, I'll pay 140 low-grade spirit stones. Who told I to be fated with you? How about 130? Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness. Fellow Daoist, I can't take advantage of fellow Daoist's price. I can't agree. If fellow Daoist really wants to make a move, then 110 low-grade spirit stones." The old man looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "I know the origin of fellow Daoist's spirit stones. If fellow Daoist agrees, I will give fellow Daoist some benefits." Xiaohua pretended to ponder and said awkwardly, "Fellow Daoist, you're making things difficult for I. My bottom line is 120 low-grade spirit stones. If it's less, I won't be able to report back." "Then forget it." The old man waved his hand and said, "Your bottom line is too high. I can't deal with it. Fellow Daoist, please go to the side and take a look." Oh, okay, Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, then fellow eyes 200 or so middle-grade yellow talismans will benefit others. What? 200 or so talismans. The old man became anxious when he heard this and said, "Io, fellow Daoist, you said we were fated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want all of these yellow talismans." Don't. Fellow eyes yellow talismans are 125 low-grade spirit stones each. Fellow Daoist, don't mishear. Xiao Hua's voice was a bit hoarse. 125? The old man was stunned when he heard this, but then he said with a smile, "There's nothing to say. Fellow Daoist, we're fated. I accept this price." The old man was very clear that most of the talismans in EG were 5 elements yellow talismans. High-grade confinement talismans like this were still too few. If there were confinement talismans in his stall, not to mention that each one could be sold for 150 low-grade spirit stones, there would be many people buying confinement talismans along with 5 elements yellow talismans. Then, fellow Daoist, please prepare the spirit stones. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I have 230 confinement talismans. Okay, it should be 287 middle-grade spirit stones and 50 low-grade spirit stones. I'll sell it to you for 290 middle-grade spirit stones. I don't know if fellow Daoist wants middle-grade spirit stones or high-grade spirit stones." The old man said very quickly, I'll take middle-grade spirit stones. I won't be able to share high-grade spirit stones with senior brothers when I go back." Xiao Hua nodded. "Okay." The old man said while dividing the spirit stones in the storage bag. He said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, you have so many yellow talismans. Actually, you can also occupy a stall yourself." Xiao Hua's heart moved, but he immediately waved his hand and said, "I'm just running errands. I don't care about anything else. Occupying a stall is a bit troublesome. It's easy to attract attention." Fellow Daoist, you're thinking too much." The old man reached out and took the storage bag Xiao Hua handed over. He put all the spirit stones inside, then took the confinement talismans Xiao Hua handed over. He said with a smile, "You only need to pay Jingwa City a low-grade spirit stone every day. Anyone can set up a stall here. Fellow Daoist, you're wearing camouflage clothing. Who would know who you are?" "That's true," Xiao Hua said with a smile, but he immediately took the storage bag and waved his hand, saying, "I still have to cultivate more. I don't have the time to deal with this." Since fellow Daoist doesn't want to do it, if these yellow talismans are cheap in the future, come and give them to I. The old man cupped his hands and said. Xiao Hua didn't immediately answer. He lowered his head and pondered. He looked back several times and didn't see any eyesores. Then he raised his head and said with a smile, "If fellow Daoist has some pill recipes here that you can provide to I can naturally consider it." "Alas, fellow Daoist, you're asking for too much." The old man smiled bitterly. "My Yenxing sect only uses yellow talismans to maintain. We don't have pill recipes. Fellow Daoist, you're really making things difficult for I." Xiao Hua didn't say anything. He cupped his hands and was about to leave. The old man said again, "However, there are many cultivators on the day of the exchange. Fellow Daoist, you can come and take a look with your sect's senior brothers. Maybe you can come across some ordinary pill recipes." Thank you, fellow Daoist." Xiao Hua nodded and left. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua nimbly hid in a remote place. He stuck out half of his head and stared at the yellow talisman stall just now. He saw that there weren't many people in front of the stall just now. After the old man wrote a few words, the number of people patronizing the stall also increased. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those people gradually dispersed. Among them, there wasn't anyone that could attract Xiao Hua's attention. It's really strange. Could it be that I'm a bird frightened by the twang of a bough? Xiao Hua was depressed. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a rather familiar voice in front of him shouting, "You? This is just an ordinary jade pendant. How dare you ask for a piece of top-grade spirit stone?" Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He looked as far as he could and saw a group of people surrounding a stall. The voice was coming from there. Xiaohua, who quickly walked over to take a look, didn't expect that right after he left the stall, a cultivator dressed in camouflage clothes would walk over and point at the words written by the dark-skinned cultivator. He said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Daoist, you actually have a confinement talisman here. You didn't seem to have one just now, right?" The dark and thin old man said with a smile, "I didn't have one just now, but that doesn't mean I don't have one now. I don't know if fellow Daoist needs it. This is comparable to a high-grade confinement talisman. I only sell it for 160 low-grade spirit stones. And the price can be considered okay, but I want more." "Do you have enough confinement talismans in your house?" The dark and thin old man didn't doubt him and said with a smile, "I have a lot of them waiting for the day of the exchange. If fellow Daoist really wants them, I'll give you 10 low-grade spirit stones for each yellow talisman. I have more than 200 talismans here." The cultivator was clearly somewhat shocked and almost couldn't believe it. "What? Do you think I's price is too high?" The dark and thin old man sneered, "It will be the exchange market in a few days. I'm afraid the price of this confinement talisman will rise to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. If fellow Daoist doesn't make a move now, it will be over when the time comes." And at this time, there were also several cultivators who were attracted by the black-armed old man's handwriting and walked over. "Sire, let's think about it again." That cultivator was somewhat hesitant, but the dark and thin old man didn't care and turned to greet the others. That cultivator stood for a moment and followed the few cultivators who left. Although Xiaohua was watching from afar, how could he know the conversation? Even if he heard it? What could he know? How could he possibly know that under that bewilderment, there was a face filled with greed whispering, 150 low-grade spirit stones for a confinement talisman and 2 white-yellow talismans? Then, how many spirit stones would that be? This guy has been continuously appearing in the exchange market for many days, I'm afraid. Could it be that there are already a few top-grade spirit stones in that storage pouch? That cultivator was also cautious. After leaving the stall, he didn't turn back and didn't look in the direction where Xiaohua left. After walking for a long time, he turned back and looked around. Xiaohua heard a familiar voice and walked towards the crowd. When he got closer, he saw a person standing in front of a stall with a mess of things. He couldn't help but feel strange. Chapter 1328. Standing in front of the stall was a boy about 10 years old. It was the Xuanyan school's disciple that Xiaohua saw outside Jingpa City and was mocked the first time he came to EG. The current boy was far from the arrogant Xiaohua saw. His face was flushed with anger, and there was a trace of stubbornness and sorrow in his eyes. Looking at his hand, he was holding an extremely ordinary-looking jade pendant. "Fellow Daoist, although your cultivation is higher than I's, you can't force a trade. I already told fellow Daoist that this is a jade talisman, not an ordinary jade pendant. If fellow Daoist wants to trade, you can take out a top-grade spirit stone or something of equivalent value. As long as I is satisfied, I will definitely fulfill fellow Daoist's request." The stall owner was a tall man with a pink and white face. He was about 27 or 28 years old, but his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. "You rogue cultivator are unreasonable. Although I haven't seen a jade talisman, I know about the so-called yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and jade talismans. Your jade pendant doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy. How can it be a jade talisman?" The boy said hurriedly, his voice trembling. "Fellow Daoist, it's true that I am a rogue cultivator, but who said that rogue cultivators can't have jade talismans? Jade talismans themselves have runes, so of course they don't have spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Is there a need for I to say this to fellow Daoist? Who knows if fellow Daoist was sleeping when fellow Daoist teacher was teaching?" The rogue cultivator said without any trace of politeness. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all laughed loudly. "I am a disciple of Xuanyan school. My Xuanyan school's rules are very strict. Who dares to slack off when the teacher is teaching?" The boy defended himself. "Xuanyan school? The rogue cultivator was slightly stunned, then laughed. I only said it was possible. I never said that your school wasn't. Fellow Daoists, you can all testify. Of course, we all heard it. A busybody said loudly. I may not have seen a jade talisman, but I swear on my status as a disciple of Xianxia school that this is truly an ordinary jade pendant, and definitely not some jade talisman. The boy said through gritted teeth. Fellow Daoist, since this jade talisman belongs to I, and I say it's a jade talisman, then it's a jade talisman. Even if it's not a jade talisman, if I want a top-quality spirit stone, then it's worth a top-quality spirit stone. If fellow Daoist wants it, then pay a top-quality spirit stone first. The rogue cultivator was still arrogant as he laughed. The boy looked at the jade pendant in his hand. His hands were trembling as he shouted, I won't give it to you. What are you going to do? Fellow Daoists, take a look. This is how Xianxia school's disciples do things. Xianxia school's disciples are bullying others. Xianxia school's disciples are stealing other people's jade talismans. That rogue cultivator immediately cried out in horror. You shut up. The boy stomped his foot, and the red flush on his face receded, replaced by an ashen expression. How many spirit stones do you want? I definitely don't have that many top-quality spirit stones. The boy whispered. Hee, it's fine if you don't have spirit stones. Let's see what fellow Daoist has in his storage pouch. As long as it's worth spirit stones. The rogue cultivator narrowed his eyes and said, There are things in my storage pouch that belong to my school. I can't let you see it. The boy said firmly. So it's like that. The rogue cultivator's eyes darted around. He clapped his hands, and a silence talisman appeared. The two of them began to talk. If fellow Daoist doesn't have spirit stones, you can use your school's cultivation method to exchange for it. No one else will know. Who will definitely not tell anyone. The rogue cultivator knew that there was a silence talisman, but he still said softly. When the boy heard this, he shook his head. No, that's absolutely impossible. Then I will take a step back. Xianxia School is the leading school of alchemy in the country of Xi. If fellow Daoist has your school's Peiyuan pill, foundation establishment pill, and the like, take out a dozen of them. I will exchange this jade talisman with you. Peiyuan pill, foundation establishment pill? A dozen of them? The boy smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist, you daydreaming. Do you think I will have them? Then there's no other way. The rogue cultivator spread out his hands helplessly. These are all things I need. I don't need anything else. Fellow Daoist, please return the jade talisman to I. As he spoke, the rogue cultivator stretched out his hand. The boy took half a step back and hid the jade talisman behind him. But I almost forgot. If fellow Daoist has your school's pill formula, take out 2. It should be fine. The rogue cultivator casually looked behind the boy and suddenly said, Pill formula? The boy's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and said, Will an incomplete pill formula do? What kind of pill formula? The rogue cultivator's eyes lit up even more as he smiled. The boy shook his head. I don't know. It's just an incomplete. Then I'm very sorry. The rogue cultivator waved his hand and removed the silence talisman. He said loudly, Since fellow Daoist isn't willing, then hand over the jade talisman. Perhaps someone else can afford a supreme-grade spirit stone. At this moment, a cultivator wearing a Daoist robe and camouflage walked over from behind the boy. He bowed and said, Fellow Daoist, is this really a jade talisman? Can you let I take a look? Of course, but the jade talisman is in the hands of this Xianxia cult disciple. He doesn't want to return it to I. The rogue cultivator smiled bitterly at the boy. Oh, Xianxia cult is a major cult in the country of Xi. Their disciples would definitely not be so rude. I believe this fellow Daoist is in urgent need of this jade talisman. The cultivator said gently, I wonder if this fellow Daoist can let I take a look? The boy looked at the cultivator. After a long while, he raised the jade talisman. However, he still held it in his hand and refused to let go. I see. The cultivator looked carefully for a moment and nodded slightly. He asked, "Fellow Daoist, do you not have a supreme-grade spirit stone?" The boy nodded. Seeing this, the cultivator took his storage bag and handed it to the rogue cultivator. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, this is I's storage bag. Fellow Daoist can take a look. Although it is not worth a supreme-grade spirit stone, it is not much different." Without waiting for the cultivator to finish speaking, the rogue cultivator took the bag and opened it. He smiled and said, "It is. Could it be that fellow Daoist wants this jade talisman?" That is indeed the case. I like this thing very much and am prepared to exchange the items in the storage bag for this jade talisman. The cultivator said slowly, "Fellow Daoist, this is just an ordinary jade talisman, not a jade talisman. You must not be fooled." The boy was very anxious and shouted, "Ha, fellow Daoist, the items in the storage bag belong to this poor Daoist. This poor Daoist can do whatever he wants with it. This poor Daoist likes this jade talisman, so it's normal for me to exchange it for it." The cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, please give this poor Daoist the jade talisman." The boy bit his lips with his teeth and was very hesitant. "Sigh, fellow Daoist, if no one came to exchange, I could have negotiated with you. Since there is someone who knows the value of this jade talisman, fellow Daoist, please return the jade talisman to I. Xuanyan sect is a large sect and has a good reputation. You must not ruin your reputation because of such a small matter." The rogue cultivator persuaded. But the boy was very hesitant. "Oh, if fellow Daoist likes it, of course you can take out a corresponding amount of spirit stones to exchange with this fellow Daoist. After all, fellow Daoist saw this talisman before I. If fellow Daoist takes out spirit stones now, I will not be able to compete with fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, can you give me 2 days? I will go to my fellow Daoist to gather some spirit stones." The boy begged. The rogue cultivator glanced and shook his head. "I could have done it, but I am afraid it is not possible now." Sure enough, that cultivator smiled and said, "If fellow Daoist does not have spirit stones, it is better that you give the jade talisman to I. I am still in a hurry to return to the mountain." But when the boy heard this, his face was extremely ugly. He clenched his little fists and finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Okay." As he spoke, he was about to untie the storage bag at his waist. Seeing this, the rogue cultivator's eyes revealed joy. At this moment, a figure walked over quickly and grabbed the boy's wrist, berating, "You boy, why are you wasting time here? Our senior brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and come with me." That boy was shocked at first because his wrist was grabbed because of his uneasiness. Then, when he heard the berating, his face turned ashen. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who came, his face became extremely shocked again and he shouted, "You are..." Before he could finish speaking, an irresistible force tightened around his wrist, and a sharp pain came from his wrist. Ouch! The boy could not help but cry out. Who was it? Of course it was Xiaohua. Xiaohua first looked at the boy talking to the rogue cultivator with interest. Like many of the cultivators around him, he was a bystander and had long known that the rogue cultivator raised the price because the boy had taken a fancy to the jade pendant and showed that he had a certain relationship with the jade pendant. At first, Xiaohua did not have the intention to help. After all, the other party was a famous sect and had treated him coldly twice. He had no reason to use his warm face to stick to the other parties, but later, when he saw another cultivator stand up and want the ordinary jade pendant, Xiaohua knew that this person was on the same side as the rogue cultivator. He immediately thought of what happened to Xiao Xinrui, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao at the e-market last time and felt pity for them. When he saw that the boy actually wanted to open the storage pouch, he was even more shocked. With his knowledge, there was definitely more than just spirit stones and medicinal pills inside the storage pouch. Otherwise, seeing how important the jade pendant was to the boy would have already changed and would not have waited until now. And now, the boy had been deceived by the two people and had lost his mind. If there really was something in the storage pouch that Sun Yan taught him, then the boy would have taken the jade pendant, but what about his own life? Suddenly, Xiaohua could not stand still. The rogue cultivator on his left and right was only a third-layer qi refining cultivator. Although the other cultivator was wearing a camouflage robe and he could not see their cultivation level, he was afraid that they would not exceed the fourth layer of qi refining. Even if Xiaohua could not beat them, he could still escape. Therefore, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the boy's wrist. Chapter 1329. Xiaohua took advantage of that Xuanyan schoolboy's restless state to grab his wrist. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it, but as soon as his hand touched that boy's wrist, his fingers immediately moved slightly. His hand exerted force, causing half of the boy's body to go limp and numb. He could only cry out in shock, "You are?" Afterwards, he couldn't say anything else. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have made a mistake?" Xiaohua said coldly, "Why aren't you quickly returning the item?" As he said this, his right hand brushed past the boy's wrist that was holding the jade pendant. As if struck by lightning, the boy's hand loosened. Xiaohua took the jade pendant and threw it to that cultivator who came later. He said with a sneer, "Since fellow Daoist has taken a fancy to this item and my junior martial brother doesn't have enough spirit stones, of course he'll give it to fellow Daoist." Then he turned to that individual cultivator and said coldly, "Although my junior martial brother is young and inexperienced, he's still a disciple of Xuanyan school. He won't be deceived by others." That individual cultivator's face was filled with shock, but he still defended himself. "Fellow Daoist, I have a real jade talisman, How could Xiaohua say anything more to him? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pretend and say a few polite words, he would have already pulled the boy away. However, just as he was about to leave, that boy didn't know what he was thinking and struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the boy's strength was too weak. Xiaohua's hand was like cast iron and didn't move at all. The boy couldn't help but blush and shout, "Who the hell are you?" Xiaohua was very anxious. He reached out and slapped the boy's face. He berated, "Don't talk too much. Wait until we return to the mountain and I'll settle accounts with you. You dare hit me?" The boy was stunned. Although Xiaohua held back, there was still a 5-finger mark left on the boy's face. It was extremely obvious. Xiaohua didn't dare to stop. Taking advantage of the boy's daze, he pulled the boy up from the ground and quickly walked outside. As he walked, he scolded, "Everyone, disperse. What's there to see?" The surrounding people saw Xiaohua grab the fourth-layer qi refining boy and slap him across the face. The boy didn't even have a chance to resist, so of course they wouldn't take Xiaohua's second-layer qi refining level seriously. When they heard Xiaohua's reprimand, they all hurriedly stepped aside and gradually dispersed. Xiaohua walked very fast. He was familiar with the surroundings. After turning a few corners and seeing that there was no one around, he looked back and saw that there was no one around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quickly let go of his hand. The boy was still dizzy from the beating. He had just woken up when Xiaohua let go of his hand. The soreness and numbness in his body also disappeared, and his hands and feet regained their freedom. The boy immediately jumped up and cursed, "You shameless loose cultivator, you actually dared to disturb this young master's business. You actually dared to beat this young master. If this young master doesn't take your life, then this young master's surname isn't Xiao." As he spoke, the boy slapped his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans. "Fellow Daoist, you must not make a mistake. This is Jingbua City's EG. If you dare to attack, how can the disciples of Jingbua City forgive you? Even if you're a disciple of Xuanyan school, I'm afraid you won't have a good end." Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hastily retreated. The boy's yellow talisman had already been activated, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, he immediately realized that fighting was prohibited in Jingbua City. This was something his master had instructed him to do before he left the mountain. Wouldn't his yellow talisman immediately provoke endless trouble? This young master knows you. Just wait and see." The boy angrily put away the yellow talisman and said, "I know you're a loose cultivator abandoned by the heavens. One day you'll definitely Fellow Daoist, I's good intentions have been taken as ill intent by you. Could it be that you've really been blinded by lard? Didn't you see that the stall owner was in cahoots with the cultivator who came later? Xiaohua smiled wryly. He had no choice but to stop and explain, if you don't believe me, go back and find your senior brother. Have him look again and you'll know. The boy wasn't stupid. It was just that when he was in the middle of the situation just now, his mind had reached a dead end. Now that he thought about it, how could he not know? He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his small hand naturally went to protect the storage pouch at his waist. All right, since fellow Daoist knows, I'll leave first. Fellow Daoist has the protection of your sect, so you don't need to be afraid of being targeted. I, however, am very afraid. Xiaohua cupped his hands in salute and turned to leave. The boy clenched his teeth and opened his mouth as if to call out to Xiaohua, but not a single word came out. At this moment, a drawn-out voice was heard. What? You beat up a disciple of my Xuanyan school and want to leave so easily? When Xiaohua heard this, he was greatly alarmed. His legs were somewhat weak and his figure stopped in place. He didn't know whether he should escape or not. Senior brother. Behind Xiaohua, the boy called out timidly, his pleasant surprise mixed with fear. Sigh. Xiaohua wailed from the bottom of his heart and turned around. Right behind the boy, a cultivator dressed in camouflage slowly walked over. That cultivator walked closer and reached out to take off the camouflage, revealing his true appearance. It was precisely that Xuanyan School's 11th level Qi refinement cultivator that Xiaohua saw outside Jingpa City. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua didn't dare to approach and cupped his hands in salute. That cultivator ignored him and walked in front of the boy. He said coldly, Xiao Mao, do you know your wrongs? Senior brother, disciple knows his wrongs. The boy named Xiao Mao shrunk his neck and bowed. What wrongs? Disciple, who shouldn't have argued with other cultivators over a small thing. Xiao Mao said in a low voice. Is that all? Xiao Mao's senior brother snorted coldly and said, You've been wandering around E-City these past few days, and I have been following you. Even the matter just now, I also saw it clearly. Do you think I don't know what's in your storage pouch? With a plop, Xiao Mao knelt on the ground and rushed to say, Senior brother, that jade pendant is disciples. Xiao Mao's senior brother interrupted him and said coldly, I don't care what that jade pendant is. Even if you gave all your spirit stones and medicinal pills to others, I still wouldn't care. I just wanted to see if you would really give the things in your storage pouch to others. At this point, Xiao Mao's senior brother glanced at Xiaohua. Fortunately, your luck isn't bad. There was actually someone who helped you. Otherwise, your fate, do you know? Disciple knows. Disciple also doesn't know why, but Disciple was bewitched at that time. Xiao Mao didn't dare to get up and said in a low voice. It's good that you know. This time, you left the mountain to gain experience, and your results didn't pass. After returning to the mountain, I will tell your master the result. When you return today, you and the other senior brothers will first return to Xuanyan Mountain. After Xiao Mao's senior brother finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohua and asked, This person is the heaven-forsaken loose cultivator you spoke of? Seeing that you didn't resist, you know him? Disciple can't be considered to know him. We just met when we entered the city. At that time, he was right in front of us. Xiao Mao replied with a depressed expression. Xiao Mao's senior brother was slightly surprised. He raised his eyes and said, Fellow Daoist, don't you want to take down the bewitching insect? Sigh. Hearing this, Xiaohua still sighed in his heart and took down the bewitching insect. Oh, it's you. Xiao Mao's senior brother clearly also had an impression of Xiaohua. I am Zhuo Qingyuan of Xuanyan Mountain. How should I address fellow Daoist? I am Xiaohua. Greetings, fellow Daoist Zhuo. Xiaohua cupped his hands. Xiaohua? Xiao Mao? Zhuo Qingyuan asked curiously, You know Xiao Mao? But what's the connection? Xiaohua shook his head. I am just a loose cultivator. How can I know a disciple of Xuanyan Mountain? It's all just a coincidence. Hee hee, Coincidence? Do you think I will believe that? Zhuo Qingyuan had a pensive look on his face. With your low cultivation, you actually dared to step forward bravely. If you have nothing to do with Xiao Mao, then how is this possible? Sigh, I just saw a little boy like him being bullied and felt indignant in my heart. I don't have any other thoughts. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. Could it be that you didn't see him as a disciple of Xuanyan Mountain and wanted to curry favor with Xuanyan Mountain? Or perhaps you want to obtain some benefits from Xiao Mao? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, if fellow Daoist Zhuo has such thoughts, I naturally welcome them. I wonder how fellow Daoist will thank I? What benefits does fellow Daoist want to obtain? Naturally, it's what loose cultivators want. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Then what's the difference between fellow Daoist and those two loose cultivators just now? Zhuo Qingyuan laughed loudly. Could it be that there aren't two people in this trap, but three? I only have one person in this trap. Where did two people come from? Three people? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, if fellow Daoist doesn't have any techniques or the like to thank I will pretend I didn't hear it. Farewell. Finished speaking, Xiao Hua turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qingyuan sneered and said, how can my Xuanyan Mountain's disciple be bullied by others as they wish? Even though fellow Daoist redeemed my Xuanyan Mountain's reputation and can be considered to have saved my junior brother's life, you slapped my Xuanyan Mountain's disciple's face. Do you want to leave so easily? Xiao Hua stared blankly and argued, this isn't. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao Hua only felt a cold wind in front of him. Without waiting for him to react, the image of a palm swatted over. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly dodged. However, Zhuo Qingyuan was an 11th level qi refining cultivator. Compared to Xiao Hua's cultivation, Zhuo Qingyuan's was more than a star and half a drop higher. How could Xiao Hua dodge in such a hurry? With a pa sound, Xiao Hua did his utmost to dodge, but that palm still brushed against Xiao Hua's cheek a little less than half. Your magic power seems to be higher than the second level of qi refining? Zhuo Qingyuan cried out in alarm. Even though he didn't really use all of his magic power, he also didn't expect that Xiao Hua could easily dodge most of his palm. Senior brother. Xiao Mao finally came to his senses and knelt on the ground as he begged. As expected of a prestigious sect, as expected of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, as expected of the importance of face. Xiao Hua said, as expected, 3 times in a row and turned around in anger. He didn't look back and hurriedly left. Fellow Daoist Xiao, catch. Only after Xiao Hua had walked far away did Zhuo Qingyuan let out a long laugh. He waved his hand and a scarlet radiance flew in front of Xiao Hua. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come and vote for it. Chapter 1330. A crimson light flew in front of Xiao Hua. Zhuo Qingyuan shouted from behind him, fellow Daoist Xiao, this is I's messaging talisman. I know exactly what fellow Daoist I did. If fellow Daoist needs anything from me, please send a message to I. Xiao Hua was furious. He helped them out of goodwill, yet half of his face was swept away. Hearing this, he unconsciously turned around and sneered, fellow Daoist Zhuo, take back your goodwill. I still have the other half of my face. However, when he turned around, Zhuo Qingyuan and Xiao Mao had already disappeared. Damn it, is this great sect so stingy? Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. I beat up your junior martial brother only as a temporary measure. Since you knew, why did you pretend to use the same method to return the favor? You clearly wanted to thank me, yet you said you had no other choice. What the hell is this? Looking at the flashing messaging talisman, Xiao Hua reached for it and threw it into the space behind his head, thinking, this Zhuo Qingyuan is more honest than that Mingsui Mountain Shiwuming. He really gave me a messaging talisman. If I really have something to tell him, he probably won't refuse. Who knows? Besides, if I have something to deal with, Why would I look for someone else for no reason? I'll make Xuanyan School owe me a favor for the rest of my life. Xiaohua thought fiercely. Xiaohua seemed to have been provoked by Xuanyan School's Zhuqingyuan. He walked around randomly, buying everything he saw without hesitation. Not long after, there were more ground escape talismans, Vajra talismans, and so on in the space. He even bought some ordinary medicinal pills. As he bought more and more things, the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. Using spirit stones to exchange for a happy mood, sure enough, this was an unbreakable truth. After his anger subsided, Xiaohua no longer had the mood to wander around e.g. After buying the necessary materials to refine the yellow talismans, he turned around and went back. As he turned around, he saw a stall to the side. On it were some medicinal pills and yellow talismans for refining pills. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he walked up, cupping his hands and saying, "Fellow Daoist, please." The stall owner was a female cultivator around 40 years old. She had a kind look on her face, which was also the main reason why Xiaohua came here. "Fellow Daoist, do you need the medicinal pills listed above?" The female cultivator asked with a smile. That's right, Xiaohua picked up a few cheap pills and bought them. After handing over the spirit stones, Xiaohua coughed and smiled apologetically. "I have a difficult matter that I need to ask fellow Daoist for advice." "Really? Fellow Daoist, please speak." The female cultivator seemed to be very easy to talk to and replied, "I want to know, where can I exchange for a pill furnace for alchemy?" Although Xiaohua's face was hidden in the fog, he still felt a little feverish. Pill furnace? The female cultivator was stunned. She stared vigilantly at Xiaohua for a moment, then looked left and right. "Fellow Daoist, you're a rogue cultivator, right?" "Yes, I am." "Then I advise fellow Daoist to find a sect to rely on. Only within a sect can you find pill furnaces for alchemy. Where else can you exchange for pill furnaces?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "Don't think that EG has everything. It's impossible to find the cultivation methods, pill recipes, pill furnaces, and talisman crafting methods that rogue cultivators need." "Could it be there's no room for exchange at all?" Xiaohua didn't give up and asked. "Hee, even if there's a pill furnace, think about it. People from cultivation sects, cultivation families, and Jinghua City, who wouldn't covet it? But you're just a small rogue cultivator, how can you snatch it from them? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the wealth of my sect is far from what a rogue cultivator like you can compare to." The female cultivator dispelled Xiaohua's wishful thinking without any trace of politeness. "All right, thank you for your guidance." Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks and turned to leave. "Hee, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." After Xiaohua walked far away, the female cultivator shook her head and muttered to herself, "Pill furnaces? How could they be so easy to obtain and use?" AI, as expected, it seems that this matter of pill refinement still depends on luck. How could Xiaohua care about the opinions of others after he left? He had already asked fellow Daoist Liang of Mo Spirit Herb Hall a few days ago, and fellow Daoist Liang's answer was the same as this female cultivator's. However, Xiaohua's wicked heart didn't give up. He wanted to see if there was any possibility of obtaining a pill furnace at EG. In addition, he had made a certain amount of progress in refining yellow talismans, so he unconsciously placed greater hope in pill refinement. Unfortunately, reality was very cruel, and the path of pill refinement couldn't be taken for the time being. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't care about any of the stalls left and right. He found a secluded place and took down the maze amulet, then strolled out of EG. Right after Xiaohua left EG, a fourth-layer aura refining cultivator hurried over from not too far away. That cultivator had an anxious expression on his face and looked very flustered. However, as soon as he saw Xiaohua, his face lit up with joy. He practically ran over to Xiaohua, cupped his hands in greeting and said anxiously, "Are you fellow Daoist Xiaohua?" Xiaohua's head was lowered as he pondered over the pill furnace. At this time, he heard someone call out his name. He was extremely astonished. When he raised his head to look, he saw a square-faced cultivator with sparse eyebrows. He wasn't familiar with this cultivator, so he couldn't help but cup his hands and say, I am Xiaohua. I wonder, how did fellow Daoist know me? I am Zhang Jihao. The cultivator cupped his fists and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, did you forget that when you followed fellow Daoist Qing Feng and fellow Daoist Qing to Huayan Park, it was I who brought fellow Daoist Xiao Fengyue and fellow Daoist Han Fei to Huayan Park? When Xiaohua heard this, he repeatedly nodded and said embarrassedly, "Oh, that's right. That person is fellow Daoist Zhang. My apologies, I was thinking about something and neglected fellow Daoist Zhang." Soon after, Xiaohua glanced sideways at Yi and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhang also came to Yi? I'm afraid you're a bit late." "Oh no." Zhang Jihao hurriedly waved his hands and said with a smile, "I came because fellow Daoist Ma Qingqing asked me to look for fellow Daoist Xiao." Senior Ma? Xiaohua was overjoyed. Needless to say, there was definitely some progress in the matter of him joining the Heaven Forsaken. He immediately asked, "I wonder why Senior Ma is looking for I?" But then Xiaohua asked curiously, "Doesn't Senior Ma have I's summoning talisman? Why don't you use it?" Fellow Daoist Ma has already used the summoning talisman. However, the summoning talisman can't fly out. In this case, fellow Daoist Xiao has either left Jinghua City or is in a place where the summoning talisman can't fly to. Zhang Jihao patiently explained, but there are many places in Jinghua City that can block the summoning talisman. This EG is one of them. Fellow Daoist Ma guessed that fellow Daoist Xiao is most likely to come to EG, so he asked I to look for fellow Daoist Xiao. "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua understood and nodded. "Then, why is Senior Ma looking for I?" "This. I saw that fellow Daoist Ma and fellow Daoist Qing have a few talisman masters with them. I'm afraid it's about fellow Daoist Xiao joining the Heaven Forsaken? Fellow Daoist Ma didn't say, so I can't speak blindly." Zhang Jihao said apologetically. "Is that so? That's great." Xiaohua said with surprise, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll send a summoning talisman to ask later." I'm afraid fellow Daoist Xiao will be disappointed." Zhang Jihao looked at the sky and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Ma, fellow Daoist Qing, and many other fellow Daoists have probably already left the city. Today, the important members of the Heaven Forsaken will go outside. I made an appointment with fellow Daoist Ma. If I can't find fellow Daoist Xiao, fellow Daoist Ma and the others won't wait outside the city. The next time they come back will probably be a month later." A month? Xiaohua was a little anxious and hurriedly said, "Then, I'll have to ask fellow Daoist Zhang to lead the way. Let's go quickly. Don't let Senior Ma and Senior Qing wait too long." Zhang Jihao nodded and said, "I have the same intention." As he spoke, he led the way out of Jinghua City. Xiaohua followed closely, but he was a little uneasy in his heart. These days, he had been refining fireball talismans and confinement talismans. However, he used his unique technique. Although he also practiced drawing fireball talismans with a talisman brush, but he didn't make much progress. Now that he had to pass Heaven Forsaken's test, he was a little regretful that he shouldn't have spent more time on fireball talismans. "What should I do?" Xiaohua frowned and followed Zhang Jihao with his head lowered. He was worried as he walked. Walking out of Jinghua City from EG wasn't through the city gate that Xiaohua used to enter the city. After Zhang Jihao took Xiaohua out of Jinghua City, he used a flight talisman to take Xiaohua in another direction. Xiaohua didn't dare to reveal his flying speed and slowly followed behind Zhang Jihao. Zhang Jihao also didn't panic. He flew with Xiaohua's speed for the time it took to eat a meal. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he landed. Xiaohua looked around. It was all dead wood and brambles. He didn't see anyone. He was a little surprised and asked, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, how come? I don't see Senior Qing and the others?" "Yeah, I'm also puzzled. This is the place we agreed on. It's not yet time, they shouldn't have left." Zhang Jihao looked around and was also puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. In a moment, I will send a message talisman to ask. As he spoke, Zhang Jihao patted his storage bag and took out a scarlet-yellow talisman. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Zhang. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. Then he looked around. This was a desolate mountain valley. Brambles covered the ground. Most of the nearby trees were withered. The branches that slanted upwards slightly swayed in the twilight sky. Xiao Hua felt it was a little strange. Senior Qing really knows how to pick a place. Apart from falling from the sky, no one would. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. This kind of place is very dangerous. Isn't it a good place to kill and steal? When Xiao Hua thought of this, a trace of cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. He hurriedly wanted to turn around. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Right next to Xiao Hua, Zhang Jihao's right hand was holding a scarlet message talisman. His left hand had already patted the scarlet message talisman the moment Xiao Hua turned around. A confinement talisman flew out. Magic power flowed out and the confinement talisman emitted a faint brilliance. It rushed toward Xiao Hua, who was just about to turn around. Chapter 1331. Xiao Hua was startled, and just as he was about to turn around, the confinement talisman had already fallen. A thin brilliance emerged from Xiao Hua's body, confining Xiao Hua's 4 limbs. Xiao Hua's 4 limbs exerted all their strength to twist, but he was unable to break free. What are you doing? Xiao Hua blurted out in shock. Haha, seeing this, Zhang Jihao clapped his hands and laughed. What a good middle-grade confinement talisman. This effect is simply not inferior to a high-grade confinement talisman. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to have such a good method. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would really want to know where fellow Daoist got so many middle-grade confinement talismans. Soon after, Zhang Jihao took a step forward and took away Xiao Hua's storage pouch. He sneered, I already confined you, what do you think I want to do? Isn't that really childish? When he opened the storage pouch and saw a pile of yellow talismans and a pile of spirit stones, his eyes unconsciously lit up and he laughed again. You brat, you really know how to get rich. I don't know where you got these fireball talismans and confinement talismans, but you actually earned so many spirit stones. What a pity, you have spirit stones but don't have the life to spend them, so you benefited I for nothing. While speaking, Zhang Jihao took out his own storage pouch to transfer the spirit stones and other items. Xiao Hua had already recovered his calm at this time. His eyes coldly looked at Zhang Jihao, but his arms slightly exerted force. He already had the experience of breaking through with force before, and he also broke free from this confinement talisman. However, the confinement talisman last time was obviously a low-grade one, far less powerful than today's confinement talisman. Sigh, this confinement talisman. Listening to Zhang Jihao's words, I refined it myself. I'm the one who's trapped myself in a cocoon. Xiao Hua secretly complained, his arm still slowly increasing the force. The number of spirit stones is wrong? After Zhang Jihao took all the spirit stones from Xiao Hua's storage pouch, he was slightly dazed. He raised his head and said, Didn't you sell more than 200 confinement talismans at the stall just now? How come there are only so few spirit stones? Also, I followed you for a few days and saw you harvest a lot of spirit stones every day. Where did you put them? Could it be that you put them in an inn? You're quite cautious. As he spoke, Zhang Jihao searched his storage bag again. Not long after, he found a yellow talisman. He sneered and said, The inn you're staying in is actually better than the one I'm staying in. Oh, right, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you want to live? Do you want to live to die? Or do you want to be burned to ashes by my fire talisman? As he spoke, Zhang Jihao took out a fireball talisman from Xiao Hua's storage pouch. Urging his magic power, a small fireball was born in his hand. You to let to die to Xiao to die? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell fellow Daoist Qing? What is I to die to die? Zhang Jihao said with a smile. Heaven forsaken doesn't stop fighting. Even if fellow Daoist Qing knows that I killed you, he has nothing to say. To this to die, to die, to Daoist, Xiao, to Xiao. What if this poor Daoist wants to live? How could Xiaohua believe Zhang Jihao's words? He asked with contempt. You to say, tell I how you got these fire talismans and confinement talismans. Maybe I can consider it. Zhang Jihao said with a smile, I followed you for many days and only saw you between the inn and EG. I didn't see you go anywhere else. The origin of these yellow talismans is so hard to understand? Could it be that you've been keeping them in your storage pouch for a long time? I'm afraid you won't be able to figure out the origin of these two talismans. Xiaohua sneered. Ha, you want to threaten I with this? Zhang Jihao looked at Xiaohua with extreme contempt and threw the fireball over. It spun on top of Xiaohua's head. If you are tactful, tell me the origin of this yellow talisman and give this poor Daoist a way to make money. This poor Daoist might be soft-hearted and let you go. If you want to use this to threaten this poor Daoist. These fire talismans and confinement talismans were made by I myself. Xiaohua took a deep breath and channeled all the strength in his body to his arms. His tone was still calm as he said, Haha. Zhang Jihao laughed out loud, as if he'd heard the funniest thing in the world. He bent over, one of his hands slightly raised, pointing at Xiaohua. Out of breath, he said, You're only at the second layer of qi refining? You actually refined a high-grade fireball talisman? You think you're Mo Sang Mountain's Mo Sang Elder? Seeing this, Xiaohua knew he had a chance. Thus, he raised his arms and shouted, That's right. This sound almost deafened Zhang Jihao's ears, and Xiaohua's entire body's strength was also exerted through his two arms along with this loud shout. Xiaohua's upper body, along with the forceful lifting of his two arms, a burst of brilliance flashed. Rip. A crisp sound like tearing silk rang out. The upper body imprisonment talisman was actually torn apart by Xiaohua's two arms, and along with the flickering brilliance of his upper body, the brilliance of Xiaohua's entire body also flickered a few times before completely disappearing. The entire imprisonment talisman was broken apart by force. Zhang Jihao bent over, as if he still hadn't recovered from his laughter. However, when he saw Xiaohua actually break the confinement talisman in a short moment, the smile on his face froze. He only cried out a single word before immediately coming to his senses. Before he could straighten his body, he moved his finger and channeled his magic power. The fireball flying in the air flew towards Xiaohua's head. The fireball broke free from Zhang Jihao's control and suddenly enlarged, sucking in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Xiaohua broke free from the confinement and his heart was very calm. Seeing the fireball rapidly flying over, his complexion changed greatly. He had seen the power of his high-grade fireball talisman in the yellow talisman shop. If he was hit by this fireball, wouldn't he immediately turn into ashes? In a hurry, he didn't care about anything else. He used his hand to brush the side of his ear and took out an icicle talisman from his space. He channeled his magic power and a blue brilliance also met the fireball. Within the brilliance was a long ice spike condensed from spiritual energy. Sizzle. Like snow water being poured into a pot of oil, the ice spike pierced into the fireball. As the ice spike melted, it let out an ear-piercing sound. The sound became increasingly urgent and the fireball also gradually shrunk. However, that icicle talisman was refined by someone else and couldn't compare to Xiaohua's fireball talisman. When the ice spike on the icicle talisman was exhausted, the fireball was still not small. Boom, a loud sound rang out. The fireball fell on the ground and blew up a rather large hole in the ground. Zhang Jihao was clearly shocked by the might of this fireball talisman and was somewhat dazed. Xiaohua was just the opposite. After he sent out the icicle talisman, he didn't pause in the slightest. He channeled his magic power and took advantage of the fact that the flight talisman still hadn't lost its effect to quickly fly in front of Zhang Jihao. Zhang Jihao threw out the fireball and had already straightened up. At this moment, his face was filled with astonishment. He had just woken up from the enormous might of the fireball talisman and didn't have time to think about how Xiaohua broke free from the confinement talisman. He also didn't have time to think about where Xiaohua took out the icicle talisman. He also didn't have time to think about why Xiaohua inexplicably rushed over. Xiaohua had already rushed to a distance of 3 feet in front of him. "You're courting death." Zhang Jihao threw all of his astonishment to the side. He slapped his hand and took out another fireball talisman. He channeled his magic power and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was helpless. How could he still dare to touch this kind of fireball talisman that he refined himself? His figure hastily flashed to the side, wanting to dodge. But no matter how fast he flew, it couldn't compare to the channeling of magic power. Zhang Jihao grinned nastily. That fireball followed like a shadow and flew in front of Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He brushed his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans from the space. One was the icicle talisman, which he stabbed towards the fireball talisman. The other was the weak water talisman. He channeled his magic power and stuck it on his head. A water blue brilliance flashed and covered Xiaohua's entire body. Looking at Zhang Jihao again, he wasn't the slightest bit slower than Xiaohua. After the fireball talisman was thrown out, he similarly slapped his storage pouch, and a yellow talisman also landed on his body. A yellow light flashed. It was an iron cloak talisman, wrapping Zhang Jihao's entire body. "I would like to see just how many yellow talismans you have." Zhang Jihao's body floated into the air. He sneered and waved his hand again. A yellow talisman shot out. That yellow talisman first burned like the fireball talisman. A dark red flame blocked in front of Xiaohua. Without waiting for Xiaohua to take out the icicle talisman, that flame exploded with a bang and sealed the space around Xiaohua's body. It was like a sea of fire had covered Xiaohua. Little thing, you actually wasted one of I's high-level fire net talismans." Zhang Jihao looked at the sea of fire that lingered in front of him. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't clearly see Xiaohua's figure in the light of the fire, but Zhang Jihao absolutely believed that with Xiaohua's second-level refinement magic power, he absolutely wouldn't be able to dodge this fire net. "That's right, this guy keeps moving in front of me. What's he doing? Could it be that he wants to snatch away the storage bag in my hands?" Zhang Jihao's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He was somewhat bewildered. Just when Zhang Jihao was puzzled, he suddenly felt a trace of wind behind him. He immediately had a startled realization in his heart: someone wants to be the aureole. After a startled realization, Zhang Jihao didn't dare to be negligent. He also didn't turn his head. He slapped his storage bag and at the same time threw out the fireball talisman. His figure also turned and dodged to the side. Right behind Zhang Jihao, 2 fireballs collided together, letting out an incomparably loud rumbling sound. "Ooh!" Zhang Jihao turned around as he flew. Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice rang out extremely close behind him. "Nonsense, besides I, who else could it be? Xiaohua?" Zhang Jihao heard and his eyes opened wide. "How did you run behind me?" What answered him wasn't Xiaohua's voice. Instead, it was an incomparably enormous force that smashed into the back of Zhang Jihao's neck. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Zhang Jihao felt a burst of dizziness and his vision blurred. His figure practically flipped in the air. At the same time, the brilliance of the iron cloak talisman on his body flickered. It looked like it was about to collapse. "Body cultivator!" Zhang Jihao shouted loudly. His figure barely stabilized. He slapped his storage bag and shot out another iron cloak talisman. At the same time, his other hand wasn't slow either. He brought out another firenet talisman and threw it behind him. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.